In the valley of Hinnom, they built sacrificial sites for Baal and burned their children as sacrifices to the god Moloch. Their own sons and daughters they sacrificed to demons. Never have I commanded them so abominable a thing, with no thought ever thought that they should involve themselves in such great guilt. For these nations have done what the Lord detests. Even their children they have burned for their gods.
The centuries-old practice of child sacrifice to Baal, Moloch, and the Luciferian gods, condemned in the Bible, is still practiced to this very day. Around the world, many victims and witnesses are breaking the silence about this dark secret that has clung to our earth like cancer for millennia. The following voices reveal a Luciferian blood cult that practices child sacrifice and other cruelties. If we do not listen to them, and it's too difficult for us to even listen to what others have had to experience, if we do not spread these cries for help, the innocent blood of defenseless children will continue to flow and flow. You have a responsibility. Yes, you who are watching this film right now.
And I would say the other worst thing for me was watching children be sacrificed in the Vatican, watching them be brought in and watching them be cut open, and watching all the VIP people in the room they do these sacrifices to invite demonic entities to inhabit them. And I was able to feel and see these entities also. And that was, for me, to see evil itself was something that also still haunts me to this day.
As this little boy was being cut open alive, the man doing this was also bending over him and appeared to be eating the boy's entrails and blood. When the boy died and his screams stopped, a black mist appeared in the center of the room, at the same distance that this little boy's body was from me. And I'm still at the head of the table on the altar. The men were chanting, and I remember them saying, "Lucifer." The black mist in the center of the room grew larger, and this demon was summoned. I saw its red eyes, and it was speaking in another language. Its voice sounded like thunder.
But then they were still sawed up and were screaming. They told us it was the devil who was rising while they were screaming. That's when they were still alive. What did they do with the bodies? Partially eaten.
Many survivors tell exactly the same story. Also, Astrid Dauster writes in her book, Opferkind, Victim Child, how her father, as a practicing Satanist, communicated directly with Lucifer. She was even there herself. Astrid's father inflicted indescribably cruel tortures on her throughout her childhood. He also took her to black masses, where babies were sacrificed, where she was tortured so extremely that she was very often in the near-death realm, where she had repeatedly encountered God who gave her strength. The Satanic Community Brotherhood of Samael massively attacked her story of suffering on Facebook, and so the video was deleted, after which the Satanists expressed their great joy about this. Samael, by the way, is another name for the fallen angel Lucifer, who is also called the devil.
These folks are dyed-to-the-wool Luciferian Satanists. They have completely given themselves to this cult. Luciferians communicate directly with Lucifer through the ritual practice of child sacrifice. This practice originated in the cult of Baal. Baal is just a name for Leviathan or Lucifer or Moloch. These are all referencing the same energy. The cult of Baal, which is the oldest cult ever established on this planet, is the ancient precursor to Luciferianism. Luciferianism, I personally consider, simply a formalized and highly organized cult of Baal. They are pure darkness, and this emptiness, lack, drives their craving for our life energy.
John Todd is also a whistleblower of the Lucifer sect. He testified to countless human sacrifices by Satanists. Thousands are being sacrificed on Halloween alone. He told about the Rothschilds leading the sect. They were the mouthpiece of Lucifer. There were 13 chairs at their table, whereby the 13th was for Lucifer, because he would sit there himself. He had seen all of this with his own eyes. John Todd tells of being on the Supreme Council of 13 and passing on direct political orders from the Rothschilds to politically influential people, such as governors or senators who happened to be in his area. He said that since Woodrow Wilson, and including him, there has never been a US president who did not belong to this Satan's cult. We would elect the presidents they put up for us. For example, he also said that the Council on Foreign Relations is a section of this cult. He says that this cult has nothing to do with Jewish matters. It is 100% Druidic occult.
But we were attending rituals also, rituals where they did murder children and animals. Animals is what they did like on your average holiday. But on the big ones, which they call black masses, it's where basically, and it's mostly satanic people, these covens of like 13 usually, because it's usually 13 members of a satanic coven. They'll get together with other covens in the area for these big black masses, they call them. And those are on specific days throughout the year. So on a few of those, I watched them actually kill children.
For example, she tells about a ritual where a very small girl was tied to a large pole, lifted over a huge fire, and died instantly. The hair instantly dissolved, the skin fell off the body in layers. It was the cruelest event a person could ever witness.
Can you also remember rituals performed on certain holidays? Yes, many times in the fall, Halloween, these rituals where I just realized these are not just rituals in everyday life, but really certain holidays where you really celebrated it, and very, very, very many children were sacrificed.
Alex Jones succeeded in filming such a ritual in front of a huge Moloch statue with a hidden camera as a witness in the strictly sealed Bohemian Grove. High officials from politics, business, and the media take part in these rituals. The participation of the following persons is documented: US Presidents Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, George Bush Sr. and Jr., Bill Clinton. German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt was also present. In addition, Henry Kissinger, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the heads of Standard Oil and General Electric attended these meetings. Eyewitnesses such as Kathy O'Brien and Kathy Collins recounted the events at Bohemian Grove.
And a lot of my experiences were in Presidio and Bohemian Grove. I was used from a very young age, and I remember going through an initiation ritual at the age of 3. Someone was forcing me to drink blood. And then a case in Bohemian Grove where I was forced to watch a child sacrifice.
Survivor Kathy O'Brien also testifies to human sacrifice at the Bohemian Grove site.
It was this glorification of the whole act. You saw these people there in their red robes, practicing this religiously for the glory of their savior, Satan. The things that were added to it, killing and cannibalism. There were children being killed, and the tone was, if you don't do it, you're screwed. This being then had access to me, and I had to kill the little girl.
Ein Kind umgebracht.
Schick's auf Distanz, schick's jetzt.
Aber ein lebendes. Und die haben das doch aufgegessen. Und es war dann nur noch Haare und alle anderen Knochenteile übrig. Und Augen auch und Zähne.
At the meetings, well, Satan was worshipped and they just celebrated masses. The atmosphere there is just as if the devil is really in the room. And they stand in a circle and the faces were covered. They have such black capes and the hoods. And the murmuring is just very like a sing-song. And you were all worshipping the devil inside your home. Right. Rituals in which babies were sacrificed, and you'd have to, babies. So you witnessed the sacrifice. Right. When I was very young, I was forced to participate in that, in which I had to sacrifice an infant. And the purpose of the sacrifice is to bring you what? What are you sacrificing for? For power. Power.
Well, see, first of all, it's normal when you go to the Old Testament, Moloch and the Baals, they wanted the baby, the children. Explained to me by Satanists because it's a higher level of blasphemy to God, against God. It's and for some reason the demons love bringing that kind of harm. We look at a child and automatically we're going to protect them, save them, guard them, whatever it takes. They look at a child, they'd eat it alive, they destroy it, they'd torture it. That's why some rituals are called demon revels or satanic revels. The younger the child, here's exactly what dark undergrounders have said to me: the younger, the better. And we never kill them right away. We prolong the torture. Why? Because we have to raise the energies, the terror, the fear, and then little by little letting some blood out.
She tells about a black mass where everyone began to sing and then slaughtered and disemboweled a newborn baby. Meanwhile, the grandfather of the victim said a prayer for Satan. And this victim here tells of how the Satanists reenacted the crucifixion of Jesus by hanging a man on the cross who was trying to save her and her sister. They threw a bunch of bloody parts of killed babies at him and also at the two victims, as she shared. A great many victims testify that Satanists pervert Christian customs and holidays in order to blaspheme God.
There are satanic groups that force mothers to sacrifice their own child to Satan. It may happen that they are ritually impregnated only for this purpose.
Also, Detective Kurt Jackson of the Beaumont Police Department confirms these child sacrifices and child slaughters. Some of them are shot, stabbed, or poisoned. Attorney Karine Knappen raises awareness about the satanic elite and the enslavement, rape, torture, and murder of children and newborns. She raises awareness about an important research on satanic rituals in which children are murdered and then have their organs removed to be sold. It is a covered up and protected billion-dollar business, Knappen said. A women's counseling center in Germany cites Satanism as the main background of ritual abuse. Asked if children are still ritually abused in her town today, she replies,
I don't suspect it. I know it.
Ray Wire is a British criminologist and an absolute expert on satanic cults. He investigated many cases of satanic ritual violence and also checked the statements of Teresa, a survivor, for their authenticity. He had no doubt whatsoever that she was telling the truth. Among other things, she reported that she was forcibly impregnated several times at a young age and that her babies were wrested from her and ritually sacrificed. See my first film on the blood cult. Paul Bonacci also had his say in my last film. He describes the most horrific experiences of ritual abuse he had with satanic cults in Nebraska. The lawyer, Juliana Denson Gerber, says that Paul Bonacci couldn't possibly be lying. His statements coincide with statements from very many other victims who have spoken of the same abuse. And she is an abuse expert. She says he describes satanic rituals in great detail that he couldn't possibly have known about if he hadn't participated in them. Survivor Loretta Smith also testified independently of Paul Bonacci and without knowing him about the same horrific ritual abuse she had experienced at the hand of satanic cults in Nebraska. Yes, even to the point of satanic ritual sacrifice and cannibalism she herself was forced to participate in. Neil Brick is a survivor of ritual abuse by Freemasons. Brick is now educating the public about ritual abuse crimes. As explained, In the KLA TV documentary, World Danger, Highest Degree Freemasonry. The top of this organization is highly satanic.
My father is a Freemason, Satanist, Rosicrucian, and he was also an ASIO operative. So ASIO in my country of Australia is the equivalent of the MI6 or CIA. So they're intelligence operatives. So some of the ritual abuse, the sacrificial children were actually eaten, which is just horrific and very difficult for a lot of people to understand, but this is actually quite common. And one particular ritual, a baby was murdered and then eaten. And there were probably about 50 adults there. So, you know, we're talking many different kinds of child sacrifice, rapes, dismemberment of children afterwards, and cannibalism.
Asia Rain was born into a family that actively practiced satanic ritual abuse. She was tortured and raped and had to participate in ritual sacrifice ceremonies. She was told that God was the one hurting her. Often a perpetrator would pretend to be Jesus, and after extremely brutal injury, the victim was then, quote-unquote, saved by someone to whom the victim was supposed to bond with, a so-called perpetrator bond, as many survivors call this. And this was then, for example, the respective counselor or directly Lucifer. Jamal Bari was sold to a Luciferian. He was tortured and violated to the utmost. He speaks of a girl who memorized many verses from the Bible. She was abused and raped, he says, and then whispered in her ear, "I am your Lord Jesus."
First, you have to understand that there are different groups. There are also atheists on the one side, but highly regarded are the people who are believers, who believe in Lucifer, Satan. They know that God exists. Otherwise, you can't even focus that negative energy. That is, you know he exists, you turn your back on him. And I will never forget that day in my whole life. They tied a young girl to the table. I can't tell you how old she was, but she didn't reach her 13th year. She was still young. And she was, I'm not going to lie to you now, but countless men raped her until she died. That's also ritual. That's a ritual. And I'll say it again. Evil is real. Evil exists.
Roger Monod was recruited by Satan worshippers and gained insight into the structure of the sect, from which he later escaped under fierce attacks, persecution, and death threats by converting to Jesus Christ. He also witnessed satanic sacrifices on Halloween, October 31st, amongst other dates.
Well, it was a big surprise for me, as I'd kind of made up my mind that they would be looking for rough-looking characters, but as we entered the place, I was amazed to see that they were all very well dressed, well-mannered, and that a lot of the people, as were being introduced, were professionals, doctors, attorneys, lots of business people. They had three major policies that were going to be followed. First, they were to see to it that humans would be made to believe that Satan and his angels do not really exist. Lucifer says we have to make sure that people get to believe that Satan and his angels do not really exist.
Another strategy of the sect has been to destroy the Bible without burning it. Thus, it was decided that Charles Darwin, who was a high-level member of the satanic cult, would come up with the theory of evolution so that belief in the Bible would dissolve by itself. Darwin enjoyed the highest honor in the cult of Lucifer, according to Roger Monod. But it's the Bible itself, which has been authenticated multiple times as a historical chronicle that presents evidence for these Moloch and Baal sacrifices already taking place thousands of years ago. My father, Ivo Sazik, proves in the brochure Yahweh, Creator or Devil, through the whole Bible how the satanic cult of sacrifice has always taken place, and that this has always been the greatest abomination to Creator God. In her publications, Cult Survivor Svali shares precious information from inside the cult in which the idolatrous cults described in the Bible are confirmed one-to-one. For example, she describes the Babylonian program. It involves learning to make cruel offerings and rituals to the deities Molech, Astaroth, Bel, and Ashtaroth. The Egyptian program teaches offerings to the deities Ra, Horus, Set, etc. She also testifies to Druid or Kabbalah programming, etc. What runs through all of these programs is the excessive cruelty of torture and murder. No matter what their ideological background is, some survivors also testify to the same horrific practices without any ideological background apparent to them. And now the question of all questions arises. Can one believe such statements at all? That sounds completely inconceivable. The crazy thing is that the perpetrator circles know exactly that nobody can believe this because it is unbelievable. Astra Douster's father, the Satanist who tortured her so abhorrently, said to her, and I quote, "You can try to get help, but believe me, the one who will believe you has yet to be born." The same is testified to by Herbert Steiner, called Herbie, who survived the cruelest ritual tortures and rapes.
As a victim of ritual violence, I was involved in sacrifices of animals and humans. I was told over and over again, never talk about it because no one will believe you.
Thus, these victims who have been violated to the extreme and who have only barely survived are even ridiculed, disrespected, and excluded from our society when they speak about these terrible things. Survivor Mary Knight, for example, recounts how she was placed in a coffin with the body of her beloved sister and then had to watch her sister's body being mutilated before her very eyes. She even had to participate in this herself. Such rituals are now witnessed by hundreds of victims. But Mary says that most survivors do not speak about this cruel satanic ritual abuse because no one believes them. So they only speak about some small part, like abuse or incest.
The ritualistic abuse, the satanic ritual abuse is the last thing people will talk about. They just say we're crazy. They just say we as survivors are crazy.
There is nothing worse than when you know that something like this has happened to you and the majority simply can't believe it, and you are seen in public, especially by the public media, as a crank, as a liar, as someone like that.
This is also the worst thing for Natalie, who remembers satanic rituals in hunting lodges and manhunts, among other things. You feel completely left alone because as a victim, you are then made out to be imagining all this and crazy.
Satanism exists in this country as it exists elsewhere. It is appallingly evil. It is about murder. It's about child abuse. It's about sexual abuse. It is no joke, and it must be taken seriously, and it must be dealt with. One of the most tragic stories that I've ever heard is where a child has told people what's been happening, and the adults have said, "Don't be stupid, that doesn't happen in this country."
Human rights activist Gabi Wendland comments, "At first it sounds inconceivable, unthinkable, and simply not possible. But these victims live among us. There might be hundreds of thousands of them." Christoph Cassetti, former canon of the Diocese Münster, summed it up this way, I quote, "What happens in these secret circles goes beyond our human imagination of evil. Accordingly, one classifies it as impossible." So these victims are not believed because it is beyond our imagination. But until a victim ever talks about any of this, he has risked his neck because secrecy is the highest commandment in this sect. This is enforced with the worst death threats.
Arcanum Latin, the secret, the Disciplina Arcanae. The Disciplina Arcanae dictates that I really should not tell anything about the group's infrastructure to an outsider, a non-initiated, and violating the arcan discipline is subject to martial threats of punishment. Banally speaking, they say, if you out us in whatever way, you're going to have your head taken off.
The kids are told that if you tell your parents, we're going to kill your parents. For me, for example, they did that by showing me someone who had their throat slit. And then when you see that and you see who all is involved, you just get terrified.
Survivor Teal Swan, for example, was intimidated as a little girl, thinking that her mother would be skinned if she said anything, and her father would be beheaded, and her brother eaten and disemboweled.
And when you're little, like, we got to understand this. When you're little, you have no reason to disbelieve an adult. None. So if a guy says he's going to kill your family, he's going to kill your family.
These people, these psychopathic, pedophile, Satanist elites, they have succeeded with secrecy and deception.
According to psychiatrist Dr. Werner Chan, silence is the perpetrator's strongest weapon.
If you're a child like me at 5 or 6 years old and you're at a ritual and you're watching another child the same age refuse to be please don't do that, and fighting against whatever they want to do, and then that child is killed in front of you, what are you going to do? That's a type of brainwashing, right? Survival at all costs. So of course you're going to comply.
So for most of these victims, it is not even possible to come clean because they are threatened in such a way. In most cases, the threats are put into practice if the victim could not create enough publicity with his statements. This was the case with William Combs, for example. He was one of the main witnesses to a mass murder of Indigenous children. There was also a testimony of abuse and ritual sacrifice. He died from a lethal injection in a hospital, although he had only undergone a routine, harmless procedure. Coombs died because he made a statement in 1964 that 10 children were abducted from a Canadian school by Queen Elizabeth. In addition to William Coombs, the names of the following dead children and eyewitnesses were documented, mostly gruesome death stories that I will not tell for the sake of time here. Vicky Stewart, Margaret Sepes, Albert Gray, Maisie Shaw, Richard Thomas, Elaine Dick, Daniel Kangatok, David Sepas, Susan Ball, Pauline Frank, Albert Baptiste, Nancy Joe, Lorraine White, Johnny Bingo Dawson, Ricky, Lovely, Harriet Nahani, Nora Bernhardt. All of them can no longer tell their story. Kevin Annette uncovered all of this. Only Irene Favell and Rufus McNaughton survived. They witnessed a newborn baby being burned and 18 Mohawk children being shot to death, then dumped in a mass grave. In Canada alone, approximately 50,000 baby and child corpses were discovered in mass graves. In total, at least 34 mass graves of children were discovered in Canada, Ireland, and Spain, the excavation of which was refused by the respective governments of the English Crown and the Catholic Church.
Boy described how he took it on the back of his hand, like a mountain on the back of his hand. The police said how the boy described it, it was not how people would take cocaine. And that's not my words, that's basically what the police said.
Excuse me, where, Becca? Where did the police say this? No, that's not the case. Actually, I just yeah, Kaylee, I don't know if I actually got a bit carried away. I got taken down a guided path of work this morning, doing various file arranging, and then got some inspiration. Like the title of this show is to do with avoiding, exposing the cruelty foods and exposing the importance, really, and the benefits for all involved of cruelty-free food and music, and learning good music principles. I meant to put the word good in there as well. So yeah, the Becca thing, these things just keep. I mean, it was just so traumatically. It was perfect yesterday what they did, and it was, I suppose, was to be expected. Oh, cool. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. No, I lost track. So it's for 4:40. Awesome. 12:14. So yeah, I just felt inspired to do this because I was going to play the other one, but then this one came up. It was 1 hour 40 long. So I was going to play the one with Sabine in, which is previous to this, but this just came up by autoplay afterwards, and I've not watched it yet. So I knew it was going to be brilliant because they're just on point with all their work. I don't know if they're all vegan yet, and that's the next stage. And Sabine doesn't talk about that enough. That's the problem. Yeah, that's where we need to get to. Is just all the people that are involved in any of these exposes need to spiritually protect themselves, because the reason why Satan has the power to do such things is because we give it away by money, money, and then these bloodlines that do these rituals. Then the power is given via our accumulation of money in certain areas of the monopoly. So yes, less ums, more focused. So yeah, let's just finish playing this one of Becca. And so this is just a little just because it's directly related to her lying regarding covering up child abuse. So the police never said that the child, it seemed unfeasible the way he described the powder. They just never addressed the allegation. It was never retracted. They just forced, which was upheld by 2 subsequent IPCC reports in 2015 2016, after the 2014 disclosures, the refuted and illegal, unlawful, invalid court ruling in the private family court of the High Court Family Division, which was a fraud hearing, should never have gone to that court. It was not judicial process at all, and it was then overruled by needing reinvestigation of the whole case, requested by the Independent Police Complaints Commission, upheld again to say that the supposed internal investigation of Steve Martin was also insufficient. Never got any response back from that second report. They changed the whole name, disbanded the whole Independent Police Complaints Commission, and recreated a new replacement, the Independent Office of Police Conduct, the IOPC, to try and bury this into the obscurity. But so just finish her recorded. I'll just play it again just for clarity.
Boy described how he took it on the back of his hand, like a mountain on the back of his hand. The police said how the boy described it, it was not how people would take cocaine. And that's not my words, that's basically what the police said. It's in the documentary.
Well, they say Richard Gere gave him cocaine, yeah.
This is part of the whole lie, wasn't it? Like they was on coke, they put them on drugs.
Part of the whole lie. Like this woman's not incriminated herself enough.
It was all part of the story, isn't it?
All part of the lie, the hoax did.
The kids were saying,
This woman sits around playing games. Playing games and trying to get rid of real people.
Obviously, I criticised it.
She hasn't even listened to the children.
According to the police, like how the boy described it was unlikely that he had taken it, right? Because of the way how.
No, not right, because that's not what the police said, right? And then you're going to say that it was in the documentary as well, because it wasn't, right?
Hang on, did she say that it was the police or her that said that?
Whatever. So anyway, obviously I criticised that. Jake got upset over it, and he tried to call me out on ghosts in it yesterday. And I just.
You've been sniffing, Becca. Have you just been eating loads of shit food and sitting playing your game? Is that why you're not very well? A lot sniffing a lot.
I just turned around and said to him, I said, bro, like.
Or are you a bit deeper involved than that we actually know? Are you covering up something intentionally more so than you let on, maybe?
Before you step to me and tell me anything, you need to go and advise your fucking girlfriend to stop breaking her CPN order.
No. That's just bullshit. Fuck you.
This girl's fucked.
Oh. So the Daily Mail said she's the worst troll in the whole UK because that's what the court said apparently. This isn't the one with the UK's worst troll. Where is it? So this is some of the trolls online.
Phone calls, nasty language, you know, you're doing this, you're doing that. You're a Satanist, you're killing babies, you know, you're evil, you know. But I found the calls where they said little more scary.
This is like a reenactment of how many of the trolls that are actually. I shouldn't laugh at all because this is disgusting, just terrible. But bless them. Let's just say a prayer for all the Hampstead trolls that are in our community, please. They didn't mean to be in that situation. They're generational victims, and they're forced to try and protect their innocence from being arrested because they've been born into a crime syndicate, ring, culture, abuse, generational incest.
I got an email from someone that said that they liked my daughter's profile on the website where she's highlighted in red, and that they would like me to bring my daughter and meet up with them. So I was getting emails from paedophiles.
Well, we can only speculate that any of this is actually true, but either way, yeah, these things possibly could have happened, but this is just the nature of being involved in a paedophile ring yourself, isn't it? So it's all very disturbing. But I'm not going to play all that just in case they've copyrighted their clip for now. But let's just see if there's another article to back up Rule Britannia and his Britain's worst troll. Oh, here we are, look. Britain's worst troll. Look at these newspapers that implicated themselves in this. Stupid fucks. Prison is toxic environment with uncomfy beds. It was called malicious, evil, and manipulative. She's joined jail for 9 years. Complained jail isn't very comfortable. Jerry Lawton. I'm going to have to record that name. Jerry Lawton. Look at it, just the Daily Star. I'm glad I found this one because they've got a big office in Luton. They shut down now. I think their actual newspaper. I don't think the newspaper actually exists anymore. Let's see if the Daily Star exists. I think it does. Yeah. Yeah, so they've got a lot to answer to still. Cool. I'm glad I found that one because I always just quote the. Well, these are kind of subsequent articles, really. But the Sun didn't touch the case for the first year. And they then made an article a year later, and it was only the Mirror, the Telegraph, and the Daily Mail. Daily Mail did the most, I believe, articles with the Telegraph. The Sun did an article a year later in some sort of sensationalist kind of like, oh, look what happened a year ago. It was weird, even though they never mentioned it at the time. And then the Guardian didn't mention it for 10 years, and they first did an article when the hoaxed podcast come out. And I believe it may have been because they didn't want to highlight to that sort of they wanted to cover up initially to the kind of right wing people that were more inclined to acknowledge the reality, and then that goes both ways. But then the Guardian people, they kind of kept in a shadowy kind of mist around it to kind of make it look like it was a right wing issue and stuff. And then they sort of had to kind of, when the truth was just became more clear, they had to create. Well, when Ella originally published the first website of the HampsteadExposed.com, with the document A, that's when they seem to have created the documentary or the podcast. That's when they still seem to start attacking with the podcast hoaxed. And then the Tortoise Media one with Alexi Mostrous. And then they created Accused, the Channel 4 documentary. So we are.
So the dead can no longer testify, but the survivors, who have received enough protection through the public, they testify that there is still one huge hurdle for the victims to tell their story. It is the fact that they were drawn into complicity as young children. So they are plagued by enormous feelings of guilt, and they must additionally fear being brought to justice themselves. This prevents them from speaking freely about the crimes.
Did you have to, or were you forced to, kill someone?
Yes. Yes, quite often. That even reinforces the silence. I felt just as similar to them. I thought I was just as bad as them, which now in retrospect sounds totally crazy. Yes. But I carried that guilt around with me for a very, very long time. For example, you have a knife in your hand for the first time yourself, you're guided by the perpetrator, and you have to kill the animals, and then later you just cut up babies and toddlers.
Annegret was also forced to kill. She describes her subsequent feelings of guilt and suicidal thoughts. She describes this as a vicious cycle of first being a victim and then a perpetrator. Filled with guilt, Katharina also told her counselor, "These hands killed." The counselor then escorted her to the police. Annette had filed a complaint with the police against her own parents and against herself because one had forced her to kill. She also witnessed the torture of her then 11-year-old brother, who lay in front of her as a soulless, screaming and jerking body then. This touched her very strongly. Her brother later shot himself. Consistently, the survivors report that the cult members force them in the following ways. First, if you don't do it, someone else will, so you can't save this child from death anyway. Secondly, if you do not do it, you will be killed yourself. Trauma specialist Roswitha Ewald knows such descriptions of ritual abuse from many of her patients. The religious scholar Adelheid Hermann Pfand warns that the truly threatening satanic cults operate in secret.
Just to reiterate again, Clyde, but I guess you're just a conduit for bringing about the evidence in many ways. So I always take the good from any situation, any imposition. There's I'm not religious at all, or any particular, strict to one scripture. But there is that thing in the Bible about saying the no weapon formed against me shall prosper, that God will turn around any of the devil's tools to be used for good, to be something like that. I'm not sure where the verse is in that one, but yeah, that one's cool. And so the point is, it's not about whether they believe. I've not even read this comment yet. And that's what I read. Yeah. So basically, just reiterating this one. So it's not about whether they believe my shit. It's not my shit. It is children that they are lying about. Michaela, let me get this one. You ready? We'll just play this one while we find this other one. You know what she said about me writing to Alicia and Gabriel's children's school? Did you hear about Alicia and Gabriel having children? Both of them individually have got children, you know, according to Michaela. Is this acceptable, Clyde? Is this acceptable for her to go running around saying that Alicia and Gabriel have got children and that I contacted their children's schools? Scared about the devil's, scared about paraphrasing, using devil's tools now. Look at this fucking flapping. You're so shit scared. Are you? What would it make it? Would it like scare you less if I used the correct, exact, like whatever you call it, reading of it. So yeah, this one though. Just while I find the other one.
Boy described how he took it on the back of his hand, like a mountain on the back of his hand. The police said how the boy described it. It was not how people.
This is the problem, Clyde. Where did the police say this? I've not ever seen the police say this. Where's she getting it from? Why don't she show some sort of other verifying clarity to this bullshit made up shit? Because she can't, because she just says words on the internet to silence children that are being raped, trafficked and forced to kill other babies. And regardless, even if you don't want to acknowledge that bit, just the fact that they're being given powder drugs to sniff, she's covering up that they're being given powder drugs to sniff. Dude, we don't even need to cover the sexual abuse or the murder. You think that's okay? You think that we should just let it slide? Just let her crack on, just do her thing and abuse us in the process as well, like just to rub insult to injury, as they say.
Would take cocaine, and that's not my words. That's basically what the police said.
What was it? Don't sound very confident about that. Okay. Fucking hell, they've been relentless recently. No, I've just changed my filing process because it all gets a bit crazy otherwise. What's this one?
You fucking doubt. Why don't you
Shine,
fuck off?
hold on a second, right? But
Why don't you fuck off then?
Then don't you think she has a valid point?
Little friend I know.
Don't you think she has a valid point? That they're asking for donations at the time of Christmas time, heating bills, right? And saying that, oh, we've noticed you not donated. Don't you think that's like uncalled for? You think that's Babs' fault for saying that she's like offended?
I think it's a strange place to come and complain about it. Why not maybe go
Babs
to
can
Deeper
complain
or,
whatever she wants
you know.
about anything. If she feels comfortable coming here to just have a conversation, she didn't actually get any judgment. She didn't really get much of a reaction from Ghost. Ghost said, yeah, that is a bit bad, Babs. And they had a conversation. What's so bad about that?
Yeah, they've got like 3 conversations very similar to that. One where she's literally saying, oh, Tommy Robinson's begging, her words, not mine, begging for money, blah, blah, blah.
So
and she was talking to Clown World about them. She was talking to Clown World about the money tree in the back garden, which Tommy Robinson's. It is what it is, isn't it? To me, that's not patriotic.
She can go where she wants.
How long ago was that? How long ago was that then?
I don't think it matters when it was. It just matters that it was.
It fucking matters. Because
why
I
does it
can
matter?
turn around. What about when you were
So you wasn't a patriot 2 years ago, but you expect me to believe that you are now?
Two and a half fucking years ago.
You expect me to believe that you wasn't a patriot 2 years ago, and now you are? You've been around 2 minutes, Babs, and all you've done is shit all over everything, so Go and join your friend Jupiter and both do what you do best. Destroy things from within.
But then, listen, stop. I've probably been to more protests.
No, you haven't. Because you're literally a one-man band. You're a one-man band. You only support Tommy. I've supported many things over many years. I've been around this shit at least 3-4 times the amount of time that you've even been around, Bab. So don't try that shit.
You then. Nobody
But because you say so, and your fat mate Jupiter, well done. None of yous are relevant to shit. None of yous are relevant to shit. None of you are relevant to shit. You are both frog boiling, piss drinking cunts. That's that.
But can I throw this out there?
Guys, let Joe go, right?
While I was muted up, yeah. I was muted up. All I need is 30 seconds, yeah? 30 seconds,
Dan,
please.
no,
Yeah?
hang on a minute, son. Can we get this over and done with? Yeah?
Shines was in the queue first.
Dan, you are a fucking coward because you fucking turn around and you arrange to meet people for fights. Yeah.
I was there, you mad
You
bitch.
don't turn
I
up.
was there.
No, you weren't. Don't fucking lie.
Well, the only evidence people have seen is the evidence of me there. So I think that sort of
Nobody's even
shows that.
seen any evidence of you being there.
It's been played on air.
Jupiter's always trying to make it about herself. No, we'll speak about Kaylee happily. You jumped on and made it about fucking Jupiter. Don't get it twisted.
Well,
That's
the
just
thing
that.
is, Kaylee has gone into the real world with so many people, even Babs, even you.
Yeah.
She's tried to do it all too. So we were talking about real world actions, not silly words on YouTube, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but it's not about things like real life. It's about words to him. He only cares about words.
You know, and he says he cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorize their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't vote for right politics, or is it asked?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's it, Luke. That's it. Because who doesn't vote for the right politics? Sorry, I think we're gonna have to listen to that one again. Let's just get this explanation for this imaginary scenario that Luke just enforces with his incredible bullshit.
All the schools that she got in touch with. What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became...
See what I'm saying, bruv? The danger of saying words just because you don't feel comfortable in your own skin, in your own house, that you just have to come online and say words because... But then the catch-22, as the saying is that, oh no, but then you actually have a responsibility if you just keep saying words that you might get implicated in pedophiles trying to help you cover up stuff. So then you just keep saying more words to try and get out of that. And then it comes and fucks you over because you fucked over a load of children, didn't you, Michaela, on the Ovosa, 7 Joan Crescent, Eltham?
Because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorize their children. Fuck.
What children? Can you show us any evidence? Like Smiler said, actually we're going to play that Smiler one again. So where are these children? Where Alicia and I've never heard of Alicia and Gabriel having children separately to each other. Hopefully, you'd hope if there was any existent, but yeah, she's suggesting that they've both got children. They're 19 and 20. Nobody has heard from them. I don't believe anybody, nobody I am aware of has heard of them or their whereabouts. Well, I do know through the mother of the situation and everything else, but in terms of the public, well, they haven't got children. Put it that way, Michaela. They haven't got fucking children, as far as we are aware.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they're not. They don't vote for right of politics, or is it asked?
Yeah.
Well, Lisa and Gabriel don't vote for the right politics, so I'm terrorising them.
You knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorise their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they're not. They don't vote for right of politics, or is it asked?
Yeah, exactly.
My mic wasn't on. A moment just to process what she did there. Clyde wants us to play it. Get Gwen. Should we play it Gwen? When? When you even put capitals, you could have noticed that, surely. I know when you type on the YouTube, it scrolls down a bit, and it's difficult to. But you could look back up at the top of your message. Still. So what you trying to say, Clyde? Sorry, your credibility.
Saying, oh, it's Jupiter always trying to make it about herself. No, they were speaking about Kaylee happily. You jumped on and made it about fucking Jupiter. Don't get it twisted.
Well, the thing is, Kaylee has gone into the real world with so many people, even Babs, even you.
Yeah.
She's tried to do it all too. So we were talking about real world actions, not silly words on YouTube, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but it's not about things like real life. It's about words to him. He only cares about words.
You know, and he says he cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorise their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they're not. They don't vote.
No. Just coming up with shit. You're just saying words for the sake of either you know what you fucking done, Luke, or you're just a narcissist cunt, and you just feel like the right to do it because you're a narcissist cunt. Stupid prick. So, Clyde, could you explain what you meant then, please, here? When they were, is what she said, you fucking moron. That's what I said she said, when they were grown adults and had children, yeah. So what's your next comment? You two are fucking thick, don't listen properly, and makeup issues aren't even there. You're thick. So, Clyde, it sounds like you're trying to derail yourself, like, from accepting what she said, where you just repeated what she said. When they were grown adults and had children. Have they had children, Clyde? No, they haven't had children. So why did she say this? What does this mean, Clyde? What does this mean to you? Why you typed it out, you bothered to type it out. That's what I said she said. Oh, the irony. Wow, this is just hypocrisy to the nth degree. Just don't answer questions in a reasonable debate. So you're just avoiding what I'm asking you at the same time as typing other things to other people. This is... It's like, Hayley, the one when you play when Babs accuses you of jumping on the bandwagon in 2022. And then you're like, and then Gary O'Brien comes in and Wavy says, "Yeah, you ain't got any videos," and you're like, "But I play them all the time." And then Helen says something that bigs up Babs, and you're like, "This is unreal." The way you said that is just so perfect. You're just like, "This is unreal. You are saying these things to me. You're backing each other up. You're just lying to each other in my space. This is unreal." Fuck, morons. I just told you exactly what it says. Do we have to listen to it again? And you wrote what it says, and I said that it said that. Don't get angry, Jake. They are satanic, fake people that are trying to manipulate you. We're going to have to listen to it again, aren't we?
So we were talking about real world actions, not silly words on YouTube, for fuck's sake.
Fuck's sake?
Yeah, but it's not about things like real life. It's about words to him. He only cares about words.
You know, and he says he cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorize their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't vote for right politics, or is it asked?
Yeah, exactly.
Clyde, please come on the panel and try and gaslight me in real times. Oh yeah, I just really like loads of the ways that you present stuff, and try and I can try and relay it in my own way. But yeah, what do you mean, Clyde? What do you mean? They said I listened to it. You're saying you don't listen. You create issues that are not there. I played it 3 times. You've not explained that you wrote exactly what I said she said. I think maybe you're just trying to waste time with this. Well, you're just trying to stall. This is it. It's there's this whole thing about stalling, isn't there? Stalling. Just what was it? We discussed it yesterday, Kaylee, about them trying to stall and oh, he's so angry. He's getting like Danny West yesterday with you, Kaylee, when Danny West started saying what mood's Danny West in today, shall we see? One thing, Bleeding, there is no way of telling who is. One thing, Bleeding, there is no way of telling who is Izzy. Who is Izzy? I don't get it. Let's just the previous question. Let's just look at the well, this is the this is the explanation. Oh, projection moronic brain dead fuckwit. That sounds about right. It'd be good if Nixie came round and actually fucking slapped herself up the head and realised what she had done, and you know, forgave herself for it. She's only up the road from me in Milton Keynes. Okay, so Danny West. Kaylee, how is asking questions you won't answer me flapping? And for your information, you know I am not Danny West. Oh, that was pretty fitting comment to read. It's just not going to work, is it? When he's claiming not to be Danny West and saying things, it doesn't make any sense to him saying stuff. Bleeding Piss to Bed says that asking questions is not normal discourse at Oliver. So he's talking to Clyde as if he's Oliver. This was just on a whim. This was concerned Clyde for free trolls, free speech, trolls, abuse. Just because of the Should we get it up just for context, just so everyone's clear?
And what did the police say to you that you'd been accused of?
They'd said, I'm okay with what they said. It's more that it had come from my children. They'd said I'm the leader of a satanic sex cult, pedophile ring, and there's 100+ involvement in this, including Cathcast, the police, social services, the school, and I'm the leader of this.
Now, what Dearman just said is not true. The transcripts of the police interviews show that cult allegations were not even mentioned at Barnet Police Station on the 15th of September. During this interview, Dearman was asked to respond to allegations made by his 8-year-old son that were never retracted regarding incidents that had happened at East Finchley swimming pool. This seems to be quite an open-minded.
And what did the police say to you that you'd been accused of? And what did the police say to you that you'd been accused of?
They'd said, I'm okay with what they said. It's more that it had come from my children. They'd said I'm the leader of a satanic sex cult, pedophile ring, and there's 100+ involvement in this, including Cathcast, the police, social services, the school, and I'm the leader of this.
Now, what Dearman just said is not true. The transcripts of the police interviews show that cult allegations were not even mentioned at Barnet Police Station on the 15th of September. During this interview, Dearman was asked to respond to allegations made by his 8-year-old son that were never retracted regarding incidents that had happened at East Finchley swimming pool.
Clyde, you are so desperate. Look at this. They don't get long prison sentences for stating the obvious. This was in regards to Brian Leroy Hansford and AJ Adam of the family Lashbrook. And then Danny West accusing Kaylee of gaslighting. And then this is a sort of gaslighting abuse. Just tragic attempts day in, day out. After all these years of thinking that it's still going to somehow succeed in, it's like we were discussing yesterday how Ghost is like picked up this tactic on the last legs of this this paedophile cover-up operation that Ghost has fully implicated himself in like paedophile. He's like by proxy or Munchausen picked up this disease of psychologically abusing people to try and it's more like a fear-based it's a fear-based denial reaction delusion. It's like what they're all doing. Michaela, Becca, like they're all just abuse. Luke just keeps doing it since just getting worse. Well, I suppose Luke he hit a climax, didn't he? He hit a peak of where he was like most abusive, and he was just as abusive as he could possibly be. And I suppose he's just kind of fizzled out into he's just. I think he knows he's done, and he's just clutching on to. You should have heard them at midnight last night on Taffy. Taffy finished just a few minutes after midnight, and Luke played the songs over the midnight, and Luke was like, "Well, 2005 was crazy, wasn't it? Let's hope 2006 is 10 times better." What was he saying? That was about it, really. But it's. Yeah. Is this a reply to Clyde, I guess? You're exposed but not exposed. You won't admit to. He basically he's admitted that was him that did try and get the GoFundMe taken down, but then he also hasn't technically admitted to being he hasn't shown that Clyde Stanhope is a real person, has he? Because there's multiple names with driving offences across USA. Slightly, I think there was a year discrepancy in the date of birth, wasn't there, and stuff like going from California to Florida and things like that. So, yeah, exactly. Clyde thinks he can just use Esau as a get out for everything all the time. Sorry, I'm not. It's difficult to keep up the comments while doing everything else. But yeah, I'm still really kind of. I don't know how much time to give Clyde. Obviously, this whole thing about Michaela saying that the children had children. You're saying that's just pure gaslighting, isn't it? To say that I didn't say that, and then to type out as if I didn't say it. Oh yeah, I missed this one. Apparently, Kaylee is very active on TikTok. She doesn't even think she finished setting up an account. She definitely doesn't actually post on TikTok. Slanderous, dangerous, whore of Satan, TikTok, Michaela, on the Ovoso, 7 Jones present. Yeah, that holiday accent she does. Let's just play one of those. That'll be so funny. Just to lighten the situation a little bit. Let's just play this one more time.
All the schools that she got in touch with. What about the Hopestead children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorise their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't.
Actually gone with not actually is. Islam.
I just think when you hate to say it, man, most of them, I don't know the stats on it, so this is just going by what the feeling of, which isn't really anything to go by really, but I think a lot of people come out of prisons as maybe that's an ignorant observation.
What, being
But
radicalised, you mean?
yeah. Well, they, you know, I
Hello?
just think it gives a bit of stability to people. You know,
Yeah.
where they had no stability in their life, they've all of a sudden got a bit of a purpose.
Yeah.
Like trying to pay,
What's that?
Most of them grew up.
Yeah. Don't know who that was. Okay.
I think most of them grew up here. A lot of them grew up in like Christian households, and then they become criminals for some reason.
I played Ricky back to himself. I went on his stream and played himself back to himself, saying, where is it? I've not got it in this bit. Oh, it's in clips 1. I know it is. So what was I going to find? A holiday clip. I can't find where I can't remember where I put the holiday clips of Michaela now. I've lost track. Let's just play the rest of this while I'm doing this.
This seems to be quite an open-minded establishment. In fact, Finchley Lido was the first swimming pool to introduce gay nudist days and events. Here are the allegations that Dearman was being questioned about.
Do you know East Finchley swimming pool?
I know it. Is it near the cinema? Is it? I know where the swimming pool is, but I haven't been there. So, how old were you when you went there?
4 years old.
Yeah. And so, how old would your sister have been?
When I was 3, my sister's 1 year older than me.
So she would have been what, 5?
If I was 4, she would have been 5. If I'd been 5, she would have been 6.
And who would go with you,
My
your
dad.
sister and your dad?
My dad.
Anyone else?
No.
So 3 of you would go. And when you
No, not 3 of us only. Other people, they did sex to us.
Okay. And are they people anyone knew, or are they just?
But I know them.
How do you know them?
They're my dad's friends, and and they're people from my school, my teacher.
Oh, okay. So, and would you wear your swimming suit to the swimming pool or get changed there?
No, there's a changing room, and he used to touch us there.
Okay, so there's a changing room. Yeah. And you said
it's really big. Really
okay,
big.
so it's you and your sister.
Yeah.
And as I said, I haven't been there. So tell me, was your sister allowed to go in the same changing room as you, or did she have to go in the girls' one?
No. My dad, my sister, and me were in the changing room.
So you go for your swim.
Yeah.
So where does the sex happen then?
In the changing room, and also in the toilets. The disabled toilet.
In the disabled toilet?
Yeah.
And who does that?
My dad, my dad's friends.
Your dad and your dad's friends?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me about one of the times you can remember at the swimming pool when this happened.
Lots of times, I remember.
Is there one that you remember best?
No, I don't like them. I don't like them.
So in the Barnett interview, Dearman is explaining to DC Savage about the trip to the swimming baths and how he communicated with Richie, the social worker, about buying clothes, buying swimwear for the children. Dearman also described in the interview to DC Savage that he did not have a lot of money at the time, allegedly because he'd just been burgled.
And Spike, the social service, he sticks a plastic willy right inside my bottom and I can feel it on my belly.
Who does this?
Spike, the social service.
And what about this fellow Richie from the social?
And Richie, there's a man called Richie, And these are our social services.
Does he come to your school?
And he comes to he comes to a school, yes, that's true. He comes to a school and he does sex to us and he knows Papa.
Fellow from the social service?
Yes. He comes also to
He knows your father. How does he know your father?
They met somehow. When we wasn't with Papa, they met and then they got better friends and better friends and better friends and better friends.
This is the transcript of the police interview where DC Savage is interviewing Dearman, and the questioning goes in the direction of why did he choose a larger than normal changing room to change with his 9-year-old daughter and 8-year-old son. There's quite a lot of stuff there that seems important, so I'm not going to read it out. Just stop the video and read it yourself. This is the transcript of the police interview where DC Savage is interviewing Dearman, and the questioning
Might as well do this while I'm here, actually, because it's all good for my work development process, cognitive, and getting the justice for getting clarity with the case and everything else. So I will just read these bits of. It's amazing how much Dearman speaks in the transcript. The what do you call it? The testimony, the interview. Sorry, how much on the transcript he tells the interview.
To us, and he knows Papa.
Fellow from the social service?
Yes. He comes also to.
He knows your father. How does he know your father?
They met somehow. When we wasn't with Papa, they met, and then they got better friends, and better friends, and better friends, and better friends.
This is the
So DC Savage. Okay, so when all three of you got changed together, whereabouts was that? Yeah, I can tell you. If you go, you do payment, go through. It has a turnstile. Go through the turnstile. Go right, and what it is, it's like a not open plan, but you've got when you go around the corner, you've got like a little shop in the corner. You turn right, and you have like 3 or 4 showers, 4 or 5 showers here, and then you have the lockers where you put your things in, and then there's cubicles here, and we're in. Can I draw you? See, this is a classic over explanation. This is described in what do you call it? Speech analysis. Over explanation of that one I did with the Jerry and McCann, the McCann parents, Kate and Jerry McCann. Yeah, fine. Then the policeman, yeah, fine. So payment desk here, front door here, yeah. So you come here, you go payment here.
The transcript of the police interview where DC Savage is interviewing Dearman.
Yeah, and the door here, the pool is here, the pool is here, and there's another pool actually here. This is the front one, and this is the proper kind of for more serious, up and down lengths. So turn right, and then you got shop here, and then you've got some changing things here, and then you go here into this space here. Sorry, it's actually like that actually. And then what you have is these are changing here, changing rooms, your pens. Okay. Yeah, the pen's going to run out. Okay, I've got one.
And the questioning goes in the direction.
You can just explain it, DC Savage. You can just explain it, he says. Dearman. Then you have showers here, 4, and you've got a changing room here, changing room here, changing room here. These changing rooms you see here, not these ones. These are like 3 or 4 changing rooms here, and then you've got your lockers. This area is locker and locker. Thank you, DC Savage says. Dearman. So you've got lockers here. DC Savage, yeah. Ricky Dearman. Lockers are here. And you've got lockers here. Okay, and here. You see the thing with these here, these changing rooms, it was...
Why did he choose a larger than normal changing room?
It was this one here. Now these changing rooms are bigger, yeah? And these ones here. So that's why these ones are Savage. Okay. And why choose a big one, sir? Dearman. Because there's 3 of us. Savage. Yeah, fine. Dearman. Yeah. DC Savage. Okay, sir. Thank you for that. Can I just thank you? See what's another police officer. Yeah, no problem. Well, quite likely paedophile, fake police officer. DC Savage. The bigger ones, were they for anybody in particular? Were they for anybody in particular? Dearman, anyone. So anyone can use them, DC Savage. Dearman, yeah. And there's family in all of them. That's why I went there as well.
To change with his 9-year-old daughter.
Was there anything else inside these changing rooms? Obviously, you've got changing rooms, you 3. What else is inside? Yeah, here, on this wall here. Yeah, there's a baby changer. DC Savage. Yeah, okay. Ricky Dearman. And basically, what I do is, because I'm quite tidy as a person, so I lay out our clothes there and towels. I don't like them standing on the floor in the wet. So I use kind of old towel for them to stand on and get a new one to get dried on. So there's a baby changer there. Anything else in the room, sir?
And 8-year-old son.
No, nothing at all. Nothing. No bench. DC Savage. There's a bench. Ricky Dearman. I've even got a photo. I may even got a photo. See, look at this bullshit. No, nothing at all. Nothing. No bench. So let's just double check. That's Dearman saying that.
Changing room to change with his interview. Dearman. And the questioning goes in.
Lockers are here. Lockers are here.
The direction of why did he choose a larger than normal?
Oh, Dearman, yeah, and that's where the families are, all in them. That's why I went there as well, so anyone can use them.
Changing room to change with his 9-year-old daughter.
Was there, so DC Savage, look, so there was a baby. Anything else in the room, sir?
And 8-year-old son.
See, there's this little post, this thing about the little information thing from the Word document there. So I'm just, that must be Dearman that says that. No, nothing at all. Nothing. No bench. And then DC Savage says there's a bench. So is he questioning? Is he not heard him properly, or is he saying there is a bench? I'm not sure. And then so Dearman saying I've even got a photo. I may have even got a photo. So why might he have even got a photo of the disabled changing room? That's the question, obviously. Okay, sir. Can I show you? If you've got a photo, sir, I think I have a photo, or I might have put it on here. Don't worry, sir. We'll get it in a minute. Look at the way he talks to Dearman. This is a voluntary interview. Dearman has gone to under this questioning, not being questioned about a cult, as he says in the interview with Victoria Derbyshire. Ricky Dearman, I might have even got it in. I have a photo of them in the changing room. Cheers, sir. Look at this. Cheers, sir. Fucking morons. Bless them. Corrupted people. Ricky Dearman, together. Okay, so you obviously know what your son has disclosed, sir.
There's quite a lot of stuff there that seems important. So
yeah. DC Savage. So Dearman, yeah. DC Savage. Would there be any reason why you would need to touch his backside whilst throughout the changing, you know? Dearman, no, not at all. Sorry, none at all. DC Savage. Okay, sir. Dearman, in fact, I didn't even dry them. DC Savage. Okay. Ricky Dearman. They are 8 and 9. They dry themselves. DC Savage. Whilst they were in your care, did your ex-wife, Ricky Dearman, my ex-girlfriend, DC Savage, ex-girlfriend, Ricky Dearman. Sorry, yeah, we lived together. DC Savage, sorry. Ricky Dearman, no, it's okay. This is fucking ridiculous.
I'm not going to read it out. Just stop the video and.
DC Savage, inaudible. So your ex-girlfriend, did she sort of say Gabriel needs like Sudocrem on his backside or some sort of something like that? Excuse me. Ricky Dearman, no, nothing. Absolutely nothing. DC Savage, no, okay, so no. Ricky Dearman, absolutely doesn't make any sense at all. DC Savage, no, okay, sir, no, now I know. Now I know. Ricky Dearman, no talc, no nothing. Oh, I tell you what, I may have, but this is what I may have done, is I have quite expensive oils. Wow. DC Savage, okay. Ricky Dearman, aftershave. DC Savage, aftershave, yeah? Dearman, zoom things in the way. Okay, what I do is I put a bit behind, I put a bit here. I go like that and...
Read it yourself.
And then they do that. Yeah, so you're rubbing it together on your wrists. I'm just saying regarding any application, Ricky Dearman, I'm just saying that regarding any application, I'm just being really specific here. I spray on their wrist and then they put that. May have happened that day because I used it, you know? DC Savage. But you're saying there's no reason why you didn't touch your son's backside. Ricky Dearman, not at all. DC Savage, in any way, okay. Also, sir, Ricky Dearman. Oh, and I might have, sorry to interrupt you, I may have put or gave them, and I can show you it's in the car. Both of them put maybe, and this is just maybe. I need to think back.
Towards the end of the...
DC Savage. But what you're saying is because you've got 2 children with you, you needed a big one. Ricky Dearman, absolutely. Okay, because Ricky Dearman, because these ones here are smaller than these 4 here. You said, oh, sorry, yeah, no, still, I thought I might have read this bit already. DC Savage, okay, sir, thank you. And you said inside the changing room, there's just a little, like, a baby changer. Ricky Dearman, and a seat. DC Savage, and a seat. And you used the baby changer to sort the clothes out. Ricky Dearman, that's right. DC Savage, nice, neat and tidy, and rightfully so when you've got children. Okay, sir. My last question on this subject literally is, why do you think your son is saying this?
Talking about possible cosmetic.
When they did, DC Savage. So, yeah, so you're rubbing it together on your wrist. I'm just saying regarding any application. I read this bit early. I know.
Cosmetics or
wax. So, DC Savage. Hair wax. Oh, hair wax. That's okay. Hair wax. Okay. So I'll just move on to the next question. And as a father, it could be quite upsetting for you, but we're just going on we've been told, sir. So at any stage, did you insert anything into your son's backside? Ricky Dearman, no. DC Savage, have you ever inserted anything into your son's backside? Ricky Dearman, no. DC Savage, okay, sir. But you do confirm that you did go to East Finchley swimming baths, and you say on that day it was
products
after
that may have been
getting.
used. Dearman admits that there was a hair wax that he can't remember, but possibly used on himself and the children, which seems a little bit odd in the way that it was brought up. And after listening to his son's retraction, which isn't a retraction at all in the case of the Finchley swimming pool, then it seems to bring up more questions than answers.
Your children were interviewed on 3 separate occasions by the police. On the first and second occasion, they made the allegations about you.
Yes.
Abusing them, sexually abusing
Yes.
them, being the leader of this satanic cult.
Yeah.
Various other adults involved.
Yes.
Abused in all sorts of places, fast food restaurants,
Yeah.
churches, swimming pools.
Swimming baths. Yeah, sure.
How do you know it's glue?
I feel it's sticky after.
Right, so you feel it's sticky.
Yeah.
And what else makes you think it's glue?
Like it's like watery. Like
So why couldn't it be something else other than glue? What makes it definitely glue?
because it's sticky and because it's like smudgy. Like
And who does that?
my dad smudges my bottom. He stretches my bottom really hard.
Remember, we're only talking about in
Yeah.
the disabled toilet.
Yeah, that's what happens. And he
Okay.
stretches my bum really hard. So my bum is really stretchy. Can like stretch really hard,
Right.
long.
You said something else to put in the plastic willies or something. What does that mean?
Do you know what a willy is?
Yes.
They put plastic willies in my bottom, and then and then it bleeds after they take it out.
And how do they get it in your bottom?
They stretch it, and then they put it in.
Right. And so they put it in.
Yeah.
And how does that feel?
Really hurting. And they
How
also
much?
tell me to suss their willies, the real ones.
They read to what?
They also tell me to suss their willies, the real
Sus.
ones.
What
Yeah.
does that mean?
They suck.
Suck.
To the real ones, not the plastic ones.
And who makes you do that?
My dad, all the mans.
All the man.
But the ladies tell me to lick the middles.
What does that mean?
Like, do you know the middle, like between your bottom and your foot private? Do you know the middles? He tells me to lick it.
The lady.
Yeah.
This is Gabriel's retraction video from the 17th of December, 2014.
And what about, you told me about obviously the swimming pool. You told me lots of people in these disabled toilets, and they've done stuff with you.
That's true. This is true. Yeah.
It's true. Even though you said you was only 4 and you hadn't been to that school.
No, they were friends. Like.
So Dearman totally avoids the question put to him by Victoria, which was, what did the police say to you? And carries on to explain the allegations about the cult from the children.
And I'm the leader of this. And I mean, I'm sat across, and they're recording this, and I'm sat across from the table from the police officer asking the questions.
He doesn't know how to answer that because it never happened. The police were talking to him about the incident at Finchley swimming pool. This is a really unnecessary bit of acting, so I'm just going to speed this up for a minute.
My kids are wonderful.
And this is the day that we covered this, and Clyde Stanhope, known as the only name we have for him as such, concerned trolls with free speech, and Oliver Onion changed his name to Oliver Onion based on this small clip here where Ricky doesn't shed a tear but really, really tries. And this is this person speeding up the video. If we slow it down to normal speed.
And
They've done stuff with you.
Yeah,
really.
that's true. This is true, yeah.
It's true. Even though you said you was only 4 and you hadn't been to that school.
No, they had like, they were friends, like.
So Dearman totally avoids the question put to him by Victoria, which was, what did the police say to you? And carries on to explain the allegations about the cult from the children.
And I'm the leader of this. And I'm sat across and they're recording this, and I'm sat across from the table from the police officer asking the questions.
He doesn't know how to answer that because it never happened. The police were talking to him about the incident at Finchley swimming pool.
They said that my children,
This is a really unnecessary bit of acting, so I'm just going to speed this up for a minute.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay.
My kids, wonderful. Yes. I was shaping them in, and we was cooking. They were they were. They were showing with their hand movements how I would get their hand on the knives, and we would cut the baby's neck, drain the
He got a
blood,
little
and
bit
then
tongue-tied there when he started to talk about cooking, and then suddenly changed the subject.
Horrific detail.
I should do a compassionate reach out to Ricky and anyone else. Ricky, your best, if you have it in you to put this right and come out and just sort it out and help the process, you will be respected, for doing the right thing, and it can all be explained as to how people ended up in this situation. Like with the documentary I started with, this has been going on for decades, centuries, and it's just got thankfully outed now. Oh, I didn't have the volume up on this one.
Brigitte Hahn, the commissioner of the Counseling Center for Organized and Ritual Violence of the Münster Diocese, explains that anyone who wants to renounce the cult group is in mortal danger. For many years, she accompanied women who wanted to leave a satanic cult. This counseling center was closed because of the influence of the satanic community Brotherhood of Samael and a Spiegel media campaign by Christopher Pilz.
Well, coincidentally, this shows that obviously the fear that and the duress that you are felt, the pressure you're put under to keep the cult going, but for your soul, this is it, where your soul needs to realize that, face that fear, like the quote from the June book. Let's get that one up, actually. You know it's not a life to be living. You know you can release yourself from the possession and the suffering. Like, you must feel when you have to do these violent things that what it's doing to your soul, and you can be released from this. We will help you. We'll make sure that you will help. So the phrase "fear is the mind killer" from Frank Herbert's Dune was evolved from a philosophical mantra into a literal, tangible threat in the television series Dune Prophecy, where it is reinterpreted as a bioengineered virus that targets the brain's amygdala, the center of fear, causing fatal internal combustion when fear is resisted. This reimagining transforms the original concept, where fear is overcome through mental discipline and acceptance, into a physical manifestation of the very danger it warns against, making the listening a survival mechanism in a world where fear literally kills. The original meaning, as established in Herbert's work, emphasizes that fear disables rational thought, turning individuals into reactive, animalistic beings, and the litany serves as a tool to transcend this state by facing fear without resistance. The full litany against fear reads, "I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain." And then it goes on to explain more about the actual literacy.
More details can be found in these documentaries. To summarize, a big hurdle to testify about satanic ritual abuse is the enforced complicity and the fact that the victims are not believed, as it sounds too inconceivable. And thirdly, the victims and witnesses have had to face death threats. Despite of this, hundreds of victims and witnesses now talk and describe the same cruel rituals all over the world, uncoordinated and completely independently of each other. Countless victims report unanimously that they were transported to different places in the world where large satanic ceremonies had taken place. They report that many elite people were present at these large satanic meetings and ceremonies, during which the children were victims of ritualistic mass rapes, and cruel child sacrifices were performed in the name of Satan. It is imperative that these many consistent witnesses be investigated by independent bodies, since it is clear from the testimonies that the judicial system worldwide is involved in these crimes. I will briefly summarize several statements of survivors now. Please stay with me. Jeanette Archer was born into a family in London that belonged to a satanic cult for many generations. She was ritually abused for many years and attended child sacrifices. She was also chased with other children through dark woods in so-called hunting games of the upper class with dogs. In the process, again and again, many children were killed in a cruel way. She was tortured extremely, for example, with electric shocks and with waterboarding. She says that her supervisor at the Tavistock Institute was Klaus Schwab, the director of the World Economic Forum. Jeanette also reported that she attended satanic rituals at the estates of the British royal family, and that David Rockefeller was a participant in these rituals. He reportedly wanted to take her to the USA and make her a star there. Jeanette Archer also explains the importance of Halloween in the satanic cult. Halloween is celebrated with mass sacrifices of babies and children. Nesya also talks about all these cruelties involving child sacrifices and cannibalism, exactly the same descriptions that Elka gave. She describes that money, violence, and greed are the greatest joy for these heartless creatures. She also reports that when women turn to the dark side, they are much, much worse than men. Women are more deceitful, tougher, and more brutal. Elisha as well gives account of ritual abuse, rape, and sodomy. She was tortured with electric shocks, nearly drowned several times, and was drugged and hypnotized. She now informs on how the Luciferian Satan worshippers practice these cruelties for thousands of years. Elena also tells of the same cruel things and how she was locked into dark rooms for days without food, drink, or clothing. Lily was forced to kill babies and eat human flesh in rituals. She was forced to watch as pregnant women were cut open, alive, and disemboweled. Vincent, a French boy, was raped repeatedly by his own father from the age of 5. He reported that his father had a video collection of gang rapes, tortures, and murders on camera, known as snuff videos. Many witnesses and victims report the same thing. Vincent had been forced by his father to watch one such snuff video in which a girl was shot by his father's friend. His father threatened the same would happen to him if he told anyone about it. In their book, Green Stuff, the Child Sex Mafia in Germany, Chief Detective Manfred Paulus and police psychologist Adolf Gawitz describe the existence of snuff videos, and they also report extremely brutal child sex scenes, including the rape of babies, as well as sex with disabled or dead children. Abuse victim Karin recognized the Webelsburg as crime scene. She reports of an altar on which her child, with whom she was 6 months pregnant, was aborted and subsequently sacrificed. Micah and Leah were also able to identify the Webelsburg as the scene of their horrific experience of ritual violence, including manhunts. Micah had been systematically sexually abused and passed around from an early age. There was not a single perpetrator, but many hundreds of perpetrators. She also describes a cage in which children were held captive. Julia also tells about this in her interview about ritual violence. Rika also reports of ritual abuse at the Webelsburg, amongst others, but also in many other countries. Rika's family worshipped the devil. She was present at rituals where occult beings were invoked. This is what she says the worst experience for her was. Human sacrifice where mutilation and desecration were also performed. Michelle Smith was 5 years old when her mother surrendered her to a cult of devil worshippers. She had horrific experiences with satanic witches who sacrificed humans and animals. She experienced abuse and torture. She was buried alive and then again and again taken out. Michelle disclosed her horrifying experiences in her book entitled Michelle Remembers. When her book was published, a flood of other victims got in touch with her. Frances Toews survived satanic ritual abuse and extreme torture. Her parents were part of a satanic cult in Toronto and sold her for $600,000 when she was 3 years old. She says that, among other things, she was then used for secret military projects. She speaks of the challenging journey of healing, which was only possible through her turning to God. Carol Rutz says that she was sold at the age of 4 by her father to the U.S. government for secret experiments. For the next 12 years, she underwent training in which thousands of American children endured unimaginable psychological and physical pain. The goal of this brainwashing was absolute mind control over these children to turn them into compliant slaves who could be used for numerous purposes, from sexual seduction of high-ranking individuals up to assassinations. Laura tells she was so unbelievably and abysmally viciously abused in a way that no one could even imagine. personality parts then split off and you no longer have access to yourself. This is called multiple personality or dissociative identity disorder. The media say that therapists invent these things and talk the patients into them. But as early as 1900, the missionary Amy Carmichael saved temple children in India who were so satanically tortured that new, quote, inner persons separated. She was a witness from a time when there were no therapists. Karen is convinced that many people in clinics who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia or borderline syndrome are in fact victims of ritual violence. In this context, it is remarkable that Gabriele Hager, who is accused by her daughter of being a perpetrator of satanic ritual cruelty, describes her as schizophrenic. Gabriele Hager can now be fairly certain that no one will investigate whether she is truly committing satanic crimes, since her daughter is now considered to be unsound. In a ZDF program, Marie testifies about satanic monstrosities, amongst other things, the limbs of small children and babies being chopped off. Hundreds testify about such cruel things that can't even be named, and it doesn't seem rehearsed at all, or as if someone had talked them into it. Steve, for example, jabs himself in the leg with a needle during his entire testimony to physically block the pain that lives in his memories.
A dagger and said, "Finish him." I objected, and then I had a knife forced into my throat. And I know for a fact that if I hadn't have done what I said, then I'd have been swapping places with him. So I stabbed him in the throat. They weren't happy with that. I had to continue doing it and doing it and doing it. After that was done, they forced me to actually...
Kaya was subjected to...
It's a lot of testimonies all in one go. I think we get the idea for this for now. I don't need to play all this one through, I think, now. I think I might just play a bit of this. Animal rights.
So if the baby is born, the first thing that they do is they separate them from their mothers. Yeah. Do you know why they do that?
So the mother...
Yes.
No idea. It looks like it's probably something with animal husbandry.
Yeah, so it's a glove. So farmers, they use it. They put their hands all the way to their shoulder like this. Then they put the hands in the anus of a cow to hold their cervix, and then they inject bull semen in their vagina. Do you know why they do that?
For the retin or the... Wait, say that again?
So they put their hands in the anus of a cow.
Yeah.
Then they inject semen in their vagina.
Oh, see, for animal husbandry.
Yeah, to get them pregnant.
Yeah.
What do you think happens to the babies when they're pregnant?
Probably, I would imagine all factory farming is absolutely horrible.
Oh, this happens on small farms also.
Yeah.
So this isn't specific to factory farming because even if, let's say, that the cows reproduce on their own, what do you think farmers do to the baby?
And kill them, I'm sure.
Yeah. So if the baby is born, the first thing that they do is they separate them from their mothers. Yeah. Do you know why they do that?
So the mothers will still produce milk.
Yeah. So the mothers produce milk, but the reason why they separate them is because if they stay with their mothers, they drink the milk. So the mothers, we want to take as much milk as we want from them. Sometimes they feed some of the milk back. Most of the times they just feed them formula. If the baby is born male, they don't produce milk, so they kill them.
Yeah.
And if the baby is born female, the same fate as their mother, every year impregnated, every year exploited for their milk, babies taken away and all that. And around the age of 6 or 8 years old, they kill them. And cows can live 24 years. Do you know why they kill them at that early age?
No.
Because they can no longer get them pregnant.
Okay.
So this is like a standard practice in the dairy production. Yeah. There's a variation of that happening in smaller farms or large farms, of course, but it's happening everywhere. Like what I discussed, I saw it in my grandmother's backyard when I come from Romania and we had subsistence agriculture there. So do you think this is fair to treat animals this way?
No, like I said, I know there's a level of cognitive dissonance. You know what I mean? So I know I'm very aware of that. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's struggle with much of what we do in terms of our consumerism and so forth. So
Yeah, and I can agree with you that obviously under capitalism it's a little bit difficult to be ethical with a lot of our purchases, but obviously some purchases are worse than others, right? And wouldn't you say that purchasing an animal product when there's no need for it is worse than not purchasing it?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you think that you can choose to no longer purchase animal products? Could you ever go vegan? Like, have you ever considered doing that?
Probably not vegan, but I could cut down. I could, when I was vegetarian for a number of years, then I started, what happened was I actually started to eat meat. I started eating fish.
Yeah.
Because my job, I travel, and some places it's really difficult to be vegetarian. Like they'll say, or you have a salad and then want to put bacon in it, or oh, you're vegetarian, so you'll eat chicken. Really.
Yeah.
So that kind of got me back into eating meat, dairy products.
Yeah, I see.
With dairy, I've always eaten dairy, but yeah.
Yeah. But do you think that any sort of difficulty that you have with not consuming animal products is comparable to the difficulty that the animals have when you consume these animal products? Like the demand that you cause?
No, I'm not defending anything that I do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I said, I'm very aware.
You're aware of what's happening.
I'm very aware of much of the things that I do.
And it's bad, right?
Oh yeah. I'm not disputing anything that you say.
So let me ask you this, because if you say that it is bad, if I say that slapping women's asses going around and disrespecting women is bad, but then I go around doing it anyway, wouldn't that be kind of weird?
Yeah. Like I said, yeah. So what you're doing right now is you're challenging me.
I'm trying to challenge you. Exactly.
I know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah. So I'm trying to challenge you because, I understand what you mean. Like, it's difficult when you're in a position where you understand that what you're doing is bad, but you still continue doing it, right? Because my role over here, when I sit with people on the street and I have this experiment, I usually try to show people that they're either being logically inconsistent or they're not understanding what they're doing, and trying to get them to realize that consuming animal products is wrong. But you're already there, right? So I'm trying to understand what makes you still continue doing it then.
That's a good question, because I asked myself that. You know what I mean, not only with animal products, with much of consumerism, and in terms of how everything we do, these products, and just every, what I mean.
But don't peg them under the same thing, because the reason why I'm trying to separate them is because we can easily peg them all under the same umbrella as like no ethical consumption under capitalism. We can easily peg them under the same umbrella. But as we've established, there's some more ethical and more unethical choices anyway. So I'm not asking you to consume less or not have a life where your life wouldn't change that much, right? It's not that big of a change. It seems like a big of a change because it's something that's so ingrained in our life. But once you go past that change, maybe a month, maybe two, afterwards, life is exactly the same as it was before, right?
I saw that with vegetarianism.
Yeah.
So it's like I didn't stop eating meat. What I did was I reduced it, and eventually I didn't give up meat. Meat gave me up. You know what I mean?
Oh, but that wasn't also what I was saying, by the way.
But what I'm saying is that it wasn't I gradually phased it out.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, I know everything you're saying. Like, I'm not denying.
So what's keeping you from doing it?
That's a good point. I'm not quite sure. You know what I mean? And I actually do put it under the same umbrella, because some of our consumerism directly, has direct impact on lifespans of humans. You know what I mean? In terms of healthcare, just working conditions, etc. So I think it is all the same. Anything with the sentient.
It's not, but I can explain to you why it's not. So you're right that all sentient beings are the same, but the system is not the same. And there's a difference there, because there are systems that contain exploitation and systems that depend on exploitation. Like, for instance, when you're buying a phone or a jacket or stuff like that, those systems contain exploitation, right? Like, as you said, maybe some humans are paid unfairly, maybe they're kept in inhumane conditions, maybe the factory is hiring children or stuff like that, right? All of this is very bad, but you stopping paying those products will not get that to stop. Will just mean that factory will pivot into making something else, or maybe they'll fire all those people and those people will go move on somewhere else where they will work, because all of these issues are issues of a systemic manner where the country, like, we should continuously fight for this. I'm not saying that they're not important, but the way we fight for those is we go, we protest, we say, hey, it's inhumane, what would they do, and we try to change the system, right? We don't reject the system. Whereas when a system depends on exploitation, that means that there's no way to create these products without exploiting sentient beings. That means that system, there's no way to improve it. I mean, obviously there's better ways to do it, but there's no way where we end up with no exploitation. The only way to do it is to reject it. So in that way, the only way to stop that system from happening is to reject all the products that go there. So you see the difference? Like one, we need to improve the system, and obviously you can do better, maybe reduce, maybe whatever. But another is you just got to reject it altogether, because at the end of the day, the best world we would live in is one where we would not exploit animals.
Yeah. So again, not disagreeing overall, but I still see the parallels between all the systems are intertwined. So I you know what I mean? But I, like I said, I recognize what you're saying, and I think that vegetarianism, veganism, it's good for many reasons. So I mean, first and foremost, the pain, you know, an animal, but then environmentally, you know, when you think of climate change, you know, just everything health-wise is much healthier.
Yeah,
that's why I started eating vegetarian, because of health reasons. So it's a good question. You know what I
So
mean?
there's definitely a lot of benefits for us, right? But just to be clear, vegetarian is a diet. Vegan is not a diet. Vegan is a moral position of respecting animals, right?
Good point.
And obviously, as a consequence of it, you adopt the diet, and the diet can be healthier for you. But you know, saying like, I'm going to be vegan because I
don't even know what to suggest here regarding Danny's. You just type things thinking that you're just what's the word, invincible to judgment or acknowledgement of your. It's just totally, it's just entitlement, isn't it? Just abusive entitlement. It's just really sad. And I always give you the benefit of any doubt that you grew up in this generational abuse cult, and you've been trained basically to gaslight people and be an entitled supremacist from a very young age. Right, should we play the rest of this one?
Now Victoria realises that it's time to get him to move on from what he alleges that the police asked him in the interviews.
Was it abroad, you think, where your ex-partner and her new boyfriend filmed your children making these allegations, which were then uploaded onto the internet?
Yeah. What they did, they beat my kids. They called licks, where you get a spoon and you hit the kid. I said a kid. It was in this instance, it was my two children.
Now you slipped up there, Ricky. Let's have a look at what your children say about licks and you.
Do like he wasn't sure with me, like if I will do it. So then after he gave me licks, like hard ones, I can make your head bleed. My father. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So he gave me licks till I will say say that I will do it, Papa. I will do it for sure. I promise you. And after if I say I promise him that I will do it, then I'll have to do it.
Okay. What was the party like?
I don't like the party.
Why not?
They touch me.
Who?
They kick me. My front privates to hurt me. So when they stick a big plaster really in my bottom, and when it bleeds, if I cry, he like, do you know those spaghetti spoons?
Yeah.
Those metal ones. If I cry, he hits me on the head with it.
Okay.
But if I cry more, he hits me again. But if I cry more, the nurse teacher, Miss Marden, she injects me, and a sleeping injection on my neck, and then I fell asleep.
Excuse me. My next thought was, okay, let's Ricky, you've got to go and start to take things forward, getting to see your children more, and basically to eventually be the carer of my children.
Can you imagine what your children have been through?
A picture? What picture?
Like my dad has like pictures of me naked and doing sex to me when I was 1 year old.
Okay.
On his computer, he has like a photograph from like He keeps them, like the photographs.
Okay.
Me and Gabriel, my father learned me and Gabriel, well, taught me and Gabriel, both to fight with each other, but like worse than a cat and dog.
Okay.
So like grip each other on the hand and like scratch them and then pull each other's hair and all kind of stuff. And then pull my hand, bang me on the floor and then do that kind of bad stuff.
Perfect.
And then once my father taught me, like he did taught me, but he told me to make my my brother's head bleed, or like maybe like so like my brother's head bleed, so that it actually bleed. And so I said how.
Okay. So you're 4 years old.
Yeah.
You had wine,
Yeah.
red or white,
Yeah.
and then it made you feel like that. And you said also he gave you white powder.
Yeah, to sniff.
Tell me about this. Right.
And it's like chemicals in it. Like when I sniff it, like feels like I have things in my nose. Like feels I got like stuff in my nose.
Right. Okay. So.
And it makes me how's it called? Like how's it called? Cough. Like how's it called? Like how's it called? Like it just achoo like that. It makes you feel like that. Like how's it called? Not coughing. Like sneeze.
It makes you sneeze.
Yeah.
Okay. So this white powder, where did you get this white powder from?
Like like a not a jug. No, I mean like a packet. Like a
Packet. Tell me what this packet looks like.
It's like seafood.
Just seafood packet. And how big is it?
And he sits out on my hand.
Okay.
And then he tells me to sniff it.
Okay. How big is this packet?
Like that.
Okay. And how much of this white stuff's in that packet?
No, but he also has little mini packets.
So he's got a big packet like that.
Yeah, but he also gives us mini ones.
Okay. So
He doesn't give me to put it in my pocket, like he puts mini ones.
Right. So then he goes.
Stop contact. And be it I was violent to her, and I got domestic. Like I've apparently got a background of domestic violence. I don't.
Were you ever violent to her?
Yes, on 2 occasions, 3 occasions, but 2 occasions were the same. On 1 occasion, because of the abuse over the years with mom and myself, where she was just tried to hurt me, just verbally, and the children, and so I got her glasses, and I just out of frustration, I ripped her glasses up. That was one, and 2 other times I grabbed hold of mom with her jumper or whatever she had on, and I would shake her.
So why has Victoria Derbyshire fallen for Ricky Dearman's tale? She's a victim of extreme violence herself at the hands of her own father, who also denies it, but she still refuses to speak to him after 20 years. So one can only imagine what's going through her head by giving Ricky Dearman airtime.
Ricky, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you.
This is just the one. It's more over
Yeah, massive. Fancy going across onto the high? Disgusting, man. Oh my god. There you are. Look at this, man. Chaos.
There's one there. It doesn't look too good. Whether it's been sprayed or something.
Oh, brother, come be my keeper, hold me dear. Don't let the wreckage crawl when the wreckage wants. Now let's just ride on lives while the moment's right. No, don't you fold my wings for the fear of flight in your eyes. You curled up guards while I ponder death. Feels like this war is our dawning. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. Feels like this war is our dawning. Waking up to find a forest. Summon your sight to get us now. Reaching out to find me, Lord. Summon the fight to get us out. When all the world rained down on our safety's hood, it left me lying out with a pail of blood. Oh, brother, come be my keeper, hold me dear. I'll let the winter start when I say I've stood for us. You curl up gauze while I ponder death. It feels like this war is our dawn. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. Feels like this war is our dawn. Waking up to find a forest. Summon your sight to get us now. Reaching out to find me, Lord. Summon the fight to get us out. Forcing out, find the reach and warning. Out in front I see light. Forcing out, find the reach and hold it. All it takes to be alive. You curled up guards while I ponder dead. It feels like this war is our dawn. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. It feels like this war is our dawn.
Fucking shit.
Nah. If you see a picture of him, he looks like a male version of Deirdre Barlow in Strong, and she's the one who's quite strong. Yeah. I know what you're saying, man.
I feel like I'm sort of missing something. I'm missing out on something.
But into all them years thinking you might have missed something.
Yeah, I really do.
Man, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I don't mean to take this, but...
Yeah, but I've never been around religious people until now.
Okay.
Like my mum and dad became spiritualists much later on in life. And I'd already left home and married, got a family and that. So,
mind you, saying that, I do go to midnight mass at Christmas. I do.
Yeah.
Always take my boy. My boy enjoys going to church, actually.
Yeah, that's true,
Because I think
Jason. You never hear of atheist extremists. But I don't know, some people might think my opinions are a bit extreme, but we're missing, well, I'm missing something. I'm not getting it from these channels that I'm around, you know what I mean? Which I think is a shame. I don't want it to be about everybody else's plight.
Yeah, but you know, Judaism can be Christianity as well. Do you know that? It's similar.
Yeah, I know that, but I look. I know Luke said that I'm Jewish, but look, that's only to an extent, isn't it? Religiously, I'm not. I'm christened C of E, and I'm at this time. I know fuck all. And yet I've been around these channels for what, 4 years? And to me, that it was just the other week I started feeling a bit, why are we never talking about Christianity? Why aren't we talking about, how is it I don't know about Jesus? How comes we don't talk about Jesus? Why is it about everybody else? It's just a learning phase that you go through, I think. Because, you know, something is missing. I've always said that. There's something missing. For me, there's always something missing. And it might be that. But who knows? Because I spend so much time around this corner of YouTube and I'm just not getting any learning. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Moon, give
No,
me a
hello,
second.
Rev.
I've just got to ring up someone to send me some cigarettes. Hang on. Okay.
All right.
Give me-
Yeah, Rev, I was saying a couple of weeks ago that it's always been made, isn't it? We're a Christian country. We're a Christian country. But I never hear about Christians, Christianity, none of that. It's about other religions all the time. I don't even know about the life of Jesus, I know who turned him in. I know the Romans executed him. I don't know why, the wherefores, other than it was political. It's so basic and it's wrong. It's just wrong. Even if like, we can't deny, I've never denied that Jesus existed. He absolutely did. And he was a kind, caring person. There's nothing bad that anyone can say about Jesus. But we don't talk about him. We don't get to talk about him. But I will do. I'm going to go and find some channels. Debs has given me one guy. But I don't want debates between Christians and Muslims. I don't want any of that. I'm not interested in what Muslims have got to say against Christianity or what Christians have got to say against Islam. I'm not that bollocks. I don't want any of that. Oh, Rev, that would be, I would definitely 100% come in and watch, definitely. But the trouble with me is I've got to go back to the beginning. I haven't read a single word from the Bible, other than snippets that have come up where they've been a bit of a argument point, if you know what I mean.
It's quite mad.
Oh, sorry, my chat went a bit weird.
Yeah, it went weird before with me, everything.
Yeah, it disappeared the other day.
Yeah.
I've subbed to you, Violet. I'll wait. If you feel like doing it, I'll definitely come over. But I'm a beginner, so I will go and have a look at bits and pieces. I know you can get like the Bible online, can't you? So it'll actually get read to you, and I know there's hordes of it, and you have to make of it what you will. You have to get the meaning of what's being put across rather than what's taking things literally. I know it's all quite in-depth and stuff. But 4 years on here, and it's just nothing to do with Christianity, and I just it's sad, really.
Yeah, well, the Revs.
Thank you, Rev. That'd be great. Oh, thank you. I'll take that name as well.
Urban's live. Listen to him.
Is he?
Urban, no.
Oh, I've got Theodore Nottingham. Okay. Thanks, Rev. I've sobbed. Urban live listening to him. Which Urban? Urban Analysis.
I think he's religious.
No, I don't think it's to do with religion. No, I meant love easy.
What? I don't understand that.
Deborah, I'm confused.
Deborah, you never come on my panel. Go on other people's. You haven't been on Chris's most of the time.
Oh, Debs was talking to Urban Roots in the chat. He said, I was watching Bishop I can't see it from here. Mari. Was very enlightening. Just the first time. Don't think I'll be converted, but yeah, and it's not even about being. Look, I can't be converted. I'm already christened.
Here comes a Christian. Shined.
Oh, hello, Shines.
You never
Hello.
know who you. Hi, how you doing? You never know who I am. That's the problem with people. They don't know me.
I do.
So am I right, left, middle? You don't even know.
No, you're.
You're a lefty.
Am I? Why am I lefty? Why am I lefty? You know, no one knows where I am. Anyway, how's everyone?
You're a dickhead.
Oh, that's not nice. Don't don't get.
Know who you are.
No. If you get me started, I won't stop. So behave yourself.
You're on the left slip road coming off the M25. We know.
M25. Yeah, to be honest, I don't get involved with all that rubbish and that. But when I'm in it a bit, and then people talk about stupid people, and to me, if I see they're not benefiting us in the UK, and then I say it, innit? So I don't go out of my way to talk about this stuff with the right and left. And
I'm kind of looking at it that look, it's not going to hurt me or anyone else if I just go and learn some stuff. I just want to know. I just at that point where I want to know. I want to know things I don't know. You know, I know more about other religions than I do my own. That's a bit
because you know why? Because most probably you've got all this hate and division online, and this is what we've been listening for the last 5 years or whatever, how many years whoever's been on, and it's the same old thing, and no one's moving forward in life. So and to be honest, it's getting boring. Same thing. At the end of the day, think of yourself and stop following others. That's what I've got to say.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just got to go on a bit of a different path. Thank you, Dad. Thank you so much.
Anyway, I can't see the chat, but anyway, hi everyone in the chat.
Subscribe.
Yeah, it's getting a bit too much, same old thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
trying
actually
to branch out. You got to branch out, haven't you?
Yeah, go like on like a tree. It branches. It moves to the right, to small, to big. Go to the right, to the left, to upwards, to the side. Like grow. If you want to grow something, you want, like, say you want to invest in something.
What the fuck are you on about?
Basically, like a tree is something like tree is like there's a symbol like a tree thing, and it's like a family tree. So basically,
branching out.
Move forward in life. Move forward in life. Don't be stuck in the same old circle, and move forward in life. Don't go back in life. I said this years ago. You just wasted your 4 or 5 years with the same rubbish.
Anger,
you know what I mean?
anger and hate and
and this person, everyone follow this person, do this. When someone says jump, why do you need to jump? Oh my God. Anyway, but I'm just saying the way that I've seen online, isn't it?
India said hug that tree.
Yeah, it's got a lot of love in that tree if you know how to use the tree and give it some vitamin and water. Yeah. Just don't let the tree rot, because when it rots, then it's going to cause you problems.
Yeah, I think we should always be growing and flourishing.
But that was a good one.
It is though, Shines. That is what's happening to everyone, isn't it? We're all just so fucking depressed and knocked back. The government
Yeah.
is shit. Everything's shit.
Moon, don't you remember years ago before anyone talked about even Tommy, even about everyone online, I said, go to the main roots of the problem. Yeah. It's the
Yeah.
government, the Home Office, and now everyone's talking about, oh, it's Parliament and everything. I said this years ago. I said this years ago before everyone started talking about our children.
Oh,
I
God.
said our children. But anyways, with me, I think forward in life, you know, that's the way I am. At the end of the day, even with my work, you know, I feel like I've got to be forward in life, think forward, advance, think like, and then next minute after a few years, then it comes out that people are doing the same thing and whatever. But that's the way life
Yeah.
is. Think forward in life, you know. And I'm fed up because I said a lot of things online and people
Yeah.
start talking about it now, and I'm just thinking it's a bit late, isn't it? Like, you know, you should have sorted it out. Going outside the Parliament, 10 Downing Street, whatever. I said this years ago. I said, go down there. These are the people of the problem, of the root of the problem. These are who are letting the problem happen. But anyway, now what they're doing is they're making everyone fight each other, which they're enjoying it most probably. You know, as long as they make their money and whatever, the leaks and all that, it doesn't matter about us.
Yeah. Well, there's got to be more to life than all this crap anyway. Yeah, talking of mushrooms, look, Rev, I know I've always got weird fucking stuff, but do you know what? They've been putting electrodes on mushrooms and plants and trees, and they give out these signals, and when they do, they got like these little arms connected. They got them like playing fucking guitars and everything. It sounds funny, but it's really, I put a link in there. It's really interesting. And people are like, where'd you get this from? It just comes up on here. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I went abroad on a holiday, and it was like in a forest mountainy place and that, and it had wooden cabinets like hotels and stuff and whatever. And yeah, we did some mushroom picking, but there was someone who knew
what they were doing. Yeah,
what mushroom is the right, because apparently certain mushrooms are poisonings or whatever, and we did a soup and whatever. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, that holiday. Yeah, it was a bit wild there, but
yes, it's a fascinating world, and we're missing so much of it. Like even the mushroom talk in the chat, like all the mycelium. If it weren't for that, there would be nothing here.
All right.
It's
Okay.
all just everything's connected, and we're losing all that education and learning. Just sitting on here, fucking
What are we
arguing.
learning? What are we learning on there?
Fuck all.
To cause
Absolutely.
hate,
Fuck
people
all.
causing hate and division.
Yeah, we're learning how people can just turn from pretty decent people into fucking horrible people. And I've been there myself. I ain't been too nice to people. Getting
I've
all
always
fucking
been nice.
getting angry and butter and kicking off at someone. That was never me. I was never like that. I always had a sense of humour.
Yeah. But with me, I only kick off at certain people who are rude or disrespecting me or something like that. You know, and people say, "Oh, Shines, you take it too personally. Oh, you don't forget about it." But at the end of the day, if you're still a dickhead online, I'm still going to disrespect you online. You know, that's me. You know, because
but you're never.
You said you've got to look forward, but you're not looking forward, are you?
I am looking forward because the people behind are the dickheads. which still carry on online, or anyone around me, I put them in the back, innit?
You've never gone to that dark place where you're actually abusing people's kids and that.
No kids, no mums. I've never said any P word,
Neither
N
have
word.
I.
I've never been a racist person in my life.
So
And you would never.
There is still goodness in some people on here, but there are a lot of people where that has completely gone. There's no coming back. There is no coming back.
Yeah, that's why sometimes, you know, you can give certain chances, but when they're still online and they're still doing the same rubbish, what they disrespected me, of course, when that person's online with me, I'm gonna go for that person. And
but sometimes, like, people's bad, like we were saying about Captain, like people's bad behavior can often make you maybe look at yourself and think, oh, I hope I'm not like that, or I don't want to be like that. I don't want to become like that.
I've known Captain for years and stuff, and he's never going to learn. Like, I was on the panel with him, was it 2 days ago and whatever, and he started talking about people's kids and whatever, and I said, not when I'm on the panel, you're not going to talk like this.
He was doing it as well.
Oh, is it?
Done a little stream. We played it earlier. It's quite shocking what he was saying, what he was putting in the back chat, and I think it has an impact. You know, as mums, dads, or you've got little nieces, nephews, brothers, sisters. You know, it's just wrong.
It just shows
How
what kind of
does a
person.
person become like that?
Why have the first thing? Yeah, why have they become like that? Maybe attention. Maybe I don't know.
No,
I think
he's
alcohol.
Wrong, and that's all it is. It's no,
And I think alcohol has got a lot in it.
He always has been.
And I know we shouldn't keep blaming the alcohol, but I do think that is one problem.
No, you can't blame. Can't blame the alcohol in a way. What I think is because when you have an alcohol and you're drinking, the truth comes out. You realize
and they must
so basically, let them drink. Let anyone drink, then the truth will come out. Basically, from the inside of their heart, their honesty will come out. So basically, then you would know that person.
Good night, Violet. Thanks for your help.
So, you know, at the end of the day, they can't use an excuse because I had a drink and I forgot. Did I say that? I can't remember. Yeah, that's all rubbish. It's not good enough for me. I forgot. I can't remember.
Yeah.
It's not good enough for me. I would never accept that.
Say, I'm a cunt, and that's it. That's how I see it. Just say, yeah, I was wrong to say it. Say, no, I'm drunk, or...
using that excuse, I can't remember what I said, and that's all rubbish. To me, I wouldn't accept that. I could not accept that rubbish and let it go on and on and on and on and on for 4 years. No.
On and on and on.
Let's get it on.
It has like been 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah. What else anyway?
It's just, I mean, look at Shines. He's a nightmare, isn't he?
Who? No, I'm very polite.
He's not a meanie. He's not. Look, he's not a nasty, mean person. I just know he ain't.
Yes, he is.
I know, like, people could take the piss out of Baz and that, but I don't think he's a bad person either.
To be honest, I help a lot of people.
Thank you, Patsy. I'm collecting loads tonight, so.
To be honest,
sorry.
Yeah, to be honest, I help a lot of people. So that's something.
Yeah, I do see you as a kind person. I know you're a bit you control a bit, but that's not evil.
But take the piss, then that's a different story.
Right, I've subbed to that one, Patsy. Thank you. I don't know. I just I don't know, just felt something is missing, and I need to go and find it.
Who are you talking to?
Just talking to you.
What have you lost?
Right. Religion.
He's going to religion.
Oh, right. Okay, religion.
No, I don't know. Look, I've been an atheist all my life,
Atheist. Okay.
but I was christened.
All right. So when did
My
you
mum,
become atheist? Like when you
because my mum and
changed?
my mum never talked about it. In those days, that was the thing to do. You got kids christened. But my dad was a staunch atheist. I mean, he was having none of it. But later on in life, much later on in life, they became, can never remember, spiritualists. So
Spiritually, when you say that in what faith or whatever,
it's along the lines of Christianity. So you know you get the cross, but it's just a different way of thinking. Like you don't have to go to church. They basically say that you can pray anywhere. There's a lot to do with spiritual healing and stuff.
And is it like gathering up or something? Gathering up together and stuff.
Yeah,
Why
they do.
why don't you look into Harry Christianing? No.
No, my husband was into all that. That's weren't my cup of tea.
Oh, what? You used to dance in the street?
No. I used to give them some money. They used to be in town every Saturday. I used to give them some money for their temple.
Moon, you know, like which I said, do they all gather up together at houses and places and whatever? And
yeah, they have.
Yes.
They do have like these little community buildings where they will hold.
Listen to Christian warfare. That's that.
Yeah, I just up to them. Patsy just gives me them.
Yeah.
They have like a community hall where they will hold their little services, and then they'll have at the end of the evening they have like spiritual healing and stuff. But you don't have to go. It's not like you have to go in church to church.
That's what I was going to say.
You don't need a building to speak to God, basically.
Basically, yeah. That's what I was going to say. I don't know, but I was going to say most probably they don't go to churches. They deal with it with themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you can still attend church and stuff, but it's just a different variation.
Was there like an organizer or something, or who, like
no,
who
you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have like we have reverends and vicars and that.
Yeah, that's what. That's why I'm asking. So, like, there was an organizer.
What would you say?
There must have been an organizer, a person who's dealing with all this as well, isn't it?
Yeah, they all did it as a community, and then they weren't preachers. They were just people giving talks on things and good things.
Okay.
What did nice people?
Okay. What did you think about it? With you know, about the situation of these meeting up?
It was nice. There wasn't anything like you didn't feel harangued or harassed or forced into anything. You didn't. They never asked for money, never, and it was up to you if you gave a donation. But they never asked for money, but my problem was I'd just grown up with this belief system, and nothing was going to budge me from that. But my husband, this was my first husband. He got into it. He's still a spiritualist to this day. He never left it.
Okay.
But it's really like, it's just about learning about something that is part of me that I know
Yeah.
nothing about. Nothing.
Why did you
I've
pull out?
Just because my beliefs were that God don't exist. It's all bollocks.
Okay, and that's why you're atheist and whatever now.
Yeah. I've
Okay.
never read anything from the Bible. I don't even know about the life of Jesus, only little bits and pieces. And I don't know, I just feel I want to know.
Do you feel that you're listening to people online?
No.
No, you don't feel
No.
no.
No, this is kind of what was irritating me, is that in 4 years, other than the odd sort of convo in a side chat, no one ever comes on and talks about Christianity. It's every other religion but ours. And you know, when people are saying this is a Christian country, and I'm like, well, where is Christianity? Because I'm not seeing it on any of these channels.
No, to be honest, yeah, I could agree with you on that, because all they do is cause hate and division, innit? Like, you know. And
yeah, but I mean, if people are calling themselves Christians, why the fuck are they going around doing what they do? Because that's not Christian.
To be honest, yeah, I thought of that as well, because at the end of the day, there's certain things that they say they're Christians, but why is that how to behave, how to cause hate and division and attack other religion and
Yeah,
stuff?
but it's not only Christianity does
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I was just going to say that.
Yeah,
Right.
not just whatever faith, whatever religion, and
How can you
whatever.
put it? Like, all these people of faith, don't matter who they are, they all claim that their book tells them to this, that, and all the other, but no one's showing any of that. They're all wrapped up in this destructive mode, even against their own fucking people.
Yeah, they argue with each other anyway. Doesn't matter if they're Christian, Muslims, or whatever faith they've got. They still argue with each other. So that's life at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, but I can cope with the arguing, Shines, but it's gone way beyond that. It's really degrading filth.
Why do you think most of these people have got grey hair? That was a good one, isn't it?
I mean, we got Christmas on the doorstep, and it's like it just don't happen no more. Last Christmas, everyone was still sitting on here, going off on each other in the most appalling ways.
Yeah.
And you're like, hang on, does Christmas mean fuck all to anyone?
I remember I actually rewound that intentionally for that laugh. I pointed this out last time. How she actually did the first ever like authentic reaction laugh without it being contrived and forced. It's really interesting.
One, isn't it?
The arguing, Shines, but it's gone way beyond that. It's really degrading filth.
Why do you think most of these people have got grey hair? That was a good one, isn't it?
She actually had to give herself space to realise that she found it funny. Like, oh, actually, like the second laugh. It was so interesting.
Why do you think most of these people have got grey hair? That was a good one, isn't it?
I mean, we got Christmas on the doorstep, and it's like it just don't happen no more. Last Christmas, everyone was still sitting on here, going off on each other in the most appalling ways. And
Yeah.
you're like, hang on, does Christmas mean fuck all to anyone? As long as they can have a bit of drama for some fucking views on Christmas Day.
To be honest, you know, they most probably don't give a damn. To be honest, they just want to argue, and this
Yeah,
is
so
what
it makes
some
it all a
people
fucking joke.
about.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, they don't care. These people don't care. They just see, even though they say I'm this religion and this and that and whatever, and really they just want to argue. They don't give a damn. And most of these people don't even go to the mosques or to the churches and whatever. You know, so
Yeah.
Dre, no, I haven't yet. I've been a bit behind today because I've had things to do about. Hang on, in Italy, I haven't done it yet because I'm a little bit careful. I'm trying to find the story, the version where it's not too much to show. It's shocking, that is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but you know what's coming? I'll have to try and send it to you easy. I'm not going to mention it here, but I'll tell you, it's going to be tomorrow's discussion.
why? Easy, you going live tomorrow?
No.
Oh,
Well, give me a clue, man. What's it about?
No, I'll
about?
message you.
Moon said, it's going to be the subject or whatever the conversation.
Big in the fucking news at the moment. It's going to be. It's going to be on the channels tomorrow. You watch.
Don't know what you mean. I've got a clue.
To be honest, Christmas is coming. There's going to be. I won't be surprised. There's going to be a
Christmas
lot of.
is coming. The goose is getting fat.
Well, if that
we're
happened
going
in Italy,
to.
there would be reprisals in Italy, I tell you, because they won't stand for that shit. It's just fine.
Yeah, well, you know, at the end of the day, they're letting people in, and I mentioned this back ago. I said, yeah, they're letting don't really say, but at the end of the day, I say, if you feed the snake and you stop feeding the snake, and then you're going to have problems. So we'll see. It's happening. It's going to happen. Christmas. I won't be surprised.
Yeah, well, they need to leave Christmas alone. Like Tesco, now it's not Christmas trees, it's evergreens.
Yeah, what's that about? I heard about that.
That is the left just trying to get rid of Christianity.
So, I mean, what shows they're going to do on? Is it something to do about in the news?
I'm just trying to find the link and I'll send it you.
Yeah, I heard about that, about the Christmas trees in Tesco's. When I was online, I just saw a little bit, but I didn't hit it because I was doing work.
And that terror attack in outside the White House, them poor guys getting shot like that. God. Apparently he was on the watch list and he got back into the country somehow.
And easy, for years, I've been saying 1 minute. Everyone knows, yeah? 1 minute, whatever. Everyone knows me for that and whatever. I've always, years ago, I used to say 50-50. If you remember. When I say 50-50, like, don't attack one side. Like, like, if you're going to complain about one side, complain about the other side. Don't just stick to one side. Just be yourself and be 50-50. And what I've noticed on people online is people are just on one side and they're not showing the other side. And that's why I've been saying this for years. Like, be 50-50. Not to you, Easy.
Oh, man, that's false.
I've been saying
that's false news. I've already had that confirmed. That's false.
Who said it's false?
They're lying about it. They weren't surrendering. They were terrorists. But I'm not putting it out until I get other sources. It's the BBC line again.
Yeah, but to be honest, Easy, I was on the
The
chat and you.
BBC are already being sued, aren't they? So I think they got to be a bit fucking careful then.
Mm. Yeah, but I'm not being funny, Dean. You say the mafia hasn't stepped in Italy. Well, they're most probably the ones that trafficking them in. To be fair, the Italians, the mafia. Nice, it's earning, isn't it? The illegal immigrants. It wouldn't surprise me. They're trafficking them in, mate.
Yeah, but what's the reason why people are coming on boats? Is it to do with the contract which the
No,
UK
the
left?
government. All governments are sold out to rich money men. Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean I'm a raging lefty. I just don't agree with it because I've been to countries where they don't have it and I've seen the real deprivation and the real starvation. And I think that we do deserve to have a country that looks after the people at the bottom. However, I don't think that we need to go to the bottom and have that as some kind of status and uphold it as something that should be a value. And what I mean by that is there are people that sign up when they leave school, never get a job and live their whole life on the dole. But for me, I can't think of anything sadder than that. I can't think of anything more self-deprecating than doing that to yourself. But I do think that we need a safety net. And when I hear people sitting there chiding people that have got hardly anything and taking the piss out of them, I can understand the banter when someone's deserved it. When you get someone like Kaylee Enav, who likes to give it out all over the place and someone turns around and says, oh, well, you got no teeth, or, you've turned your front room into a fucking backyard or whatever she did. I kind of understand that. But at the end of the day, even that, I mean, the woman's got severe mental issues. I think that's quite apparent now. And I think most people should just fucking ignore her, which is what I do. I just ignore her. I know she's still on my case. I know she still puts out silly little videos. And very slanderous ones. She's open to sort of like just destroy my credibility and convince other people that I'm some sort of roaring paedophile, which is quite disgusting, really. And to be honest, if I had never ever come onto YouTube, I would probably be a lot more outraged than I actually am. But after coming onto YouTube and seeing the things that people have called on here and the lies that are put out about them, I just think I'll get on with it, love. If there's a group of people out there that want to believe Kaylee and her nonsense, that's up to them. Hopefully, people are going to look into me. Hopefully a few paedophile hunter groups are going to have a look into me and realise that I'm not that. And I wouldn't be surprised if a few haven't. I agree with you. I've not been on here much over Christmas because I went away always. But I think I've done 2 or 3 streams now since I returned, but not on my own. Like I've jumped on panels and spoken to a couple of people. But I think there's nothing sadder than people that have sat on here all over Christmas arguing with each other. But at the end of the day, what would those people have been doing otherwise? Sitting online being lonely. But, well, sitting indoors being lonely, not having no one to talk to. But what I will say is, going back to all this nonsense that Kaylee Enav has done, I am aware of it. People have been sending me stuff, but I can honestly say, Kaylee, what you're doing don't touch me. It doesn't touch me. I just want to give that message out there that I hope you recover from your mental illness. I hope that in the new year, better things happen to you and you start to focus more on yourself and your family problems and issues that you really do need to sort out, so that you can have a better fulfillment from your own life and stop projecting onto other people. That's what I wish for Kaylee. Enough. I don't hold any hate in my heart for her. If she turned up at my front door and tried to get physical, of course I'd give her a clout in self-defense, but I don't think that's likely. I don't think I need to stoop to her levels and point out how fractious her life is, how fractious her mental health is, and all the rest of the stuff, because I think it's quite apparent. And I just think that if you're sitting on YouTube and also TikTok, by the way, she's very active over there, by the way, all over Christmas talking about people on the internet that you've never met in the real world, then you can't have much of an active private life. And that's quite sad, considering she's had children. Because while she's focusing on other people, there is going to come a time in the future where she becomes a grandmother. And while she might not have been the best of parents because of her illness, she could focus and be the best of a grandmother. But that's for another day, you know. I mean, Kaylee's not the only one. We all know that Easy put me, Kermit, Taffy. Who else? There's Louis, and there was a couple of other people, all into a pedo hunters group. That was pathetic as well. You know, and maybe if I was somebody that did have a fractious mind, somebody that was as weak as some of these individuals on here, I'd have been distraught about that as well. I mean, was I angry? Yeah. Did I think it was disgusting? Yeah. But was I bothered? No. No. Tell you why. Because I know I'm not. I know that if people and he says he cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in touch with their schools and terrified them? They were victims. Whatever way you look at it, right? They were victims because it all became a big thing on social media and everybody knew about the fight between the parents and the court case and everything else. And they go and search out them as adults and then terrorize their children. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but they don't vote for right politics, or is it asked?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's it, Luke. That's it, Luke, isn't it, Luke? Yeah. I just got no words, like, other than to fucking expose this stupid fuck and get justice.
Cares about kids. Well, what about all the schools that she got in touch with? What about the Hoaxted children that Jake admitted that when they were grown adults and had children, he got in?
So I'm just playing this to reiterate, to clarify, to highlight how she is just making up. She's talking about Katie's grandchildren. She's trying to demean and derail, distract from her own crimes by making up a situation regarding Kaylee's personal life, as she has done about Ella's supposed grandchildren as well, that don't exist. It's fucking horrific. Horrific upon horrific.
Trolling or having a bit of a laugh or, just trying to wind people up. But for the most part, there's people on here that even when I'm telling them 100% truth, don't even recognise it. So if they can't recognise the truth when I'm telling them it, then there's no point having serious conversations with them. And that's why I don't take him serious at all. Yeah, I think it's a hobby and not a way of life. Although, having said that, I've always said that as well at my Oxford, that this is just a hobby for me. It's not about making money. It's not about... But what I will say is the political side of it is serious, because there are things happening in our country that shouldn't be happening.
Okay, could you explain Adam, that you don't like to be called Adam, Lucifer? We'll give you that just for the sake of discourse. Sorry, what was this about? So it's something to do with Jupiter's hobby, Michaela's hobby. It's just what bit are you referring to? Sorry.
And tried to get physical. Of course, I'd give her a clout in self-defense, but I don't think that's likely. I don't think I need to stoop to her levels and point out how fractious her life is, how fractious her mental health is, and all the rest of the stuff.
Gasping for breath there, Michaela. I don't think I need... It's just fakery after fucking delusion, after fucking projection, after abuse. Every fucking time you do anything, you fucking horror show.
And I just think that if you're sitting on YouTube, and also TikTok, by the way, she's very active over there, by the way, all over Christmas talk.
She did it to herself, Clyde. She just laid down another reason why these hearings are going to take place, and she can keep trying to disrupt proceedings as much as she fucking dumb, silly, ignorant, sick, dangerous monster wants to keep trying. I don't like to be rude. We don't like to just say harsh things about people and nasty words, but it is the weapon that this battlefield has, and it's what the children's testimony are words. The children were saying about plastic willies and how he feels it in his stomach and how it hurts, and they use plastic willies. The males use plastic willies because they want it to hurt. The real willies don't hurt as such relative to what they're put through emotionally, of course, but they're physically... We have to describe what the children had to relay about how he says swear words. It makes him say swear words when he sniffs white powder drugs. Sorry, when he drinks the alcohol, the powder drugs makes him feel relaxed. The alcohol makes him swear. Yeah, these are not nice things that we want to hear and relay and have to... Exactly. She's left such a record of evil. It's nothing short of evil, and quoting people like John Williams in her chat, and quoting people like Gary O'Brien, Wavy, over and over again. The amount of times she's quoted Gary O'Brien, asking AJ, AJ, I see you in my chat. Would you while you're here, would you mind taking me off that website? Would you mind taking me off that website? If you don't mind, AJ. Oh, AJ, he's gone. He's not replying. He didn't even respond. Oh, would you mind taking me off that website? Oh, it's actually mentioned. She mentions the website in this recording, actually. If it is actually them, if it is actually their site, everyone knows it's their fucking site, Michaela. Why are you trying to play dumb? Why is she trying to play dumb, AJ? What's this about? I'm as disgusting as Abraham. Am I obsessed about children and dildos? Do you think children should be, those two words should go together? Do you think it's maybe me that's maybe distressed about this term? And maybe it's me that's very concerned and upset regarding the fact that children and dildos are being put in the same sentence? Do you think maybe it's not an obsession? Do you think it's maybe a dedication to get to the bottom of why this is the case and how we can stop this from ever happening again? Do you think maybe, Adam? So why am I playing dumb, AJ? Should we wait until you come up in this recording, shall we? Is it? I think it's Michaela that's playing dumb.
World. Then you can't have much of an active private life. And that's quite sad, considering she's had children. Because while she's focusing on other people, there is going to come a time in the future where she becomes a grandmother. And while she might not have been the best of parents because of her illness, she could focus and be the best of a grandmother. But that's for another day, you know. I mean, Kaylee's not the only one. We all know that Easy put me, Kermit, Taffy. Who else? There's Louis, and there was a couple of other people, all into a pedo hunters group. That was pathetic as well. You know, and maybe if I was somebody that did have a fractious mind, somebody that was as weak as some of these individuals on here, I'd have been distraught about that as well. I mean, was I angry? Yeah. Did I think it was disgusting? Yeah. But was I bothered? No. No. Tell you why. Because I know I'm not. I know that if people were to observe my daily life and look around my family and whatnot, they wouldn't be able to find any of that because it's not true. So why am I going to worry about stuff that's not true? You know? Once upon a time I would have done, because I would have been like, oh no, you know, I don't want people to think that of me. But the people that Kaylee and that play to are people on here that are shit cunts. You know, people on here. It's like I said to Triller the other day. The reason that I don't value Triller's opinions, or many other people's actually, and some of them might be people just trolling or having a bit of a laugh or, you know, just trying to wind people up. But for the most part, there's people on here that even when I'm telling them 100% truth, don't even recognize it. So if they can't recognize the truth when I'm telling them it, then there's no point having serious conversations with them. And that's why I don't take him serious at all. Yeah, I think it's a hobby and not a way of life. Although, having said that, I've always said that as well at Mike Oxford, that this is just a hobby for me. It's not about making money. It's not about... But what I will say is the political side of it is serious, because there are things happening in our country that shouldn't be happening to people. And it's quite sad. It is quite sad. You know, when I went outside of this country this Christmas compared to, and then come back in, the one thing that hit me the most is how much of our Christianity or the spirit of Christians has been taken out of our country. Now, I don't think it's just one area that's done that. I think it's multifaceted that's got to this point in the UK. And we could break that down another day. But I really do think that it is being carved out of our country, and it's sad. Very sad. You know? And we've got a government that's against the people, and successive governments that have been against the people. They're only interested in themselves, even though they're meant to be in positions to do things for everybody, and they're not doing things for the nation. They're prioritising people outside of the nation over people of the nation. For me, I find that very vulgar and disgusting and crass. I also think it's breaking the contract that they're supposed to have. Oh yeah, AJ and Eric, they also did a website. That's if it is their website. Yeah. And they put it on my local community's social media. You know? All of these people done all this thinking that they were right, and disgusting and crass. I also think it's breaking the contract that they're supposed to have, you know. And we've got a government that's against the people, and successive governments that have been against the people. They're only interested in themselves, even though they're meant to be in positions to do things for everybody, and they're not doing things for the nation. They're prioritising people outside of the nation over people of the nation. For me, I find that very vulgar and disgusting and crass. I also think it's breaking the contract that they're supposed to have. Oh yeah, AJ and Eric, they also did a website. That's if it is their website. Yeah. And they put it on my local community's social media. You know? All of these people done all this thinking that they were right, and it's quite sad, really, that people got so upset over somebody on YouTube that they had to go and do all that stuff because they're spiteful. But I'm not arguing with none of those people anymore. I'm not. Because I'm still standing. You know? Yeah, and there's another song for us, isn't it? Let me do that one. There we go. Years, I don't know
Yeah,
why.
I was going to say, I don't know why it's taken so long. I've been talking about supercells for about 5 years now.
Our government have known they've been there, in my opinion, for years. They just thought they were so fucking arrogant that they thought that they'd be able to contain it all. They were that arrogant, you know, that they were so sure of themselves, and they were so sure that they were going to turn these people around and be able to turn them into left-leaning voters. They're pathetic because they've got no idea of realities of life, you know.
No, exactly.
Right, I've got things to do. Have a great New Year, Jeeps. Happy New Year to you and Hector. Yeah, I hope you
Yeah, and you and your family.
Yeah. And Happy New Year. I don't know the other guy's name, but Happy New Year.
You do.
And Happy New Year to all the chat. Yeah. Okay. All right. And I'll see you in 2026.
Yeah, we definitely will.
Okay. All right. Bye, folks.
Bye.
Yeah, I'll let you carry on. You're going to do that video review, aren't you? So I've got some things to do. Here
I'm going to do a review. I've also been told that apparently there's some kind of kangaroo court going on about me on another channel, but I'm not going to publish the channel, but that has made me giggle. Fucking hell, these people are nuts.
Do you know the worst thing about it is I flick through all these different times when I've got time, because I have to do a lot of PC work. So sometimes I have all it on and I want to listen to these times when I'm doing other stuff at the computer. You know, it's just like background.
Yeah.
And none of them, a lot of them, they come out with these statements. I'm like, why don't you just talk to them? And then they can't have a civil conversation with that person either. It's always attack. And I'm like,
yeah,
it's not even you attacking somebody is not going to get to the bottom of it. And there's something some people say, and I'm like, no, I'm not like that. Well, it don't mean I'm going to dislike them. I don't mean I disagree with everything they say, neither. You know, but it's what people need to realise. You're not going to agree on everything with everybody all the time.
I agree. But you see, a lot of these people are mentally ill. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And a lot of them have been completely brainwashed into some kind of mental disorder where they think that you should only deal with people if they 100% agree with you. The real world's not like that.
Of course.
If you go out into the real world in your workplace, there's going to be right-leaning, left-leaning people. If you go into your local shops, there's going to be right-leaning, left-leaning people. And it's the same everywhere. You know, your neighbours, you don't know necessarily who they vote for unless they talk to you about it. And I just think it's totally ridiculous that these people don't understand that even to interact in life, you're probably dealing with people that don't agree with you 100% on everything anyway. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
But cancel culture and all this stuff through the universities has dumbed down all these people. They're crazy. They're literally crazy.
Grateful Land, you share the link, right? Share the link.
Here's where she comes on. Here's where she comes on and has a go at me.
Oh, Wendy and Jubes come together. They buy one get one free.
Oh, come on, bro. You know how it is with these grannies, isn't it?
One get one free.
Right.
Oh, shit.
Right. First of all, guys.
I hope you buy Wendy and get Jupiter free because I don't want
Come on,
any other way around.
let her speak though. Come on.
Right, first of all, Ghost, I don't really give a shit about any of the bullshit.
Just a reminder for our records, Kaylee, that they voted biggest victim for yourself and I, and Ghost, which we're going to find out his identity of very soon. I feel definitely at the earlier end of this year, manifesting the best thing. And whenever this gets sorted out, but regardless, just a reminder, he said that we were a buy one get one free victim. Remember that he said we're not a real victim, but everyone else wanted to put us on victim. It was fake victim. Babs was the crybaby. She suggested crybaby, but then she won this crybaby and claimed that she wanted to win it, but then she was saying that Easy and Moon, Ricky and Valerie voted with all their different accounts. It's just fucking bullshit after fakery, after reinforcing what do you call it? What's the word? Not enforcing something each other's shit anyway. Innate, what's the word? Validating? Yeah, validating, I think, isn't it? Validating their own shit, each other's shit. But yeah, this is the 27th that we both managed to thankfully fall asleep, because this was just total onslaught. But 3-1-4, 15-14. Maybe we will play this and just play it through. I'm tempted. I might play the other ritual abuse documentary after, or finish playing this one maybe as well. I don't know. I'll just go for another hour. We'll see what we do. I'll play this on a bit faster speed, actually.
You've all said tonight. To be honest, your opinions don't really bother me. But just for the record, Trilla's lied to you. I never spent the day talking about you and fucking Steve.
I didn't say you spent the day. I didn't say you spent the day talking about me, us. Yeah, you talked about.
You mentioned us on your live stream.
No, you cussed the Dookie, right? You cussed Ghost and you cussed me. Correct or not?
Right. So no, it's not correct.
No, you dissed all of us. You dickhead. I'll tell you exactly what you said.
You got cussed, right? You step aside. You got cussed.
What did you say about me?
I don't like you, Trilla, right? But stand you aside 1 minute. As for the rest of them, yeah, we were playing a game to do with YouTube, which included taking the mick out of me, Wendy, AY himself, Taffy himself. We were asking people to play Cluedo, which was, okay, so go on then, people, what weapon would I use in what room? And we did it for every single personality.
Bullshit.
Right?
You
So Ghost's name was mentioned
bullshit.
then, and the Duke's name was mentioned then.
Bullshit.
So
Right?
was
So you said
Easy's.
bullshit. You said, right? You and Taffy were talking earlier, and I was in the chat, and you knew I was in the chat, by the way. And you said, right? What you call it? Oh, the awards that go to the dumbest guy or something was a Dookie, and Ghost gets this dumb award or whatever, and I get fucking my missus fucking probably jumped on a got deported or couldn't get on. Got
No, what you still hurt about?
You talked about all of us, yeah. All right, and you were cussing me in other ways as well, which I don't care about. But when from time you're talking about my missus, yeah, on a boat, bitch, when she's got a British passport, you dumb bitch, yeah.
Wait, when she's not about you.
When you said that was Carl,
right?
I read out
And then when it comes down to it, yeah, you were cussing a Dookie and you were cussing Ghost. So don't lie about that, about Cluedo, dickhead.
Right, well, I can give Ghost a stream. I'm not fucking bothered about
No
that.
problem.
That's
No
not what I
problem.
said about you.
I'm not lying. So you're saying I'm lying. I'm not lying,
The both
idiot.
thing came from Cole. I read out his comment. It wasn't me, you fucking wanker. As for calling I Dookie dumb, yeah, I did say
I don't care what you read. You read it out for a reason. Yeah, you read out comments. Yeah, is you having a dig, bitch. All right, so don't get twisted. Right, you're not reading out every single comment, are you? You're only reading out certain comments, aren't you? So don't fucking try and play that fucking game. All right, you're choosing those comments.
Did he just hear me say? Sorry, I've got a bad tooth, right? But did he just hear me say?
No shit.
Right? Did he just hear me say that I did say I Dookie's dumb? I've just admitted it, so I don't know why you're crying, Trilla.
I'm not. I'm saying you said that you're playing Cluedo. You weren't playing fucking Cluedo. You were doing this award shit. Yeah, best award goes to this person, best award goes to that person. Surely gets that award, and then you talked about my missus.
No, but even before that, even before that, right? Jupiter, we know you like your holiday, right?
And you're talking about your son.
No, it is was mentioned by Cole.
Yeah, and you're gonna get this now. You get me? Is what it is.
Don't cry then.
Don't cry then. Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here?
And I've already said I don't give a shit about your comments.
So why are you here? Why are you here?
Because you're lying.
The first thing you said was I lied, yeah? Which is a lie. Straight away. It was a straight lie. I didn't lie. I didn't lie about you. I didn't lie about you.
It never happened.
He's literally just a couple of minutes ago been slagging off my dead parents, and now he's.
Who gives a fuck about your dead parents? You fucking dickhead, bro. Go fuck your parents, you cunt.
It's all false fucking outrage, Trilla.
Fucking weirdo. It's got nothing to do with the swat. Oh, Jupiter, you talked about my dead parents. Oh my days, like to give you some ammunition. You dickhead. Dude, I swear to God, bro, I'm gonna come to Everton and give you a kick in the balls, you know, wanker. I swear to God.
What's he talking about? You can't kick anyone. You can't even kick your rabbits.
Yeah, put your parents back on the boat back to India. Can we put your parents back on the boat to India, do you think?
Oh, here we go, about deporting everybody. And now wait, he's gone from. Yeah, no, but there you go. When these politics goes from, right? Like, I don't want to kick everybody out, but then she goes back to I want to kick everyone out.
You shouldn't have said what you
right? No. We just want to know what your true motives are.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing as well.
Really are, right? You're
and
racist.
that's the other thing as well, Trilla. You said my kids were throwing dog shit at each other. That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
No,
that's what you said.
I said my kids went to Lapland. They weren't impressed when they were younger. Their aunt took them, yeah, and the dogs were shitting all over the place, and they said it was shit. Yeah?
No,
so what they did was had snowball fights, throwing the snowballs at each other, going their shit in there. But that doesn't mean they were throwing shit at each other.
You did that. They were throwing shit at each other. Yeah. So when it comes down to it, you just said it right there. They got shit in the fucking snowballs, and they're throwing shit at each other. You dickhead.
They were pretending. You're picking up the snow and going, stop shitting, you fucking idiot.
Listen. Send the fucking stream to Ghost, and I swear to God, you're lying your ass off. No problem, you dickhead.
I'm sorry,
all right.
hang on, hold on, Trilla. You've got that completely wrong, dude. All right.
Oh, this fucking little beggar's on now. Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell. Oh my days.
They were shitting there. They were huskies. Yeah.
Dude, she said her unruly children, her uncivil children, her chabby little children, right? That her sister, a millionaire sister, took out on holiday, right? They were fucking literally throwing shit at each other on holiday. So that's her children. I mean, honestly, if you were ever going to guess what children are going to be throwing shit at each other, it's going to be Jupiter's children. I mean, it would have to be Jupiter's children for them to be throwing shit at each other.
I'm just going to turn myself up, but let me just tell you this, Trilla. My chubby children would knock you out in 5 seconds.
Your chubby children would be fucking shit scared,
right? And my chubby children exist. Where's yours? Where's your kids? Where's your kids?
Your chubby children will be shit scared. I'm not granny like you. Don't worry about me. Why are you worried about me? Why are you worried about me? Why are you worried about me?
Why are you worried about me?
Why are you worried about me? We're talking about you and your 6 children and the man that married you. All right, and the man that married you.
Why are you worried about married nature?
So when it comes down to with this and your bad parenting, right? Because clearly you didn't raise your children, right?
You are a japper.
Clearly you didn't raise your children, right?
Whether I've raised my kids right or wrongly is none of your business.
Well, clearly they're throwing dog shit at each other, for fuck's sake.
In your opinion. In your opinion.
And
you know what they're doing to you, Trilla?
I'm not surprised. Yeah, they're your kids.
They're your kids. Dog shit, mate.
I don't think so. Yeah, they'll run a mile. They'll run a mile. They'll run a mile. They'll run a mile. Yeah, and guess what we used to do to those kind of kids? Beat the shit out of them, you dickhead, when we were kids. Yeah, when we were kids, we beat the shit out of them.
You used to go, racism,
all right,
racism,
and they run a mile. They run a mile, you dickhead.
So much, right. As an adult, I'm still frightened.
So can you tell us why you love AY Audit so much? Tell us why you why you're always saying to him. Tell us why you're always saying to him that you love him so much. What is that all about? Like, why are you saying in front of your husband, that you love AY Audit? Why is that? What is that all about?
Does that make me a lesbian?
I don't know about being a lesbian, but like, why do you say to AY Audits, I love you? I love you.
I love you because that makes
I love you.
She never
I
said
love
that.
you, AY.
Weirdo.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Weirdo,
Yes, you
you're
did.
jealous.
Yeah, you
You're
did. No, but
jealous.
why?
You're
Why?
jealous.
Why would anybody be jealous of you? Have you not seen yourself in your last fucking video? You look like shit.
Have you not seen yourself?
You
You're
look
still
like shit.
jealous, though.
Why have
It's
you got your
weird.
tits hanging out? You've got no shame. Why have you got your tits hanging
I
out in
haven't
your
got
last
my tits
video?
hanging out. I've got
What the
a
fuck
fucking
is wrong with
swimming
you?
costume on.
Why have you got your tits hanging out? You fucking saggy bitch. Why have you
Well,
got your tits hanging out?
most people
Yeah?
wear swimming costumes when
But
they're on
why have
holiday
you
in a
got that on and posting up a video showing your fucking lower half?
What's it
What
got
the
to
fuck
do
is
with
wrong with
you? You're not me,
Why are
husband.
you
What's it
trying
got
to
to do with
fucking
you?
show that part of you?
What's it got to do with
Alright,
you?
this
If
ain't
I want to go
OnlyFans, you
start
fucking
bathing
dark
like
bitch.
naked,
This
that's
is
got nothing to
YouTube.
do with you.
No, this is YouTube. Why you got to fucking show that part of yourself? You cunt. Right. You want to show your face? You want to show your ugly mug?
Trying
Show
to
your ugly
fucking
mug.
tell what
Why you want to show? Why you want to show the rest of you off? You
Listen,
ugly bitch.
I can
What the
wear
fuck is
whatever I
wrong with you?
want. I'm not
Yeah,
your
you
fucking
can. But at
culture.
the end of the
I'm
day,
our
this ain't
culture, yeah?
OnlyFans, you
You don't
dark
like
bitch.
Western culture.
Have you got an
Sponsors.
OnlyFans account
Why
or
don't
something?
you fuck off back to
Are you
Asia
trying to get
and fucking
fucking?
sit to Sario?
Are you trying to get some people up on YouTube or something? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the fuck are you trying to do?
Bloody like it in
Trying
the
to promote your
country.
OnlyFans account. Trying to get Baz off because Baz was the only one wanking off in your videos apparently.
Oh, you fucking stupid man. You're a drunkard. No woman would ever marry you. I don't believe you
Oh
got
well. Oh, you don't believe anything.
No,
Oh,
I
great,
don't believe
great,
any woman
great.
is stupid enough
He
to go
hasn't got a
near you.
girlfriend.
Oh,
That's why he's
great.
upset because I pointed out. Why has it been on here all over Christmas when he said last week he was going
You
off
know,
to meet
the thing
parents?
is,
Yeah,
I think most people believe that I got a girlfriend.
No,
right?
you haven't.
I
No,
think,
you
I think, I don't think a lot of people understand how the fuck could Hector marry someone like you. They're
How
just
the
super
fuck would he
confused.
put a decent
It's like
woman
one of those like,
in
it's like
the
literally how the fuck were
Is that
the
what it is? Is
pyramids
that what
were
it is,
built?
Trilla?
No,
You
it's
can't
literally like
understand
how
that.
were the pyramids built kind of equation.
Jupiter have a conversation, right?
Right?
You don't need
It is literally like one of those kind of like life's mysteries. Like how the fuck were the
Yeah,
pyramids
but
built?
it's not-
Yeah,
it's not
how they
like
built them so
Jupiter.
accurate?
Jupiter
Yeah,
just goes
how
on
the
and on
fuck
and
did
on.
Hector
It's
marry
not
someone like
like
Jupiter, a woman with 6 kids?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Trilla, let
granny.
him want you to
Yeah,
right?
Madsen, go on.
Why are you even bothered?
I'm curious. I think the world are.
Yeah, do you think it's because you're jealous because you can't find someone?
Not at all. You think I can't find somebody?
Yeah.
Mental.
So
You're
do you think it's
delusional.
because you sort of like stand there and you go, "Oh, Jupiter's so old and ugly, but she still manages to get shagged and she's got someone decent."
No,
and
no, no, no,
and
no.
I
No, a
can't even
woman can
find
get
one
shagged.
woman who can give me a baby because
A
I'm a
woman
gaffer.
can
Is that what
get
it is?
shagged. Yeah, I'm just curious as to why someone who is so, in your opinion, I mean, such a fucking catch like Hector get with someone like you. If he's such a catch, why would he get with you? Of course he's not. Of course he's not.
Right. So Trilla, let me just explain something to you.
Go on.
I think that Hector is the best man in the whole world, just like every other wife in the world.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Is that what you thought of your ex-husband?
I'm sure when her husband was alive, Wendy would
Yeah.
say,
Is that what you
her
thought of your
partner's the
ex-husband
best
before
man
you
in the
left him?
world.
Is that what you thought of your ex-husband?
I'm sure that Ghost
Yeah.
thinks that his wife is the best woman in the world and she thinks he's the best man in the world.
Mm,
Yeah.
mm.
Well, so why does it bother you what me and Hector
Yeah,
think
so
of
is
each
that
other?
what you thought of your ex-husband before you left him and got with Hector while you were still married?
Well, that's not true. So you're doing a false
Well,
premise.
that was true because you did admit that
Well, that's not
online.
against the
You
law.
No,
admitted
that's
that
not
online.
true.
You
So
admitted
the
that
fact of the
online.
matter is, at one
Mm.
point, yeah, I did think I loved my first husband. Yeah. What's
Mm.
your point?
Well, the thing is, like, end of the day, right? You left
So
him, right?
what about your ex-wife? Why did she leave you?
She didn't leave me. I left her. Told
No,
you.
that's not
Oh, yeah,
true.
she left you
Yeah, I
because you
did.
were drunk.
No, not true. I left her.
That's not true, though, is it?
Yeah, it's true. I left her.
Because you've already explained online why she left you.
Yeah, I explained on multiple different levels. Yeah, and at the end of the day, yeah, I called for the divorce.
Oh, you called for the divorce, yeah?
Yeah, I left her.
Did you pay
Is
for
that-
it? Yeah.
So you really
No,
respect
I
all
made her
that
pay for
stuff.
it.
And,
What kind of a man
Wrong
do you think I am?
wrong again.
What
fuck
kind of a
again,
man do you think I am? I made her
Fuck
pay for
again,
all of
Trilla.
it. Yeah,
Fuck
I told her,
again,
I told her, I'd, give her back the money. I didn't
Yeah,
fucking.
you
I
fucked
didn't
up
fuck that.
again, Trilla.
you
Yeah,
couldn't
not
get
at
her
all.
pregnant.
Not at all.
You
No,
had
she
a
got pregnant.
miscarriage because you had something that was wrong with you. Didn't
No,
you?
no, not at all. Not at all. It's a very
Yes.
complicated issue.
Yes.
Very complicated issue.
Yes.
But end of
And
the
they
day,
realised, she
end of the
realised,
day-
her family realised that you wouldn't
Go
be
on,
able to produce a
go on.
child.
So we're talking about something that happened 8 years ago compared to you, who's still with a guy who chose to get with someone like you, right?
Yeah, because it's called
Nothing.
marriage.
Yeah,
You're still with a guy
well
that's
over
supposed
20
to get with
years.
you.
What's your problem? Why are you
Well,
jealous?
yeah, honestly, I think to myself, what a simp. I mean,
Just imagine
what a
we've
simp.
grown old gracefully together, and I'm not afraid of getting
I mean,
old.
gracefully.
There's people I've known for
we've
years.
seen your videos. That's not
You know,
graceful. Your
there's
videos are
people-
not graceful.
There's people, all right,
Your
grown
videos are not
old
graceful, love.
disgracefully. I don't care. I'm not bothered about that. Trilla, there's people I know, yeah, that actually haven't been able to get to my age in life. I feel blessed.
No shit. No
I
shit.
feel blessed that I've got grandchildren. I feel blessed that I'm alive to see them. And hopefully I'll be alive to see my great
But
grandchildren.
aren't they ashamed of your racism?
It's not
Aren't
something
they
I'm
ashamed of
ashamed
your
of.
racism?
Trilla.
I'm pretty sure
What
you
have you
got
got,
I'm
considering
pretty sure
that you're probably only about 5
I've got
years
more
younger
than
than
you.
me? What have
I've
you
got
got in
more
your
than you.
life?
I've got more than you. But when it comes down to it, right?
Yeah, what have you got?
Aren't they
You might have
ashamed of your
material
racism?
things. You've got nothing
Aren't they
worth.
ashamed of your racism?
between you, right?
You've got nothing of worth, Trilla. You've got material things.
Your legacy is going to be a racist for the rest of your fucking entire life.
I'm going to be known as a racist. I'm
going to make sure that you're going to be a disgrace to your children.
Okay.
Your children don't want to have anything to do with you when I'm fucking done with you, bitch. All right.
Well, you know what? You know what, Trilla?
Right.
You're bitter, mate. And do you know what?
Yeah?
Better people than you have tried. Yeah.
No problem. No problem. When it comes down to it, you talk about my missus again, right? Watch. All right.
You don't have a fucking missus.
All right. You talk about my
It's
missus
all
again.
imaginary.
We're doing it now.
Yeah.
We're doing it now.
You're doing it again. Now you're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Hold on.
You're doing it again.
What are you going to do?
Right? If you don't like her talking about your missus, then don't talk about anyone else's missus.
You motherfucker. She mentioned it first, you little wanker. So shut your fucking mouth and keep your fucking nose out of it, you cunt.
And is Hector her missus? Is Hector her missus?
What is this? The French fucking Sri
When it comes down to it, right? I didn't talk about your partner. You mentioned mine. All right, bitch. All right. So when it comes down to it, you want to get ugly, we'll get ugly. All right.
You
No
shut
problem.
the fuck up,
We'll get
Trilla.
ugly,
You
bitch.
sat on like for
We'll get
years
ugly, you
talking
cunt.
about Hector.
We'll
And
get
now
ugly,
because
bitch.
you're getting engaged to
You
some
dickhead.
imaginary
You
fuckwit,
dickhead.
you
She's not
wanted
even
to tell
online.
me,
She's
don't
not
talk
online,
about
and
the
you're talking about her.
imaginary
You cunt.
fuckwit.
Well, you know what?
Because
Yeah. When
even
it
though
comes
I've
down to it,
spoken about your
yeah.
husband
But
for
you
8
want to call,
years,
yeah. But you
all
want
of
to
a
call your
sudden,
husband the
my
N-word.
wife is
You want to
special.
call your
Fuck
husband the
you.
N-word 1 minute and then fucking cry about it when somebody else does it the next. What a hypocrite! What a fucking hypocrite!
No one's crying about it though, Trilla.
Yeah, you are.
There's only you
No.
crying about
You
everything.
were. When you
You're the
crying
one
when Maku
making the
call your when
ultimatum.
Maku call your husband the N-word, you were crying about it. You were literally crying about it. Let's say the crocodile
Was
tears.
I?
Have
Was
you
I
got the stream?
crying about
Well, what,
Hector
what,
being called the
would you like
N-word?
a reminder? Let's see the stream. Would you like a reminder of your
Yeah, go on,
crocodile
play it.
tears?
Go on,
Let's
play
hear
it.
it. Let's hear
Go
it.
on, play it.
Nothing. Let's hear
I
it.
don't know. I don't know what you think you're proving.
Your crocodile tears. Your
Well,
fake
he's
fucking
trying
bullshit.
to.
Your
Okay,
double
that's your
standard.
opinion. You don't know
Yeah.
if it's real or not.
What do you mean? I don't know. Everyone knows you. It
No,
was
you
real.
don't.
Everyone
No, you
knows
don't.
you.
You
Everyone
don't
knows
know.
you.
You don't know
Everyone
whether
knows
it's real
you.
or not. You
Everyone
don't
knows
know how
you.
much I love my husband.
Everyone knows you online. You dickhead.
He's a drunk, isn't he?
You talk
Well,
about mine. I talk about yours. Yeah. How fucking dare you? Yeah. This motherfucker. This old
This woman who
bastard.
he's
Yeah.
supposed
All
to
right.
be
This
engaged to
motherfucker, bro.
became
Yeah.
like,
I swear to God, I will slap that motherfucker up. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
If ever he wants to meet, I will.
Pillow
slap him
Clay
up,
made
yeah?
you cry though,
If
Trilla. So
ever
did
he
Raj.
wants to meet, I
Do you
will
remember?
slap
Do you
that
remember the
bastard up.
poem you
All
wrote
right.
Raj in the middle of the night?
So go fucking call that Nigerian cunt up,
he
yeah,
wrote
and
what?
tell
He
him
wrote
if he
what?
wants to fucking link up, yeah, and defend your
He wrote
honor,
what,
no
dude?
fucking problem, you cunt.
What did he write? What did he write in the middle of the night?
He wrote Raj a poem in the middle of the fucking night and was giving me a phone call.
Jupiter, to be fair, you cried after calling the N-word again and again, right?
Yeah, what's that got to do with it, guys? Don't start sticking up for Trilla. You can handle it.
Do you want me to slow it down for you, Danny? Does it go too much? Too fast for you? What's the awkward question? I put your question on screen. I was just about to address it. So thankfully, by the time although there's a whole aspect to whether medication should be used at all or whether it was a spiritual affliction due to due to emotional bonds or lack thereof, and fractured aspects of completeness which affected my growth. But no, it wasn't about pigs being tested on. They actually used to extract the growth hormone from pigs. It sounds like you're stuttering in the chat, doesn't it? More. They used to actually extract the hormone from pigs, pituitary glands, and then probably I guess it injects the same way I did. But yeah, no, it was synthetic by the time I used growth hormone. So no, they probably likely did test on animals, and that's a whole nother unfortunate aspect to it. But no, it was synthetic, not extracted from pigs at that point. But the whole thing, yeah, it's a really interesting aspect of what you call it, disease, and the emotional causes of potentially all disease to some extent. It goes into spiritual levels and disabilities and stuff like that. Obviously, it's more complex and nuanced and subjective part of all that, I suppose. Yeah, definitely, and more sensitive to individual scenarios. Easy owns, mate. Are you listening from behind? Are you behind? Danny, can you show everything? Can you show us everything? You're the cunt that just asked so many questions, just assert so many requests. Again, just another one. Negative. Okay, so you're not the past bit with Easy. You're listening to me live. Okay. You partially a waste of time, partially a great part of the process to show how this has been allowed to occur, because you are in Michaela's chat, aren't you? Oliver Onion is sometimes in Michaela's chat, usually abusing her, but still an accepted part of the furniture. Pip Smoker, yeah, Michaela's. Yeah, keeping an eye on Kaylee for Taffy as well, don't you remember? Keeping an eye on Kaylee for Taffy over here. What the fuck are you on about? What the fuck are you on about? Right, you're a waste of time. But you're not. You keep it'd be best if you stop what you're doing, but you are also everything you do. Like I say, the evil tools will be used by good against themselves. They know not what they do, and they want to be released from their torment and possession of the low carnal drivers. We'll slow it down a little bit for Mr. West.
Don't start sticking up
When
for
they
me.
cheerleader for you, then she should stay out of it then, right?
These lot can chat shit about me all they want. They know they're lying about
So
it.
you want to meet up
carry
with
on.
Hector? Is that what you want, Trilla?
Oh God, no.
Hey, if that man wants to defend your honor, which I'm sure he wants,
Okay,
he's
well,
a
you know my
pussy,
address.
is he's a fucking pussy.
You know where she
Yeah,
lives?
but you know, everybody knows where I live. I don't know why people do
Jupiter,
this.
Jupiter, you go to Thriller's address. You know his address.
I
Yeah.
don't. Where does
You
he
know
live?
where I am? I'm in Southall. You don't know that.
Where does he live?
You make that very clear, don't you? Go
Give me his address. I know it's Southall, guys.
Go,
Give me
go
his
look for
address.
me. Go look for me like how you look for Rodney.
He's
Drive
in
around
good
Southall and see what happens, innit? Go,
What is it?
go
When
look
do
for
you
me
got
like how
it?
you look
Go
for
on then,
Rodney.
give me your address, Trilla. What is it?
Go look for me like how you look for Rodney. Drive around Southall
Oh,
and
it's
see what
quite a
happens to
big
you.
place. Why don't you give me
Go
your
on.
address? And
Why
then
don't
go
you just
there?
drive around town and see what happens?
Oh, you're a coward, Trilla. Shut
Go
up.
on. Drive around
Coward.
town, see what happens.
You're a
Dickheads.
coward.
Well, give me
Dickheads.
your address
Well,
then.
where do you live, Wendy? Where do you live? Where do you live, Wendy? Go on.
What are
You're
you
calling me a
talking
coward.
about?
Where do you
You're the
live?
one that's threatened to go and see
Where do you live,
Hector.
Wendy? Exactly.
Then
So
you
shut the
turned
fuck up.
no,
Shut
Hector's
the
got
fuck
to
up,
go
you
see
dickhead.
you.
Where do you live, Wendy?
And you won't
Where
give
do you
him
live,
the
Wendy?
address.
Where do
Because
you
you're
live,
a
Wendy?
coward.
Wendy, where do you
You're
live?
drunk and
Wendy,
you're
where
a
do you live?
coward.
I'll pay you
No
a visit. Where do you live?
decent woman
Where do you
would
live?
fucking
Go
go
on.
near you.
I'm a coward, yeah? Where do you live?
No decent
Where do you
woman
live?
would go near you.
Where do you live?
I thought you were wanting to visit Hector.
Yeah, I'm asking you, where do you live?
No, but I'm saying they want your address.
Yeah, yeah,
Hold
you're
on a
saying
minute.
dickhead.
Wendy lives on the road.
Dickhead.
You want to pull up to an house where
How do you know
lives
she's on her own? How do you know that?
She
I don't
told
care.
us the
Where do you
other
live?
week.
You're a coward. You're a coward.
No, you
Yeah,
are.
simple as that. You want to pull up on it? You want to pull up to my old folks' home? Yeah, mad thing. You want to pull up to my old man
I
and my
said,
old
I want
man's
your
home?
address.
Yeah, mad thing. My address. You know I live with my folks. You want to pull up to their address?
Yeah, because
Dickhead.
you're in there.
Yeah?
Well, then come
And
to
you're
our
calling me a
address. You've
coward.
already fucking got it.
I just told you, roll around Southall. Yeah, make a live
Roll
stream.
around
Bitch, you'll get a
fucking
visit.
Southall.
You'll get a visit. All right, no problem.
Fuck off, Trilla.
Yeah, fucking
Look what you
idiot.
said you used to go to. I'm going to do
Go
this
and
to
do
Raj.
your
I'm
crazy
gonna
shit
do
and
that
see what
to
happens
Raj,
to
and
you,
you did fuck
weirdos.
off, Raj.
That
Fuck
guy
off,
went
you
offline. What? So who took him offline?
You wrote love poems to Raj.
Who took him offline?
Yeah, he did. Must have been
Oh,
under the influence of
was it a
balloons.
coincidence that when I jumped online, he jumped off? Crazy. Yeah, mad thing. I made one phone call and that guy never came back online. Dickheads.
He ain't coming. He's shitting himself.
Yeah, he ain't coming on YouTube. He comes on YouTube once a year.
You need to do
Dickhead.
the 12 steps, Trilla.
There you go, Trilla.
You can't hear him. Tell him come on the mic like a man.
Yeah, yeah.
Why
I'm
should
back
he?
on the panel after your fucking after fucking
He said, give us the address and he'll turn up.
Give you the address, weirdos. Come to Southall. Come to Southall.
Write
See
it in
what
the
happens to you.
back chat. Write it in the back chat.
Right to Southall. Put your fucking camera on and then
That's
see what
it.
happens to you.
You're such a
All right?
fucking coward,
All right?
Trilla.
Go to Southall. Put your camera on and see what happens to you. You dickhead.
Coward,
You mug.
coward.
Go on.
That's fair.
Go on.
That's fair.
Don't bring Isabella though.
That's it. Put your camera on. Go on the live stream. You're on the live stream all the time. Put your fucking camera on and see what happens to you. All right? See how long you last.
Put your camera on so everyone can see your bald head again. What your
You
girlfriend.
dickhead.
And I'll
You
go
dickhead.
straight enough.
You just want to go to the 5-0. You just want to
Show
go
us
to
the
the
ring.
5-0. You little bitch.
Bring off.
Little
Bring
bitch.
off.
I've never known anything like it. He wants to have a word with Hector, but he won't give the address out. Why?
I just told
Because
you.
he
Roll
thought he
out.
was going to act hard. You know.
Roll over, bitch.
You're a coward and an alcoholic.
You wanted
Roll
Ghost
over.
to do your arguing for you. That's how much of a coward you are, Trilla. You ran to
Dickhead.
Ghost and
Dickhead.
had to give him a fucking
Dickhead.
bullshit story.
Dickhead.
That's how
Who haven't you fallen out with? All of your best friends online you've fallen out with. Crazy. Fucking
What
hell.
best
And
friends
who
are
haven't
that
you fallen out with?
What do you mean?
So,
You've
so
fallen out
who-
with just about
who
everybody.
best friends are
Is what it is.
Who, Trilla?
What?
Who are my best friends that I fell out with?
You fell out with Moon. You fell out with Wendy. you
Moon's
fell out
never
with
been my
fucking.
best mate. Moon's
Yes,
never been a best mate.
literally was.
No
Honestly,
shit,
before
Moon
the
has never been my
Don't
best
lie.
mate.
Don't
Never.
lie. You were
Never been
super
my
close.
best mate.
You were so upset when she went against you. Mad.
No, I weren't.
Crazy. You were.
No,
You
I
were so
weren't. And
upset.
I
Yeah, you
said,
were. You really
she's
are.
never been my best mate.
You've never gotten over it. Never gotten over it.
Okay, if you believe that, you believe that, right? Yeah, go on. Who else is my best mate I fell out with?
I told you, Wendy.
Wendy's my friend.
We're friends.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
Wendy was literally threatening to expose shit on you.
No. You can bring that up all you like, yeah. But Trilla, you're the one who. I mean, you fall out with everyone. Everyone.
But you know what? It's
You
entertainment,
threatened
isn't it?
Raj. You threatened Raj. You did fuck all. You're threatening.
Hey, no.
You're
He
coward.
threatened me. He threatened me to get it right. He threatened me.
You're just a
Get it
drunken
right.
flu. You're a
Get it
drunken
right. When it comes down to Raj, he threatened me and he done the worst shit. All right.
No woman in their right mind would fucking go near you.
And you're out here defending with him. That just shows.
So
everything
did
about
your
you.
mum have a go at
Come
you
on.
because you ordered a pizza, Trilla?
Why?
Well, I just wondered, is it true?
Why? No, but why would she have a go at me for ordering a pizza? You crazy?
Yeah, I reckon she did.
Wow, that's weird.
Mummy's still cooking for you at your age. You should be ashamed.
Hey, my mum cooked a banging chicken.
He's still
today.
living with
Oh
her.
my
Look,
days.
he uses them as a troll
Banging
shield.
chicken.
Don't turn up at my house. I live with my mum and dad.
Yeah,
So-
don't do that. Ooh.
Yeah, yo, you're gonna come to my house. So, Jupiter, I thought you're old school. Yeah, we don't go to houses. You know, if you want to meet, we meet in a separate location. You understand? We don't go to houses.
What, they've got a wall around fucking
I
Southall?
just told you, come to Southall and see what happens to you.
You go to Eltham.
You
I'm
went
not
to
going to
fucking
fucking
Wembley.
Southall.
You
You've
went
seen
to
this
Wembley.
shit. Oh,
You went. It's actually better than your area.
No,
Where
it
do you
isn't.
live? Where do you live? Where do you live?
Better food, better people.
Eltham.
he won't give the address. He wants you to go to the
Wait.
high street.
Go anywhere. Go anywhere in the area. I'll come see you there. No problem.
Yeah,
Go
right.
anywhere in that part of the town. I mean, could you just make it between a Friday after 5 and Monday anytime between those days? Yeah. All right.
Monday or Friday, right? Monday or Friday.
Yeah. No. Monday to Friday to Monday.
On the weekend.
5 o'clock.
Fucking
Yeah.
hell.
Monday's off. Yeah. Monday I got off. So, yeah. Anytime, bro.
If you fit it in with my days off, you wanker.
Yeah, I ain't gonna fucking make you want to work day. Fuck it out.
I don't think he works even, to be honest.
Oh my god, he doesn't fucking work.
No, I don't think he does.
I don't know, it's crazy.
He's off from the House of Plenty.
I mean, I've only shown you a gym, a 100-inch
Oh, you can
TV,
show
a
me
fucking
1,000.
£2,000 PC, a fucking refurbished fucking entire fucking, refurbished fucking, you know what I mean, back house, yeah? Like, I've only shown you so much shit. I've shown you me sitting in my sports car and everything else. I've only shown you fucking my fucking 40 grand sports car. Like, I've only shown you pretty much every, I've shown you my hotel, my house in India, right, as a mansion. I don't have a job.
Your hotel,
crazy.
you're the butler.
Crazy, you know.
With a little charwalla.
You're the butler. It's not your hotel. It's not your house. We know that you were looking after it for someone. That's how
What
sad.
trauma in your life has turned you into an alcoholic? You've had a trauma somewhere in your life that's turned you into an alcoholic.
So imagine if you were totally wrong. And
I know,
everything
I'm
about
totally
you.
right. I'm totally right.
Yeah.
Wendy, do you think it's trauma or do you think he's been spoiled by his parents?
No, I think it's trauma of some sort.
Crazy. I've never been spoiled by my parents, but my parents are very generous.
I think
he was spoiled. He was the only boy. All the
No,
girls
I'm
were
not
spoiled,
spoiled, but end of the day, like, you know,
And he was a bit backwards, so he was more.
I mean, I just knew my parents had money in it.
Who paid for your wedding?
Who paid for it? My family.
Yeah.
Like,
There you go.
I chipped in, but my family paid for it. Yeah.
You don't know what it is to stand
I bought the ring. I bought, you know, obviously I done everything else, but when it comes to the wedding party,
No,
my
he
parents
doesn't
paid for the
have
party.
that funny songs.
I mean, my parents paid for the hall. My parents paid for. So we had 2 weddings, didn't it? We had a wedding in India and we had a wedding in England.
Wow, bloody hell! You had a wedding overseas as well.
Yeah. That was obviously all together. And then obviously we
And I
gave her.
said to Trilla,
We
oh,
gave
that's really
her.
sad.
Yeah.
Explain some of what happened, right?
Yeah,
I said,
and then we gave her.
I hate white people. This is when he got drunk. I hate
Yeah.
white people. I've suffered racism. And I said, okay, that's a little bit understandable then. That's quite sad.
Mm.
Explain to me what happened. And every story he told me was about a black bloke beating him up.
Oh dear, that makes sense because he hates Ted, doesn't it?
I knew where you were going.
Even scientific method lost it with him and said,
I
thought
knew
you said it was
what
white
you were trying
racism
to
when it
do.
was black people.
No, I knew what you were trying to do. So I talked about, like, so I live in London, right? And I've got fucking issues with, you know what I mean, all people, right? In terms of like, I've seen racism.
You said you suffered white racism, and then
Let him finish.
So I've seen racism on both parts. So when it comes down to it, you wanted to hear me talk about the white racist stuff, right? Well, I already told you about that, right? And when it comes down to it, I did. But when it comes down to it, I thought, let me just tell you about the black racist stuff instead. So what? What's the
Okay,
problem?
cool. Then tell us the white racist stuff.
I don't need to. I don't need to. I already have, and I can.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Even scientific method lost his temper.
So when we're talking about white grown ass men, right? So when we're talking about grown white men, right, trying to fucking fight kids, trying to fight 15-year-olds on a bus, right? When we were 15, grown white men trying to fight us on a bus, right? When we were 14, yeah, I said that. When we were 14, right? When we were 14, and we're playing a football match, right? And then we're playing a white team, okay? We got a white supporter, right? Old skinhead guy. He's one of the brothers of one of the kids, right? Elder brothers, right? Tried to fucking punch up, some of the kids that were on the field, because we were winning. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
But he never mentioned any of this before.
No,
he said
right.
He said
but I don't feel need to.
He said that he was in goal and a black kid come and
I
stamp on
mentioned
his head.
all of this before, right? You don't listen.
No, you never.
But the stamping on the head was because he was a goalkeeper, right? And that can
No. Yeah, I talked about when I was 10 years old, Ghost. When I was 10 years old, like my first football tournament, right? In primary school, right? So that was a football game against another school, right? And the kid, right, he's a striker, right? I dived down to the feet, and the kid stamped on my head and let go of the ball to protect my head, right? Yeah, of course he did. Like, that's football, isn't it? It happens, So he stamped on my head with the studs, right? And I protected my head,
And then you said you had to go and get all the Somalians.
And then literally the guy scored the goal, right? And it got allowed, We still beat the team 3-2, right? It happened twice. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah, but anyway, we won the league that year, guys. I mean,
But
fair.
it is quite common for a goalkeeper to accidentally get kicked in there. Nobody should.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But he
that
went
was
and got a load of
deliberate.
Somalians
But that was
to chase
deliberate.
the Jamaicans down. Ask him.
Yeah. So those guys were bullies. Those
There you
guys were actual. Those guys were actual thugs. Those guys were actual bullies. So they were about 10.
What, the
15
striker
strong.
deliberately
They were
kicked you in
thugs
there?
No.
Eight
This
to
is
10.
these guys were literally living behind the shop that we had.
Thugs
You know,
and
like-
Don't let her relate that then, right? Don't let her link
no,
it
it's
together.
not. It's not in relation at all. When it comes down to it, so
Separate.
growing
You
up,
told us it
growing up,
was.
no, it's not. So when it comes down to it, these Jamaican guys, right, were a bunch of hooligans, a bunch of thugs, right, a bunch of like, fucking, you could say,
You
you know
should
what I
have
mean?
kept your fucking mouth shut.
Whatever. They were
Yeah.
trouble. They were trouble. So
Well,
when it
maybe
comes
they
down
would
to it,
beat you up.
they were adults, right, and I was a child, right.
Oh,
So
whatever.
So when it come down to it,
Oh,
yeah.
now he's saying adult Jamaicans picked on him as well.
Oh yeah, they were full grown men, right?
Oh,
So when it
fuck
comes,
off, Trilla.
so when it come down to it, right, I brought down 30 guys, right, and then they backed off.
In your dreams. In your
Yeah.
fucking dreams.
And then they backed off. So I mean,
Liar.
look, when you're young, right, you know a lot of people. I mean,
Yeah, guys,
if you knew
Yeah,
that.
when you're 10, you know a lot of adult men, didn't you, Trilla?
Can we,
No,
can
that
we
was when we were
stay-
15.
can we stay away
Yeah.
from real life issues and discuss the issues we've got with each other online?
No.
Jupiter, I said like for the last 3-4 weeks that I wanted to move on, right? I've gone at you for too long. I wanted to move on. I didn't want anything to do with you. You can do your own shows. I'll do my own. And we just carry on, right? And then today you just went at us for no reason.
I didn't go out yet. I don't know who's told you
Triller,
this
tell her,
shit.
man. Triller.
Bro, so you done an award ceremony and you said Aduki's the
yeah,
tough guy.
No, I
Rose did
didn't.
this.
No,
Yes,
I
he did.
didn't.
Don't
Happy
lie.
Come on
Well,
was
share
on
the
my
stream. Go
panel,
on, share the
and
stream.
he
Share the
said,
stream. Is the stream online right
he
now?
said,
Is
he
your stream
said-
online right now? Because we could play it.
it's
Is the stream
fucking
on your
hours
channel?
long. It's fucking 4 hours long.
All right, cool. So we can only play. We'll play the bit that matters, isn't it?
I don't
So
know what timestamp you're talking
So,
about.
Yeah, but
we'll find it.
Triller wasn't the first
I'll
one that
find
came
it for
in here
you.
and said it. It was the Keir Starmer. It was the Prime Minister, right? The PM come in here and told us. Keir Starmer,
Yeah.
can you tell us?
And I confirmed it. I confirmed it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
jumped
he
on
was
the,
the
I
first one
jumped
that
on and
came in
confirmed
here.
it. I was
Yeah, but
listening to
Keir
the stream.
Starmer's a shit stirrer.
All right, so wait, hold on. Is
Kathy
your stream
said that he
online?
was thinking of doing some awards.
Look, we can
So
we can
just
play
did
it.
fucking-
Yeah.
we just had to laugh and joke.
Aduki, if
But
you look in the
there
background,
was
right?
no intent for
Aduki,
nothing.
if you look in the background, right? Like I could do it on my PC if you want, yeah. But like literally, right? The girl, Taffy jumped on, and this
So
Taffy,
relatable,
this
isn't it?
weirdo called Dave and Jupiter, and they're on the panel and they're
But
chatting
Dave
shit.
weren't on my show. He's talking about Craig.
Dave.
This Craig, Dave, whatever,
Oh, Craig,
same thing, bro. Fucking hell,
Yeah.
same thing, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all chatting shit. They're all chatting shit about us, and yeah, like it's what it is.
No, they
Yeah.
wasn't. The shit that was chatted was about
Yeah,
you.
they were.
Trilla.
Yeah, about me first, and then it went on to Ghost and Aduki.
No, it didn't. No,
Yes,
it
it
didn't.
did. Oh,
What was said about Aduki is that he's dumb. Like, we could give him the most dumb award because
that's
I
what
used
you
to think
said.
it
That's
was
what
Shines.
came out of your mouth.
The Shines
You
can have the
decided,
most repetitive.
Not we, you said that. Not
Yeah,
we,
I said
you
that.
said
Yeah,
that.
I said
Right?
that.
All right, what did you say about Ghost?
Don't remember. I don't remember saying anything.
Okay,
Apart
okay.
from the fact that that I now see him as a troll, and
Yeah,
that if he's respectful to me, I'll be respectful to him.
Okay. Is what it is, but you didn't say that then, so is what it is.
So we're back in school now where you run to tell tales, is it?
We're not running anywhere. I've been on the panel since the beginning. What you done? Look, you want to chat shit? You want to chat shit? I'm not even chatting shit about you. All right, I'm not literally talking about you.
No, that
You
ain't
wanna
true
involve
either.
yourself,
If Craig's here,
You wanna
I'm gonna
involve
tell you
yourself,
that I said to him that he can go exactly where he likes because I'm not the least likely to call anybody up where they go. So
You
that's a
did,
lie as
look,
well.
Listen. You having to mention those kind of comments about me and my missus, yeah, it was unnecessary. All right.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to it, it's a bit of fun. I get it, right? I don't care. But you know,
It's not a
semantics
bit- it's not
are.
a bit of
If
fun.
you've
I
got a
think
truce,
you're a
hold on,
bullshitter.
yeah. If you've got a truce with Ghost, yeah, right, and you're talking shit about Aduki and Ghost, right?
I
then-
haven't got a truce. Me and Ghost don't agree politically and never will.
No, we don't
Right.
know truth.
I thought you lot were trying to
No,
like,
if
knock
he's
that shit
No,
out.
I said,
if
I
I'll be
said on my
respectful to
stream.
him.
One second, Jupiter. We don't have no truth. I just said like, yeah, that's in the past, right? I just want to move on, right?
Yeah,
That's
you
why I
want
said
to
we
It
don't-
sounds like a
we
truce to
never
me,
been
right?
we
To me,
never
that
had
sounds like a
like
truce.
agreement
Well,
or
that
anything.
sounds like a truce, right? In terms of like
Sorry,
literally
sorry.
just moving forward, right? You don't want to
Yeah,
talk
no,
about each
I-
other.
Are you
right?
bored of the so-called truth? So you've
So
decided
when it
to
comes
run
down, look, when it comes down to it, I'm not trying to shit
No,
stir.
he wanted Ghost
I'm
to
not
argue
trying to
with me
shit
because
stir.
he was
I'm not
offended over
trying
what I
to
said
shit
to
stir.
him.
But the fact
That's
is,
what he's done.
we all know you as a fucking liar, and you're trying to call
Yeah,
me a
no, he's
liar. And I'm
bitter.
not playing your
He's
stream.
bitter
I'm going to
because
see
of
you
what I
lying,
said to
bitch.
him.
All right, because I will go there.
Yeah,
All
there
right,
you
I
go,
will
he's admitting
review
it.
your whole stream. All right, before you hide it, you fucking.
No, it's already hidden because I tried to play it. Just now.
I'll put it on unlisted and give it to you, Ghost. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, 'cause I thought I'd play.
I'm not worried about you having it.
Oh Lord, have mercy, bro. Fucking hell.
You're right, little snitch.
Why Wendy's pissed. Wendy's pissed.
You see, people have come and told him shit, and it was also Cole Holmes that wrote about the thingy.
But
and
look,
I
you said,
actually,
I'm not chatting shit. I'd review it and show you that I'm not lying.
and
So
I
you call me
actually
a
read
liar.
about Cole Holmes's fucking remark, and you went around saying it was me.
Mad thing. I don't give a fuck what you read.
But
You
I'll
read
tell
it,
you
right?
what, if your girlfriend is coming in on a dinghy, she should be stopped.
Yeah.
Listen, bitch. Hector came on a fucking dinghy, bitch.
No,
he
he
should be
never.
fucking sent back. Yeah, he should
No,
be
he
sent
never.
back. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
No,
Yeah, he
No,
did.
he didn't.
He should
No,
be
he
sent back.
didn't.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
No.
No, he never.
Yeah, the motherfucker floated over on a fucking.
What time does a dinghy leave?
I mean, the man couldn't even afford to pay for a dinghy. He just got a fucking float from a swimming pool and floated over.
You believe he did. I don't
The man couldn't afford a dinghy. He's a broke bastard. He got a float from a swimming pool and floated over.
It was a
Fucking
business
dickhead.
expense.
Whatever. Well, I'm not bothered. If that's what you think, that's what you think.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, she's coming over on the 7 o'clock dinghy in the morning.
Dickhead.
You're going to be there to meet her.
Bro, have you guys know how nice Sri Lankan women are? They're absolutely
Yeah, but
gorgeous.
he's lying. He's lying.
She's French as well, right? That makes
You
sense.
can't be French and Sri Lankan. You're either one or the other.
She's born in France. She's born in France, you idiot.
That don't mean nothing.
Of course it means something, you twat.
No, it doesn't.
Can she
What the
speak
fuck
French?
is wrong with you? Yeah, she can speak French, yeah.
So you mean if I speak to her, she'll understand what I'm saying? That's cool.
Yeah, she can.
You won't.
I mean, you know, you're gonna say quoi? You're gonna give a
Bonjour.
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 Je m'appelle Thriller.
Comment t'appelles-tu? Comment t'appelles-tu?
Triller boy trop.
Déjà vu?
Triller ezut. Ezut.
When Triller finishes, he says, au revoir.
Au revoir.
She'd be getting off the dinghy in Dover, and you'd be up at fucking Sunderland waiting on the seashore.
Listen, bitch, you're a racist. You're a racist fucking bitch about getting off a dinghy. You dickhead. You dickhead. Not everybody is Hector out here, yeah, and marrying the first fucking chap they see when they land ashore, bitch. All right. Fucking hell.
Has she finished her work in the paddy fields? Has she?
Weirdos. Bad thing. Hector got a parking ticket. That's how they fucking met, bro.
You're so jealous of Hector, aren't you? Unbelievable.
Yeah.
It really is pathetic.
But why? No,
I don't know. I really don't get it.
He's got showman syndrome, right? Because he's so tall that he like despises
It
people.
doesn't have nothing to do with you, lot. I don't understand why you.
He's
can't-
6'4".
Is that why he's got problems with you as well, Ghost?
I'm 5'8".
Yeah, but I mean, he reckons he's 6 foot.
He's 6'4". Triller is 6'4". He's a goalkeeper, right?
Yeah, but when he turns sideways, he looks like a long piece of piss, doesn't he?
I don't know about that. I've never seen him sideways, right?
Looks like a fucking lollipop. He's a fucking bald head.
But he was a goalkeeper, right? During his footballing career.
Yeah. He thought he was a fucking Asian Crouch, didn't he?
Oh
Yeah, Crouch, yeah, he was pathetic, right? With that robot.
That's what. Yeah, exactly. You can't be that big and being old and that skinny. It's weird.
Triller, have you got anything to come back?
Did your arms and legs used to flail about like Crouches did as well?
Well, to be fair to Triller, he was a goalkeeper, innit? Crouch was like oddball, right? Nobody that tall plays up front generally, right? They were playing goals. I'm sure Peter Crouch even started off as a goalkeeper. Or I might be wrong, but generally at that height and build, they do. I don't know what Triller's build is like. Only the pigeon has seen him.
I'm more built than Crouch, but Crouch is my age. But he's 6'7" or 6'8". He's fucking tall.
6'8". Wow.
Triller tried to save a ball from going in the back of the net. Stood up.
Crouch is
Go with
born,
him.
bro. But Crouch is in Brentford Academy. So he never played in the school leagues, innit? We got scouted from the school leagues, so you know what I mean. We were playing in school.
Yeah, we know. You could have been a professional footballer, but you ended up.
I played for Brentford and I played for QPR. And when it came down to
no, you did not.
Oh, here we go.
Crouch is playing for Brentford.
This is the only time that I'm actually welcoming fucking Muckus because he's adding this to his.
Well, actually, Gus, your time's now come. I'm not being nasty or out. You know, I've got your back on many issues. However, this one. So I'm not exaggerating here. On 3 occasions, I've heard you say you're 5'9". Now,
5'9", yeah, I'm
in my
5'9".
opinion, why did you say 5'7" then go up to
No,
5'8"?
I said 5'8" by mistake.
You said
Well,
you said 5'7". Then you went up to 5'8". But on
I
3
said
occasions,
5'8"
I
by
know you
mistake.
said 5'9".
Are we allowed mistakes on this panel?
No. Why would you? What, to inch?
I'm 5'9".
To inch. Now, Squire 7, and you know I will not go
I'm
for
not
that. For that
tall. I'm taller than him, man.
I know. But on many of occasions, he said, I bet you're only a midget and you're overcompensating. Now, there's
How
a
am I a
2-inch
midget? I'm
disparity there.
5'9". I'm 5'9".
No, your height, you don't make a mistake and then correct it and still be incorrect from what you said the previous 3 times. 5'7", 5'8".
I can clarify it. I made a mistake.
Bullshit,
I realized.
I'm telling you,
I
you're all
realized when I
fucking
said
lying,
5'8".
bastard.
I realized when I said 5'8", I made a mistake. But because the show carried on, I just
He's
didn't
had to
say it,
throw
right?
him off.
I didn't throw him off.
No, he jumped off all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, why would I throw him off?
He does
I would have
drive-bys.
enjoyed that debate, right? I'm 5'9". Stop fucking saying that. All right, carry on. 5'9".
Does it matter how tall you are? I mean,
It does. I'm 5'9".
Yeah, it does. So what if it doesn't matter? Then why are you bothered if when I say I'm 6'4" and you say I'm not?
Yeah.
I don't like men that tall.
Who gives a fuck? What you like? Who asked you?
Yeah, because you like to look down on them, right? And who better to look down on the next
No,
person?
I like people even my height.
Who asked you what you like, you weirdo?
You're about
I don't like tall men. Are taller than me. I just don't like it.
You know.
Yeah, it's a
control thing, isn't it? She likes to dominate.
men have same issues, right? I wouldn't want to date a woman.
No,
that's
I'm not
taller
used
than
to it. I'm not used to it. I'm not used to sort of like looking up.
That's what she said. But what I'm trying to say, like, men have the same issue, right? They don't want to look at women that's taller than them. They generally
That's not true. I can categorically tell you that's not true.
Yeah, some do.
Majority of men will have an issue with women being taller than them.
No, they won't.
Majority will.
Yeah.
No, I don't even go with that either. I don't believe that.
I ain't lying.
You think majority
satanic ritual abuse from the early age of 4. She reports of churches and castles, of altars in dark rooms, of people in dark robes. She had been impregnated for the first time at the age of 11, but the birth had been induced long before the normal duration of pregnancy. And then she was forced to take the life of her own child, after which a cannibalistic ritual took place. The lawyer Heidi Zarman herself had contact with many victims all over Germany, independently of each other. They all described very similar patterns of their ritual abuse, so she classified the reports as true. ZDF reporter Rainer Fromm researched 20 cases for a documentary, ranging from the most brutal ritual abuse to murder and cannibalism. Psychotherapist and trauma therapy expert Dagmar Eckers has children in her therapy who have witnessed horrific ritual acts. She has no doubt whatsoever about the statements of her patients. Kalin Georgescu, a former high-ranking UN official, also testified.
These oligarchs, all of them, are related with the system of the pedophilia one, because we know that there are more than 8 million children per year which they disappear. 8 million does mean the entire population of Austria. They disappear without any information, simply like that. This criminal act is have to be stopped.
And yet the official media still unanimously groan, there is no evidence of satanic ritual violence here. These are all just bogus memories implanted by therapists. As the latest episode of the German Y Collective with Manuel Möglich is also now proclaiming, all the violated victims and credible witnesses are no evidence for the media. The latest documentary by Jan Böhmermann of ZDF is a slap in the face for all those affected and the survivors. It's time for a brief story of satanic panic. But no evidence for a satanic network, so the whole thing is nothing more than a collective delusion. By the way, Jan Böhmermann earns more than the German Chancellor and the ZDF director together, according to top media lawyer Professor Rolf Höcker. So we will now face this issue thoroughly and question witnesses and survivors about it. Where is the evidence? Let's start with scars, brandings, and markings.
I was branded as a small child with a small star tattoo on my finger. It was done by the dealer's circle. This made clear which of these circles I belonged to. The teacher saw it, but never questioned what kind of tattoo a 12-year-old girl had there.
A little bit more about Coco Berthmann. She tells of her ritual abuse and torture. Her sister was killed while trying to escape, and she herself managed to escape at the age of 15. The abuse victim Lucy also has a lot of cut and burn scars. So does Isabel. She has more than 700 scars on her body and 15 clearly broken limbs. She had been hung upside down, raped, beaten, received knife wounds in her back. Her family was heavily involved in satanic ritual abuse, and she recounts horrific accounts of her ritual abuse, such as having her head crushed between blocks of wood. The survivor, Lunis, also has scars and marks on her body. But how do our opinion makers deal with such evidence? In a luxurious Hollywood movie, the victim is portrayed as only wanting to generate attention and self-inflicted this painful burn of the upside-down satanic cross. The victims are often marked with this symbol. The film is a true story in which a girl exposed a whole satanic circle around her family with exact descriptions of the rituals and ceremonies, as they are identically described by hundreds of witnesses and survivors worldwide. At the end of the Hollywood film, the investigator makes the crude argument that the girl made all of this up to get rid of her family, that the tortures, the photos, the sacrifices were all pure imagination, that the identical memories of the father, the brother, and the grandmother were imaginary concepts triggered by the girl and the investigator himself, who had believed her at first. I asked the survivor, Lunis, what do you say about you supposedly being talked into the ritual abuse, or of you making it up?
Let this be told you, I am not a therapist victim. I became a victim of massive sexual abuse and violence since my earliest childhood. Period. And this experience, these feelings, the internal, massive pressure, the symptoms, the intrusive thoughts, these are not things that a supposed conspiracy-believing therapist would have talked us into or could talk us into, because that takes massive methods that don't happen in therapy. If the doubters of this kind of violence would once again really listen to those affected, then they would, for example, notice how terribly damn difficult it is to get support at all with such issues, how difficult it is for therapists to get involved with victims like us. How many therapists who are then looking for therapists say, no, that's going too far for me, I can't take it.
I have another question for you. What do you say about there supposedly being no evidence of ritual violence?
I am the evidence for it. My memories, which no one talked me into, are proof of that. I am a living witness and victim of this violence, and I do not benefit at any level of my life from sharing that. The consequences of the violence are simply too severe for that. The struggle is far too great to get people deal with it, as we are doing here today, and the places for help where you can go are far too few in order to be able to generate more attention with it.
Yeah. Now let's ask more survivors. Why is there apparently no evidence of the ritual abuse witnessed everywhere and all of the sacrifices?
There is a reason why the FBI does not investigate in these cases. There is a reason why there is no evidence, because there are people in high position in the CIA, the FBI, the police stations, and they have numerous ways to get rid of evidence and to enter the medical professional fields to dismiss any sort of evidence. The police, the FBI, the CIA, all the offices of the federal government, companies, lawyers, doctors, engineers, school teachers, babysitters, they are all in a big, disgusting secret society.
The vast majority of victims and witnesses tell us that this is exactly how it happens and that these people even blackmail each other. Anna-Marie van Blienburg, for example, a lawyer with many years of experience, tells of having been an eyewitness 3 times to ritual abuse and the murder of children by members of the Dutch royal family, top politicians, judicial officials, and other dignitaries.
The child was put on a table and were giving something to drink. And in that drink, with that drink, the child was drugged. At a certain moment, the child was tortured, raped, and brutally murdered before those people. The audience was around Johan Frieso, Prince Johan Frieso, the second son of Queen Beatrix. In order of Queen Beatrix, they have organized martel, torture, rape, and killing of children in a public setting. The whole building was filled with very important people from the Netherlands, ministers, high-ranking officers, and all kinds of people that the criminals could put on photo, so they could blackmail those people and get criminal advantages from that.
Could you name some of the people who were present?
The people that I recognized there were, for instance, Prince Johan Frieso, his steady psychiatrist, Guus Barrault-Dumont. I recognized Mabel Wisse-Smith. She was there with an old steady man, I think it was George Soros. I recognized Donner, former Minister of the Law Department, at this moment Viceroy of the Netherlands. I recognized Ernst Hirsch-Ballin, a very important former Minister of Justice. I recognized E. van den Emster. He was for years the head of all judges in the Netherlands. I recognized Dick Berlijn, the former head of the military department in the Netherlands. I recognized a journalist, a very important journalist, Gerlof Leistra, of the journal The Elsevier. I recognized Carla Herades. At present, she is president of the court in Amsterdam, a judge. I recognized Mark Rutte. He's at this moment president of the Netherlands. I recognize Geert Wilders. He is at this moment the head of the political party PVV in the Dutch parliament. There were about 50 people every time I was taken there. I have been taken there 3 times.
So, Clyde, did I not potentially go through some proceedings, some quote unquote legal, fraudulent, albeit, but legal proceedings regarding doing something about it? Did that not happen, Clyde? Are you not here to try and silence us due to us doing something about it? Is this the most tragic, flapping, last clutching, just hanging on to some some ridiculous gaslighting attempt? Are you trying to psychologically demean me, make me feel lesser by throwing lies at me regarding my actions and my choices and my behavior, what I'm doing, my whole being? Is that what you're trying to do, Clyde? Are you trying to frantically think of an answer now to me addressing you? You're going to be a clever cunt and you're going to come up with something really witty. Are we ready for it, everybody? You do that to yourself, don't you, Jake? You do that to yourself, don't you, Jake? No. But you do this, don't you, Jake? That's an impression of Adam when he says Kaylee at the end of every sentence. But are you this, aren't you, Kaylee? But he's got this little evil laugh underneath every word that he says. But he's really shitting himself at the same time. Aren't you, Kaylee? Can't read? What do you mean you can't read? What bit? No, Clyde can't think of an answer because he just wrote this ridiculously. It just like it's similar sort of the elaboration, the way you elaborate, like as much as Danny West does, to the point of more than Danny West, but says things that are just so instantaneously disprovable and just expose you so much more when you all do it. Gary O'Brien does it. Lyndon does it like fucking his own. They're quite similar characters. You and Danny West are quite similar characters. And then AJ and DJ Darkside. Darkside's a bit more of a prolific typer. Where's he? Can someone send out the link for Darkside? See how he takes to my lives. I think he just doesn't come over here, does he? He's got his place where he's got a superficial sense of comfort. Mike Hunt. It's the same light. It's the same channel that. Where's Muckers? Where's Bops, mate? Where's Jamie Barnes? Come on, where's JD? Slim JD, come on, give me some shit, Slim JD. Skyworks, where's Skyworks at? Give Skyworks a shout. Come on, Gary O'Brien. I want to hear some Gary O'Brien over here. No, I'm reading the comment that Clyde wrote. But Ricky Dearman took me to court, didn't he, Clyde? So I don't really don't think this makes any sense, this comment here.
I have seen every time a child was killed.
Annemarie van Blienberg reveals that the children came from juvenile detention centers and were supposedly working at Queen Beatrix's court. A journalist from De Telegraaf spoke to all these institutions who confirmed this. The staff of these juvenile detention centers had become suspicious because they had never heard from these children again. Annemarie spoke to every police officer and judicial official she could find, including Interpol. She went to court to effect a conviction. That the identical memories of the father, the brother, and the grandmother were imagined.
I recognized Mabel Mrs. Smith. She was there with an old steady man. I think it was George Soros. I recognized Donner, former minister of the Law Department. At this moment, Viceroy of the Netherlands. I recognized Ernst Hirsch-Ballin, a very important former Minister of Justice. I recognized A. van den Emster. He was for years the head of all judges in the Netherlands. I recognized Dick Berlijn, the former head of the military department in the Netherlands. I recognized a journalist, a very important journalist, Gerlof Leistra, of the journal The Elsevier. I recognized Carla Herades. At present, she is president of the court in Amsterdam, a judge. I recognized Mark Rutte. He's at this moment president of the Netherlands. I recognize Geert Wilders. He is at this moment the head of the political party PVV in the Dutch parliament. There were about 50 people every time I was taken there. I have been taken there 3 times. I have seen every time a child was killed.
Annemarie van Blienberg reveals that the children came from juvenile detention centers and were supposedly working at Queen Beatrix's court. A journalist from De Telegraaf spoke to all these institutions who confirmed this. The staff of these juvenile detention centers had become suspicious because they had never heard from these children again.
Thanks, Tube. You two, our buddy. And Adam, would you like to recommend anything? What would you recommend? And obviously this is worth listening to. I'm not going to validate on any even sarcastic level. What are you on about? You've lost it, haven't you? I mean, you'd lost it a long time ago, but you've really lost it. You've not really got even a vein of narrative that you're trying to clutch to now. Oh dear.
Anna Marie spoke to every police officer and judicial official she could find, including Interpol. She went to court to effect a conviction. But the court answered, this was not her problem, but a problem of society. And they refused to issue the prosecutor a mandate to investigate. Regina Luff is an important witness in the Dutroux case. She became pregnant several times since the age of 13 as a result of satanic ritual abuse and had to watch as her babies were ritually sacrificed. When an investigative judge testified on television in the Dutroux case, Regina Luff recognized him as one of the perpetrators of the murder of her baby. She also later recognized many perpetrators of the pedocriminal network in the newspaper photos and on television. According to her statements, the perverted, cruel perpetrators were all highly regarded, honorable members of society, including judges, politicians, lawyers, managers, industrialists, etc. The police investigated a connection with the satanic group Abrasax. 27 eyewitnesses lost their lives in the Dutroux case. The former head of the State Criminal Investigation Department, Uwe Kranz, testifies about child molester rings all the way to the highest circles. He states that with all these large cases which were investigated, for example with the Dutroux case, it was always downgraded to alleged single cases. In some cases, up to 1,400 other perpetrators were identified from the highest social classes, who all got away with this. Pediatrician Dr. Dorothy Toole testifies under oath about the worst, most perverse child abuse perpetrated by judges and prosecutors. The most frequent victims, she says, are toddlers and babies. They often testified to network of perpetrators up to the highest circles and courts would indeed be an explanation for the fact that there is so little officially approved and officially accessible evidence. Chuck Swindoll testifies that all circles now of power on earth are involved in Luciferian child sacrifices. This is also testified to unanimously by all victims, without them knowing each other. Karina, for example, tells that the perpetrators in her family were all high military and government officials, a whole line of ancestors that can be traced far back. She experienced the cruelest ceremonies and sacrificial rituals, which cannot be described here in detail.
They're people that are educated, they're judges, they're lawyers, they're doctors, they're morticians, they're people who work in a hospital that can do all kinds of medical issues. So they had somebody to cover their back in every single way.
Let's look at some cases of what this looks like in practice. Anke Hill's 6-year-old son accused his father of having experienced satanic ritual abuse at the hands of him and other perpetrators. He was adjudged to the father, and the mother, Anke Hill, a German veterinarian, was charged with alleged child abduction and sent to prison along with 5 other accomplices. Anke Hill turned to lawyer Wilfried Wong for help at the time. However, former British lawyer Wilfried Wong failed to save Anke's son. He was sentenced to 19 years in prison for so-called conspiracy to kidnap a child. So the rescuer himself became a victim, as in countless other cases. But he is an expert in the field due to 27 years of experience with hundreds of victims of satanic ritual abuse. Wilfried Wong, literally. It is a big problem because the social services have become so corrupt that in many cases they defend the abuser instead of protecting the abused child, and often punish the person who informed about it. He explains that when mothers raise alarm about their partners ritually abusing the child in a satanic way, those mothers are accused of making it up, and in most cases the children are given to the abusive partner. This is exactly what happened to Elisa and Gabriel, for example, who revealed the most shocking statements about satanic ritual abuse by their father and a satanic cult.
As I said, we kill babies, we drink the blood, we eat them. Because our dad, he forces me and Gabriel to do it. Because we are not strong enough to cut a baby's head off. He has us to hold the knife and he puts his hand on the top of our hand and he helps us to cut the baby's head off. So he's teaching me and Gabriel.
These children were taken away from their mother, Ella Draper, because she allegedly used force to make her children say these things. Since then, Alyssa and Gabriel have been with their father, who was said to be the leader of the satanic group in Hampstead. Sabine McNeil, who has published several revealing videos of testimony by Alyssa and Gabriel, was strongly vilified, persecuted, and finally sentenced to 9 years in prison. Her main websites all had to be deleted from the internet. She says that prisons are often the final stop for mothers so that the state can, so to speak, legitimately get their children. She has uncovered child theft and helps those affected. Among other things, at the EU Parliament, she was the voice of 30 victims.
That's why we are here today. We are here crying for help. There are children screaming to be heard. If you don't hear at those children scream, who will?
In a 1989 television interview,
that is passed on over generations in these cult families, and it connects with an elite worldview, which is that the elect, from their point of view, stands superior to the other people, which they fear at the same time due to the fact that these outnumber them. Important to consider are also the consequences for the victims of these systems. They suffer from most severe trauma consequences like complex dissociation, flashbacks. This was mentioned by Sandra and Chantal previously, as well as anxiety disorders and compulsive acts. They can suffer from physical sickness due to this abuse for years, and often from deeply rooted identity crises. Many affected people therefore develop this dissociative identity structure, which is intended by the perpetrators, and means they permanently have numerous inner persons, split personality, who also appear to the outside. So when we speak of ritual abuse and mind control, and I'm closing now, this is not only about uncovering single cases. It is about the central question of how much do these powers really know about the human mind, and how they are consequently abusing this knowledge to arrive at a certain end goal, namely the erection of, from their point of view, a satanic world dominion. It is very important that we have independent research on dissociation and trauma-based programming, that there are areas where survivors are protected, but also the courage to collaborate beyond institutional borders, because remaining silent protects only the perpetrators. Education and awareness are the first steps to break this cycle, and I understand my work as a support to further such all-encompassing education concerning these mechanisms. Ritual abuse is no marginal topic, but a mirror for what happens when secret occult groups exert their influence unnoticed in our society. Our job is to look and to take the victims serious, and to take care that these revelations reach the broad public. Because really, the freedom of each and everyone is being threatened by it. This talk clarified that ritual abuse and mind control are an expression of, you could say, the destructive ideas that a human being can be dominated, broken, and their soul be taken over. And yet, every truth that comes to light And this is the positive aspect of the whole thing. It weakens this system. Education is the starting point. It is where we put this unspeakable into words, and where especially survivors like Sandra and Chantal dare to speak. And therefore it needs platforms like this one. So thank you so much, and thanks to all who are willing to listen, to look, and who do not close their eyes to this topic. And with this, I'm going to hand it back. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Marcel. Wow, in just a few minutes, you really touched on the whole spectrum of what my father said at the beginning of the conference. Using our decade-long research, he illustrated how these secret structures fundamentally root in Satanism. And we heard this from their own mouths, that they want to erect a Satanist world order, satanic world order, but they are less in numbers. They're inferior. That means we are superior to them by far, if we will only realize this.
Exactly.
Because when it comes into the light, this whole criminal construction will collapse. And we're almost to that point. If all of you spread this, yeah, we're almost to this point. Yeah, thank you for your fight to educate that these gruesome practices come to the light. Yeah, for our viewers, they might ask themselves at this point, how is it possible that such horrible crimes are not prosecuted by police and condemned by our judicial system? And now to this question, I'd like to switch over to Uwe Kranz.
Uwe Kranz is a policeman and former senior ministerial counselor, as well as former president of the State Criminal Police Office of Thuringia, Germany. He worked as a national expert at Europol. As an expert for questions on security and terrorism, he is publishing in numerous media on a regular basis. Uwe Kranz has been involved in the fight against organized crime, extremism, and terrorism for over 50 years. During his time in office, he mainly devoted himself to child protection. This becomes evident on looking at the fields of activity in his professional career. He was commissioned for affairs concerning juveniles. He worked in criminal prevention as well as in the fight against sexual abuse of children and against human and organ trafficking on a national and international scale. He also engaged himself in the criminalistic political work with associations. On his own website, amongst other things, Uwe Kranz publishes contributions on the topics of sexual child abuse and mind control. As a criminologist, he shares insights into the deep state, and in his retirement, he takes time to observe current world events. He shares his experiences and knowledge as a member and speaker at press symposia of renowned associations like Action Resist and MWGFD, which were founded with the aim to protect children's welfare and freedom as well as the rule of law. Topics he spoke on are pedocriminality, early sexualization, and child trafficking, amongst others.
It is a special honor to welcome this experienced criminologist, Uwe Kranz, here at the 22nd AZK.
Yeah, the honor is mine.
Yeah, it's so great that you're here. You have a century of criminology experience in the fight against sexual abuse of children. You were at the forefront of investigations as a policeman and even as senior ministerial counselor, as head of the State of Criminal Police of Thuringia, Germany, which means cases were reported to you and you started the investigations. What happened then?
The problem is that a precise argumentation with evidence has to be initiated first so that the case can be forwarded to the public prosecutor's office and will be accepted there, will be reworked into an indictment and filed as a lawsuit. And on this path, unfortunately, there are lots of failures occur. It is frustrating when you arrest someone in the morning and you literally meet him again in the afternoon. I presented this with images here. Caught in the morning, set free at noon. Very often you have the difficulty that the police wants to present a murder deed with investigations and starts to investigate for murder. And on the way to the prosecutor's office, the murder suddenly turns into a bodily injury resulting in death. So it happens that you have a completely different judicial matter and other difficulties.
I think it's worth just taking a moment to just try and imagine. Let's just try and visualize Darren. Now he can't ride his motorbike and go to his races. Should we just picture him just sitting there stewing, getting angrier and waking up angrier, getting angrier every moment of every day because he can't do the right thing. And he's just sweating profusely, as the word is, just constantly sweating. He just can't do anything other than just copy and paste the same abuse. And now YouTube aren't helping you anyway, are they? Are they caught onto your malicious striking, have they, Darren? They caught onto your malicious striking, have they, Darren? Have they ended up giving you any feedback now regarding your behaviour? Wonder why they let these people run amok. Are they maybe trying to help us do the work and kind of document your behaviour rather than you just disappearing into obscurity? Why would you not do it, Jake? I was on the New Year's show with Luke and Taffy and Michaela. Leighton Jones and Michaela on the voter last night. Hey, why don't you come to Wigan, Jake? We'll go to the police station with me. Come on. Come on, I'll go to the police station with you. Come and show me your evidence. Kaylee's has still not reported her abuser to the police. Why not, Jake? Should she not report her abuser, Jake? With capital letters, Jake. Yeah, fucking moron. Link. Shall I? Oh, fucking hell. This is going to be obscure. This is going to be obscure. Deep breaths, everybody. Darren, everyone just picture Darren there. He's really sweating. He's really feeling uneasy at the moment. Can we help him through this? Quite help him
like
do the
recently
right
in the
thing.
case with the rapists who committed gang rape and they went happily whistling out of the courtroom because the judge did not want to completely exclude that the girl might have joined in. So here the whole thing become questionable, and there are lots of possibilities to stop proceedings or change them into psychiatric hospitalization and so on. So there's some breaking point in this business. Unfortunately, you have to deal diligently and seriously with these victims. They have all the right in the world to be treated fairly by police and justice.
Yeah, thank you for your statement. You also speak of so-called pedocriminality and of connections that are said to reach up into the highest circles.
Yeah, how's he gonna deal with this this affliction? What's he gonna do with his affliction? The only way is I'm gonna have to get it up. This is it's the only one I know of in the country. We're at a breakthrough stage. I understand it's been difficult. There has been really no ways for you to reach help, and people like the police, they just wouldn't look at you in a compassionate. The mental health would probably not even take you seriously regarding, like we've just heard from these testimonies. They wouldn't even necessarily take your story seriously. They might just medicate you and shit. But there is this group called the Lucy Faithful Foundation, and it's basically stopitnow.org.uk. Confidential support. Contact our Stop It Now helpline. You still haven't turned up, Daz. I put the link out. You haven't turned up. You haven't given me an address, Daz. Fuck's sake. Well, you want me to just come all the way to Wigan to fucking meet you at your local fucking probably paedophile riddled police station. Oh dear. Here, look. 0808 1900. Or you can email them. You can go on the website yourself and you'll get a direct link to the helpline. Come on. Just do it. Put yourselves out of the misery. It must be, you must be sweating so much. It's just horrible to think you're just there breathing heavily at the screen going, Mick Haley, the only thing I've got is your abuse about that you apparently didn't report. And please, what if she reported it? What would you do then? What would you do then, Daz? What would you do? What would you? I just can't think where you think you're going with this. And the amount of people that have just yeah, the assumptions and the fabrication of your existence is just I'm shocked that people gave you any time of day, Lucifer. The amount of times you've just sat there on G Block, on Wendy's panel. Before I was about, I've seen loads of videos. When I first come about, you and who was it? Lyndon. I think maybe even Eric was on like Wendy's. Brian Hansford. I think did Jason Justin Ormerod used to go on Wake Up UK? Did he used to go on Wendy's as well sometimes? That breathing, what you in? Kaylee do when you are flapping and getting excited over child abuse. The fact that someone would actually go through the typing process to write this. You and Adam are so similar in your levels of depravity, and that Leighton Jones platforms, and Leighton Jones has got a shit to answer for, giving you your slippers saying, who blocked AJ? Come on, who's blocked AJ? There's no blocking AJ, otherwise I'll be taking your slippers off you. Here's a nice fresh pair of size 10 slippers, AJ. And then you're sitting on his panel and on bloody New Year. How often you been on this panel, Darren? You act like you're innocent, don't you? All over the place. Copy. What are you going to do with it? What are you trying to do with it? Why can't you copy it? I'm sure you've probably got multiple devices. There was a property. Where was it? It was can't remember what the location was now, but it was to do with paedophilia. I think it might have been a dark web sting or something, and there was something like 40. I think it was 42 devices, like that were connected to multiple different people. They were grooming children, like 42 devices, I think it was. I can't see. Oh, can you paste the link in the chat? Can you, Adam Lashbrook? He's got me blocked. He can't even see my comments, even in my own chat. Oh dear. Well, my willingness to have you up is actually kind of drifted. I might just block you as soon as you come up anyway. You're just nasty, man. Just disrespecting my love life. The love of my life. Disrespecting women I respect. Disrespecting anybody is out of line, really. I mean, you could cuss down Michaela over some shit and, you know, we could discuss her behaviour, but I don't want you just to abuse her over her childhood. Well, can you imagine just doing this about anybody, about their childhood? You're just a fuck. It's just absurd. What does this even mean? No, not what does you actual child fiddler Jake mean. The penny finally drops bit. What's that bit? Trying to reiterate the second part of the sentence. You are thick as shite, Jake. You are thick as shite, Jake. You really are thick as shite. I'm a Christian. Basically, the good news was that the Jews got it wrong, and then the Islams got it wrong, but Christians, because Jesus died for us, and that's the good news. Jesus came to give us the good news. And all you have to do is just believe in Jesus, and you are saved from eternal sin and damnation. Come and meet me in Wigan, Jake. Come on. Come on, big bollocks. You coward. You coward, ain't ya? He still doesn't get it. What don't I get, Darren, please? It's just horrific. Just horrific. Adam, you are gonna be stopped. It won't let me as I'm not a mod. Okay, can't drop the link. It's probably for the better, really. I don't think we're going to have any conducive conversation. I think you should just contact this helpline here. Be done with it, really.
You, foster mother Kathleen.
Oh, wrong one.
What are your observations on this?
Let's assume the following. In my PowerPoint presentations, I always have the do true case. I'm sure you're familiar with it. A Belgian child molester who murdered 11 children and starved 2 children during his imprisonment because he did not tell that the children were still in prison and then starved. This is a horrible case. A whole series of witnesses who died in dubious accidents, who just died or whatever. And this do true case has already proven that all levels of society were interwoven with these child molester rings. This reached into politics, at the very top into culture and television, the media. The proceedings can be taken as synonymous to what is the core problem. With Epstein, it's the same. With Epstein, there also was the connection to the very top in politics, connection to show business, public prosecutors, high-ranking officers, and politicians. The same is true for Diddy Sean Combs, well known. He got 4 years and 2 months now. This is a harmless sentence, really, because the whole field of organized crime, they said, we stopped the proceedings. Now we only sentence him for this one mistreatment of his girlfriend or his wife, and then the whole trial was reduced to a single small part. In many cases, such trials are split, deliberately divided into many parts. In 1995, we had a huge trial in England. It happened through the bank, politics, media, great mogul, and so on. The lawsuit has become smaller and smaller over the years. In the end, there was nothing left. There were little trials in the end. They are being picked to small pieces, to juristic small pieces. Not so much substance is left, so this raises suspicion that influence is taken here.
Yes.
You cannot deny it.
Yes. And you realize that the same principles that dictated processes in the Epstein and the Dutroux and the P. Diddy cases are also dictating events in your region.
The principles are the same everywhere, no matter which country. You can be sure this sexual abuse with small kids, with girls, with young people, it's something that happens all across Europe and worldwide, actually. When you look at what the NCMEC, this National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in the USA, report, 4 or 5 years ago, we had 50,000 cases. Now annually, 205,000 cases are reported. But we are a small light if you compare that with NCMEC reports to Asia, to India, Pakistan. They are almost in the millions. This clearly shows that it is a worldwide problem, not just a German or a Belgian problem or whatever.
I also heard that there are many official studies to cult abuse. Could you briefly explain what has been investigated officially?
There are plenty of studies, believe me. In this field, you find them like sand on the seashore. I myself wrote 2 studies for the European Parliament in 2020. In 2021, when I summarized it all and asked myself what you could improve, could simplify, where can you start? And exactly the opposite was done. Another center was created, a center to combat sexual abuse of children. There you go. Now, besides Europol, we have another center. We have commissioned people everywhere, and we...
I wanted to let him finish his speech, really, Adam. So we'll report me as well. Shelley, you didn't give me any context. I don't know anything about why Shelley would be related to reporting me. So doesn't really make sense. You're so desperate. But is this what you're going to come on the panel and shout? You're still flapping about trying to find Adam's post where Pip has put the link. Could you not just unblock me? Do you not have an ability to unblock? Can you not go on my wall and just unblock and look at the link and then block me again if you so wish? Oh, you're going to ask me all about my charges. Oh, you'll hear all about it, mate. As much as you need to know and what is related to your part in all this. Read the previous comment, my mong. What? Why are you attracted to children, Jake? The next one. Do you think Shelley will report you as well? So was there a previous one to that? It won't let me as I'm not a mod. Danny West is not here. Kaylee, you need help. No, Adam, you're not making sense, mate. Google. You have to go to Google for YouTube. Interesting. Did you see he's live earlier, by the way, Pip? Football results, load of music. Saying he doesn't want to get involved in any traumatic stuff this year. Oh no, you've got a big part in my situation. Okay, thanks, Pip.
They have studies everywhere. There was a wonderful study in 2011 for introducing the EU guidelines to combat sexual abuse of children. And it got evaluated in 2016. It is a good study. There was another study by W Protect, also a good one. You'd have had to continue and implement it. Yeah, to implement it, you'd only have to let actions follow it. So a study was only conducted, written. It was nice to read, nice pictures, nice graphics, and so on. But then the implementation usually just doesn't work. So we are not facing a lack in research in the dark figures, but we have a lack in political will to intensively deal with these questions. There's not such a lack in laws, not a lack in studies. You have to act upon them. You need to want to take action.
Yeah. Right. So you speak publicly on early sexualization in kindergartens and schools. Can you tell us something about this topic?
Yes, early sexualization is a special field that has really shaken me because it was developed by the WHO, the World Health Organization, together with the German Federal Center for Health Information. Since February 13th of this year, they carry a new name, the Federal Institute for Public Health. They now have even more rights, more possibilities. They can do even more, especially even for climate protection. And these two institutions made these guidelines on how to raise kids sexually, in quotation marks. The basic thought behind it is, since a child can be aborted until birth, that's one side, and right after birth, this child is then being called a sexual being that can be abused at any time. And this is so, yes, that's the right sign. It's so insane that you can't even imagine it. And the evil thing is that these WHO, BCGA guidelines invoke scientific findings. And now please look into the scientific findings and see where this comes from. It stems from a man named Kinsey who wrote the famous Kinsey report in the 60s to liberate man and woman. From then on, it actually went downhill continuously. Back then, the term sexual freedom was coined. An indifference shown what regards kids, sex with kids is possible, is common and permitted. Scatology was introduced, and this guy, Kinsey, he conducted test series. And there's a test series which I looked at where a 4-year-old child was maltreated for 24 hours in order to achieve 27 orgasms. You have to imagine that. He reported an orgasm whenever the child screamed, cramped, tormenting a 4-year-old child until there is some bodily reaction, and to define this bodily reaction as an orgasm. And those who maltreated the children, some of them were pimps, prison inmates who had come free. You need to research about this and filter this from it all, and you say to yourself, what is that? A scientific finding? This is pure child abuse, pure sexual abuse, violence with children under the disguise of research. And he had those kids of students, and those kind of students. Kinsey then had Zealot. There was Kendler report, then Zealot, and then one recently. They all emerged from the same ideologic camp. You have to think about that. Kinsey started, then they worked their way into the universities, in quotation marks, then into the technical colleges and the special training colleges. And now generations of such social psychologists and cultural psychologists and whatever have come up and sit in the seats of all the social welfare offices, the education authorities. And in their mind, they continue their education, and this is absolutely insane in my opinion. And when you look at what these guidelines demand from 0 to 4-year-olds, a child has to learn sexual masturbation, 0 to 4 years old. I ask which preschool teacher will teach him, and how does he do it? Just recently in Bergisch Gladbach, no, it was in Schwäbisch Hall, 17 daycare facilities who created such personal areas in the daycare to investigate one's body. The parents were bewildered. They didn't know anything about it. They hadn't been informed. If this is early sexual education, this actually is nothing else than destroying the family. It's the destruction of the family. The state's centerpiece is the egg cell, the ovum of a state is a healthy family relationship. There's a mother, there's a child, there are two sexes, and if you say that, if you're extreme right, aren't you? Extreme right wing immediately, I know it. There is something nicer even, and that is what Monika Gruber once said. And when we have a parent 1 and parent 2, then it won't be long until we have a grandmother for a grandfather, carcass 1 and carcass 2. Does this maybe come true? It's a joke, of course, a shock. But it is fact that the whole thing is being dehumanized so much. There's no humane level anymore and no dignity. Not at all for the child. The child does have a dignity. You have to protect its rights. And you should indeed treat children as a legal person and not as a thing that can be taken on or thrown away.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the explanations.
So there was only one single positive approach on the whole thing, and this was the University of Bielefeld. They conducted a huge study about Kinsey, Kendler and company, and they found that they had conducted child abuse all along, sexual abuse. It had been a highly criminal organization that has meanwhile spread in the whole educational institutions where social psychologists, head teachers, and so on were educated. And this perpetuates, it grows and becomes more and more often. And therefore, it is no wonder when you read in parents' magazines, it would be normal if children are treated this way and educated this way, that from 6 to 9, they need to have sexual contacts. And you have to bodily grope each other and secretly create cuddling corners in all places where kids can retreat.
Yeah, and that's this game that plays into the hands of the perpetrators, right?
Yes. Sorry, I do not have a good message here. I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice, came along and reversed it. Now it's called a misdemeanor. No big gain. In my point of view, all the formulations that the Ministry of Justice explained why they reversed it is a shame.
Go on, Jake, you nonce. Get on this panel now, dickhead.
I only made negative experiences in this field. I really fought for almost my whole life that sexual abuse of children would become a criminal offense. And after a year-long battle, it was introduced in Germany, finally in 2021, that this is called a criminal offense. And it lasted from 21 to 2024. Then this Mr. Buschmann was his name, the Liberal Minister of Justice.
Turn it off.
Yes, a shame.
Yeah.
So sexual abuse only just became an illegal offence for particular.
You were the sexual abuser,
Yes,
Jake.
it's really a shame. Thank
Not
you
only
so
do you
much
do that,
you take
you've got
so much
somebody who's
action for the
claiming to
children,
be
especially
abused
for
as a
bringing these
survivor
grievances to public
who won't go
attention.
and
That
report.
is so important.
Excuse me, if we could just hear, if we could just hear the end of this.
Doing more
Yeah,
damage.
thank you for taking this
And
time.
you think that's
Even
upon me?
Well, you're traveling right now.
This is how
Your
twisted
statements
you
really
are.
helped
You're
us
the one that
to get
started
a clear picture of this problem.
after he got
We
caught
wish
with all
you
those
well
images.
for your work, everything the best.
You're the one that's
Even in your
charged by the
retirement, you're
police now.
taking action.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great
You're the one
educational
that's
work. We
banned from being
love
around anybody
you.
under the age of 18, and you got sectioned because
Thank you, Lois. I'm looking
like
forward to join you here again when I come in
This
person.
is what you are.
So what
And
happened?
You're always so
you meet
welcome.
me and stuff. You want to put the
And
record
now-
straight. You want to find out who I am. You want to put an end to all this and come and hand myself in at the police. This is your words I'm using back on you. I'll meet you anywhere. I offered to meet you in Telford with me and Danny, and you didn't even want to show up.
So Danny's a dangerous man. I think he would be.
Listen,
he
it's
might-
at the police
I reckon he-
station. What's going to happen to you? Yeah?
No, I think he's got a gang of paedophiles.
The police.
I think he's got a gang of
deal with
satanic
you.
paedophiles. I think there's a gang of satanic paedophiles around
There
his
isn't a
area.
gang of satanic paedophiles, Jake. It's just me. I'm just a normal guy from Wigan. Not Chester,
Well, Danny West-
not
Danny
in the
West-
army,
Danny-
not the other stuff, but me
Lyndon.
and you, if you don't turn yourself in and you don't turn at the police station, one day I'm coming through your front door.
Do you mean Lyndon Warden or Danny West?
Danny Jones.
Danny Jones. Okay, yeah.
The offer was there because apparently you've got all this information and all this stuff to hand yourself in. Well, we were going to willingly go and do it. And I don't like Danny. I've no time for him, right? But I know he's not what you say because I know I'm not. And I know the other
what's he
people
done
out
for-
there you
what's he
accuse
done-
aren't. So you're accusing people all the time, all this stuff. Now, you've got a psycho beg there that's saying she's been abused. She's saying she's been abused. Well, guess what? Get it to the police station, get their abuser, yeah, and make sure he doesn't hurt anybody else. Well, you're twisting that onto me. What a weird thing to do when I'm telling you to go and get whoever that was reported. Well, why would
What is it you don't like about Lyndon? What is it you don't like about Danny Jones?
Covering for these nonsense? Why
What
are
is it you
you
don't like
always
about
making
Danny Jones?
apologetics for people like Carl Beach and Matt?
What is it you don't
and
like about
Justin? Why are
Danny
you
Jones?
making these things, Jake?
I don't think you're going to compensate, are you? What don't you like about Danny Jones?
We'll listen to someone just as brave and fearless, a fighter in the battle of child abduction, ritual abuse, and child trafficking.
Jake, why have you run off now? Why are you still playing this?
Sabine
Over people
McNeil
that
studied
are answering
computer
questions.
science and mathematics and worked at CERN for 15 years. She then worked as an event organizer, software designer, web publisher, and
I'm telling you,
mathematical
Jake, if you
artist.
carry on with this,
In London,
give
she
me the
volunteered
address,
as a
I'll meet you at your
McKinsey
home.
friend,
I'll come
which
to your
is the
house, mate.
equivalent of a
How's
lay
about that
legal
one?
advisor.
I'm sure you maybe would.
will.
yeah.
I'll tell you now, I
she
will
came
turn
into
up.
contact with victims
Me
of
and you,
sexual
the eye
abuse
to eye,
and
mate,
child
face to face.
abduction
I don't
who
have
were
a
not
problem with
helped
you
by the
looking
justice
to my
system
face
but
or
harmed.
showing me ID, and
Sabine
I'll knock the
McNeil
living daylights out of you.
No, you probably come round with some sort of
No, I
firearm.
won't come round with anything, mate. I'll come round and knock your teeth down your throat. You child abusing piece of shit.
Oh, mate, you're sweating one
No,
out.
mate, about it, mate. Done with you and your nonsense and your bullshit.
You're shitting
I
it,
am
bruv.
telling you now, Jake, I am going to hurt you.
Brother, calm.
No,
calm.
none of this nonsense. I am sick to death of your bullshit.
You're just exposing yourself more,
False. I'm
Darren
not
Williams.
exposing anything,
Darren
Jake.
Williams.
I'll tell you what, honestly, mate,
Darren
I am
Williams.
going to come to the police station, bring your evidence. I'll bring all my ID. You can lay it all in front of them. We'll see what happens, eh? We'll see what happens.
We're doing this our way.
Little shit won't
We're doing
turn
this
up.
We're doing this our way.
Your way?
began to
What do you mean
publicize these
bullshitting all the
cases
time,
on the
running and
internet.
not actually doing
She
anything?
campaigned with
You're
great
full of shit,
dedication
man.
for children
I tell
who
you,
were
you
taken
are
away
full
from
of
their
shit.
parents by the state.
And
You
you're
can
the
just-
one.
you can do the
you
right
were
thing.
banned from being around anybody under the age of 18. Fact. That's you. You've got charges against you. And I'll tell you what, I am going to laugh my head off. I'm going to enjoy every single minute when you get prosecuted because you're going to get that. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
Yeah,
Who
right.
then raised
Yeah.
this issue in the
Because I'll tell
European
you what, Jake,
Parliament.
come and meet me. I'll be calm then. Yeah,
That's why
come
we are
and
here
meet me.
today.
It won't hurt
We
you.
are
Come to the
here.
police station. You can hand your stuff in. We'll see what happens.
You're
I'll
clearly
end
a
my
very, You're clearly a very unhinged, dangerous.
Oh no, I'm not
individual.
very unhinged. This is what happens when you make false claims against people and keep bringing other people's names into it that ain't me.
No,
I'll
you're the
prove
one
it's not me.
abusing a
I'll turn
woman.
up.
You're the one abusing a woman about suffering.
I'm not abusing. Wrong again, Jake.
30 years ago.
Asking somebody to go and report their abuser is not abusing a woman. It's getting what should be done by normal people. Anybody will go and report that, and you are telling her not to.
So why do you abuse Ella and Abraham that did the most amazing
the
work?
one that I seen on that video coaching those children, the one that actually hurt those children, the one that run off from the court and abandoned them to those people. I would abandon children in that situation, mate.
So where was the coaching? Sorry, could you explain the coaching?
Coaching? Say it like this, say it like that. What did they say to you? Oh no, chant, chant, chant. It's right through the video, but you can't see it.
No, it's not right through the video. That's
It's
just
right
one
through the
section.
video.
No, and that's totally in context.
Yes, Jake, it is.
Very clearly in
He
context.
is coaching those
This is
children.
why we
He
know you're a
hurt those
paedophile.
children. He
This is why we
hurt
know you're a
those
paedophile.
children.
Because you will not listen to the reality. You will not-
Those children. That's the facts. And you can't deal with any of those facts, but I will smash your face in if we ever do meet and you don't go to the police and get this sorted out. Go to the police, there won't be any problems. If you don't do, there will be.
When the proceedings started again.
So nobody really knows about it. No, legally, nobody knows about it.
No.
But that's his private home.
That's exactly right.
Now, and the most thing for these children took place in Christchurch Primary School.
Christchurch school and church.
And yeah.
And church.
Also,
And this HCC swimming pool.
So Christchurch
school in Hampstead, primary school in Hampstead. Christchurch
Primary school
in Hampstead. Hampstead.
Is that Hampstead or Hampstead Heath?
Hampstead.
Yes, Hampstead.
And
W3. And next one was probably it took place in the church itself. What's the church called?
Church is just next door to the school. It's actually like.
What is it called? Church.
Christchurch.
Okay.
Christchurch. And it's located on Christchurch Hill.
Just next to the school.
I'm back chat.
Yeah. And sorry. And that's still NW3.
NW3, exactly.
Okay. And I think I heard about McDonald.
Alisa. What is the address? What's his address?
15 Angel.
Yes, but since it's 15, 16 Angel Road.
16, you told me it's 15.
No, 16. 16.
They were changing this.
You told me it was 15.
No, 16.
You told me.
The reason I'm asking because I've got different,
Is that Angel Road,
What's the real
Hampstead?
address?
No, this is in
What's the
Islington.
real address?
Angel things.
What is it?
15 Angel Road.
You just told them 16. So come on.
Yeah.
So come on. This one has to be watched. His address is 16. No.
Oh, so actually Darren's run away now, just as we get to the point which he is trying to silence the children regarding and abusing those brave people that help the children speak out. Oh my God, he's so desperate. So you told me that I ran away before Darren. Where is it? Now, as soon as I bring up the evidence, you ran away. So let's just elaborate for you then. So Elisa has said 16 Angel Road, and Abraham is speaking with Jean Clement Yehero, the special police constable, as the is an officer in training. His brother-in-law, as he's given the initial disclosures to when they've got back to England. They're in England in this recording. This is just a picture from Morocco of them all happy reading.
No, don't tell me anything. His address is 15 Angel Place, Angel Road, and she just told you it's 16.
So they're trained, as you'll get to the bit after, I believe it, or we'll go back to it, where they are even in that house, they're so programmed to touch each other sexually. They're so ingrained into them. The brother and sister have to touch each other sexually by the father, Ricky Dearman, that they even feel the urge to do it at that time during at the end of this this kind of I don't know what you'd call it, like a discussion interview, evidence collating session period of time. So she's also they're trained to lie, to do small or big lies, to derail from the truth coming out in a clear, concise fashion if ever it was to leak. So there's all these contingency plans already in place.
Pay close attention to this one.
Does it span on 2 buildings?
Jean Clement.
Does it span on 2 buildings? It doesn't.
No, Jean Clement, I lived with her. You're not listening to me.
Okay.
She lies. Instinctively, she lies.
So if you think she lies, why will you believe her story?
Because I questioned her 10 times, and then I will question him. And what he says that corresponds, we question them separately, like the police do.
Okay.
And anything that corresponds perfectly, we okay.
Okay.
The reason we know that the house, it doesn't matter the number. We know the road, and we know it's right on the corner. It's the corner house. So if you tell us 15, 16, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you tell us, 15, 16, 17, we know it's the corner house.
Okay.
Don't we?
Yes.
What's the real address?
I'm saying the Angel
What
Road
is the number,
is
darling?
It's in the corner.
What is the number? Don't try to evade the question. What's the number?
It's number 15.
Why did you tell us 16 just now? Go and wash your plate, please.
No, but
Come out. Did she touch you?
No, she didn't.
That's probably because the information I was provided is meant to confuse a kid. Did
What information was provided by
they're confusing us.
No. Please, you are naive.
The way it's provided to them.
Can you stop being naive and can you just listen to us who have the experience of dealing with them? She purposely and expertly
was misleading.
Well, we get the idea. We heard of this the other day, so we don't need to go over it again for banana nonce, do we? Ridiculous. Projecting, abusive, flapping, silly git. Just do the right thing and just realise your time's up, mate. And you know, however you got involved in this, I guess, you know, be it army, Freemason, childhood, whatever it might be, you can get out. And you may think your life's going to be taken, and maybe it will, and maybe that's the right thing to do. You know, be brave. Let the fuckers come and do what they think. You're just so desperate. Have they threatened you? Is that why you're here, trying to silence us? Get in there, Darren. We've got this on you. Fucking hell, you gave up. You're a motorbike racer. You fucking gave up the motorbike team, you fucking little cunt. You stupid northern cunt, I bet they called you. And you were like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I will respect Buckingham Palace. I'll do everything you want.
Crying for help. There are children screaming to be heard. If you don't hear those children scream, who will?
In total, she accompanied around 50 cases of child abductions. The most familiar one was the Hampstead case, in which she published videos with testimonies from the children Elisa and Gabriel. In it, the children testified that their father had organized a satanic cult that regularly abused and murdered children. They also described how their father led their hands in the murder of babies.
Unser Vater erzwingt mich und uns dazu, weil wir es nicht können. Wir sind nicht stark genug, einem Baby den Kopf abzuschneiden. Er muss nur das Messer halten und seine Hand oben auf unsere Hand legen und uns helfen, einem Baby den Kopf abzuschneiden, weil er es gerade lernt. Er bringt es mir und Gabriel bei.
Despite these statements, the judiciary did not sentence the father, but the court took the children away from the mother and gave the father sole custody. Later, the same judge in the Scottish abuse case of Holly Greig ensured that the father accused of abuse was not sentenced. However, there were overlaps with the Hampstead case not only in the judge, but also with the perpetrators. Even after the Hampstead verdict, Sabine remained active, collecting tens of thousands of signatures for petitions and documenting evidence. She also made public the list of 175 perpetrators compiled by the mother. This caused problems for the perpetrators, who eventually filed criminal charges against her. At the age of 73, she was then sentenced to a long prison term of 9 years and deported to Germany after around 4 years. Many of her websites were closed. Despite the harassment she suffered in prison, Sabine did not give up. She continues to support fellow campaigners in the fight against child abuse and child trafficking.
Hallo, hallo Sabine, ich umarme dich.
Greetings. Thank you, Lois, for listening to me.
Yeah, what an honor it is to have you speak with us at the 22nd AZK today. You have accompanied numerous victims of satanic ritual abuse and also provided me some cases for my films. You have met mothers in prison who have had their children have taken away from them. You have fought for these mothers and continue to fight for them like a lioness for these mothers and children. Please tell us briefly about your experiences.
Yes, it's difficult because I don't even know where to start. The first victims I met had nothing to do with children at all. They were from the House of Lords, where I organized events. And then came the victims of banks and courts. And then came, women in general. And then came these children who reported the worst of all these things. And before that, it was already so bad, because I'll never forget how a Romanian social worker claimed that it wasn't true what this Portuguese family was saying, and supposedly, that what would have excused them, she didn't allow it, and that was so pathetic and so idiotic and so hypocritical. You just can't stand by and watch that without doing anything. If I have to tell you about my experiences, then perhaps the worst thing was talking to a woman who had her so-called goodbye meeting, her bye-bye meeting with her little baby. This so-called last meeting before it was taken away from her. It is just so incredibly hypocritical. It's a charade. It's grotesque. I don't even know what words to use. It's so hard to say what is the worst thing. How should one even classify these crimes? By the number of children? By the cruelty inflicted on the children? Or maybe by the cruelty inflicted on the parents? By the absolutely cruel experience of prison stays, where the so-called officers abuse their power because they have the opportunity to do everything they want, but do everything else than what they should be doing and what is preached and what is required in theory. But it's so bad that you can really only interpret this and excuse it in some kind of way spiritually.
And you once told me about a mother who had 4 children taken away from her and whose 5th child was taken out of prison.
Well, I saw her when she was pregnant in prison, and when she got out, she wrote to me. There's this email, prisoner service. She wrote to me by email and to say that they had taken the baby away from her too.
The 5th one too?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Until the Hampstead case, the worst case I saw was a Nigerian family with 7 children. All the children were taken away from them with these proceedings in so-called family courts, which are kept secret. so the press isn't allowed in. And this has been going on for decades. The seventh child was born in prison, and I was also in contact with an American mother who was in the neighboring cell, whose child had to stay in London after she was exported despite all my help, and the Nigerian mother. So the American woman witnessed exactly what happened with this Nigerian woman and what she went through. And as the social worker told her, you'll never see him again. And the crazy thing was that in this family, the oldest daughter was abused by the son of the foster family where she was placed. The next daughter told her mother that she was always taken to dark events in the evenings at night where there were only men. And the youngest son asked his mother once, what is pedophilia?
And what happened after you were in prison?
Well, while I was in prison, I published the petition, and I had 16,000 signatures and more. And I also had over 100,000 views on my website, which I had created for the children. I created individual websites for the worst cases, and that's how I became relatively well known. And this bag is all the cards I received, which I used to decorate my cell wall. I never managed to make a necklace out of them, but of course, I didn't want to throw them away.
Wow, Sabine, we're so happy for you that you also are getting this encouragement and you'll continue to get to it. It really shook me up to see it live, how a baby is taken away. I'll show you quickly. So you have exactly one option at this point. And then you can hand him over to the paramedic, and then you can happily continue your way, or please let him go so he won't be hurt.
I let him go. I just let him go.
No, she's going to jail.
I just wanted to say that I can't do it, but I let him go.
Put your hands behind your back.
They closed the door of the ambulance. It was the last thing I saw.
You're kidnapping my grandson. Now get in the car. Get in the car. Everything's fine.
I just wanted to say goodbye.
It's okay. Get in the car. You're only making it worse. Every child belongs to the state. The state is worth about, it's $1 million worth to the state.
It's so cruel. It's so awful. I mean, they're just, quote, doing their job, right? It's the same during the Nazi era, as far as you can explain it. They're just following orders and have become so robotic. They have no emotions of their own. They no longer know what's right.
Yeah, orders come from above. And all this child trafficking is supported. Can you confirm that?
Well, yeah, from above, yeah. At whatever level, social workers can't do it without the police can't do it without the courts.
Yeah. So you're a witness who has experienced all this close up.
Yes, we could say that.
Yeah, and we would really like to thank you very much for your commitment to these mothers and children. And we've set up a platform, Vitopedia, where these mothers can also register and record the removal of their children from their care. And this will help us to better understand the system behind it. And we would, of course, be delighted if you could spread the word in your network and raise awareness of this in your network.
Yes, what you're doing is incredible. It's really, really great. Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you so much for your engagement for these mothers and children. It's really wonderful. And we will definitely spread the word, dear Sabine McNeil, and we love you.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you too. I have incredible respect for everything you've done and are doing. And admiration.
Yeah. Then you're exactly in the same area as we, and you're so fearless and brave. It's incredible. Is there anything else you'd still like to say? Tell the viewers at the AZK? Anything at all?
Well, the AZK is about censorship. And I just hope that no one experiences what has happened to me with all the work I posted online. It caused so much damage to me and to the victims. Censorship is it's been shifted to the digital level, and it's just terrible. Terrible what's going on. But you can't really imagine it in general. You can't imagine it because one doesn't want to get too close to and familiar with these negative feelings and experiences.
Yeah. So all your websites have been just taken down from the internet, and all your work has been destroyed and deleted from the internet? Sabine, that's horrible.
Unfortunately, yes.
But it will come to light now. It will become public knowledge, dear Sabine, and the entire AZK will make sure of that, okay? Okay, dear Sabine, now she's already 81 years old and has suffered so much in her life, and that really touched me. And now we would like to go on to another case that also was published on Wikipedia from Corinne Ioli. Her children were taken away from her.
Wikipedia gives citizens a voice when they are being silenced. This is often the case, especially when children are taken into care. Single mothers in particular are sometimes left stunned by a judicial system that has snatched their children away from them with full force. According to official statistics, an average of 100 children are separated from their parents every day in Germany alone. Wikipedia now gives them the chance to make their case public. One mother who has taken advantage of this opportunity is Corinne Ioli. Corinne Ioli is Swiss. In 2019, her 2 daughters were forcibly taken away from her. 8 people, including police officers and Swiss Child Protection Agency staff from KESP, broke into her apartment and took the children to a children's home. The children's father, from whom Corinne Ioli is separated, filed a complaint against her. The reasons were unfounded accusations, all of which were refuted by experts. To date, however, the Swiss judiciary has ignored the solid evidence in all instances and is supporting the children's father, who is trying to corner the mother through criminal proceedings. This was preceded by a change in the girls' behavior toward their father while they were still living with him and their mother. They refused any physical contact and fought back against his advances by scratching, biting, and hitting. At the same time, the children's father developed pedophile tendencies. These incidents prompted Corinne Ioli to separate from the father. He then reported her for endangering the welfare of the children. No one addressed the father's alarming tendencies or conducted any investigations. On the contrary, the caregiver at the home where the children live commented as follows: "Even if a father abuses his children, they still love him, and most men have pedophile fantasies, but they are rarely played out."
I think I mentioned this to you, Kaylee. This is just the Swiss judiciary. This is it's just so pervasive. This problem, this total mockery, this generational sexual abuse has been. This is why it's not surprising that there is such consistent and dedicated characters, obviously, like AJ and Wallace and Pip and Daz and Lyndon and Gary and Danny West and Helen James and Babs and Charlie's girl and who was some of the other, Mandy Mosley and the other Mouse Crews and all these other ones. It's just it's quite and these are just the ones that have decided to do the internet thing, because this is where the battleground is, isn't it now? But obviously not lots of them. Well, I'm just I don't. They all work in the different departments, but I'm just going to. Are you there actually, Katie? Just so I can acknowledge that I've shown you this bit. I just wanted to show you, just to make. I think I did a screenshot, but I just wanted to show you this part as well. No rush at all. I'm just going to play this bit again. I can play it again later anyway if you've got your hands busy. Context. All right, yeah. Well, if you didn't see it later, I can ask you later.
Get to it. It really shook me up to see it live, how a baby is taken away. I'll show you quickly. So you have exactly one option at this point. And
Terrible what's going on.
Through custody from the mother and transferred it to the father. In September 2024, the father moved to Sweden with his new partner. They refused any physical contact and fought back against his advances by scratching, biting, and hitting. At the same time, the children's father developed pedophile tendencies. These incidents prompted Corinne Ioli to separate from the father. He then reported her for endangering the welfare of the children. No one addressed the father's alarming tendencies or conducted any investigation.